blessing, and I would not be doing this. He's like a father to me. I love this man very, very much. And I just told him, I said, we're gonna ride with you till the wheels fall off, Dr. Anderson. So anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're doing good. I hope your day is as bright as mine. Let's see, what did my day include? Let's see, I went to the dentist. I also was dropping off and picking up kids all day. That's kind of cool. And what else? My wife and I had our third wedding anniversary yesterday. So I was trying to make sure I didn't mess that up as a husband. You know, you got to make sure you're on your P's and Q's and you get the right gifts and all that stuff. And also my wife's birthday is coming up, and let's see it. So this month it was like Mother's Day, birthday, anniversary. Two daughters had a birthday, and then the other one, the youngest, had her eighth grade graduation. So this has been a crazy week. This has been or crazy month actually. There was so much stuff going on, and it's all a blessing, and I'm super happy about all of it. You know, it's these once in a lifetime type things that you appreciate over time, and so this has been kind of a jiggy month for our family, and so thank you all for the well wishes. We appreciate that. All right, so anyway, I hope you all are doing well. I hope your investments are doing well. For those of you that are in the Prime program, I sent you all a link to a video I did for you guys, basically showing you how to use your stock options to literally loan yourself $10,000. It's pretty straightforward. It's a great way to access capital, and it solves a really important economic problem in the community in terms of the ability to generate income or to get cash flow when you need it. And so it's a nifty little trick. It's something that I just did actually because I wanted a bunch of cash to do something. And so that should be in your text messages if you haven't gotten it. If you are interested in learning what we do in the Prime program, where we generate income by selling stock options, you can just text the word money to 87948. When you text money to 87948, you will get a video right away called "How to Make Money Without Working," and it's not a bunch of nonsense. It's not somebody just talking. This is based on financial theory. You can do this. It doesn't matter if you don't have a lot of training. It doesn't take long to learn, and I guarantee you it'll change your life. So those of you that are in the Prime program, just say something in the chat to confirm this, because so many people get scammed by so many different people out here that don't know anything about finance, never had any training, never went to school for it, and they're like kind of like those veneer techs. You know, you have those veneer techs. When I was in the Get Money Fest this weekend in Philadelphia, there's a guy there named Dr. Trev, who's a dentist in LA, and he was talking about these veneer techs that are out there. Give me a yes or no if you've heard about these people. And they go to like a 3 day training, and they're doing stuff with people's veneers, and they're like, from what I get, like people are like dying, like getting sick and having bad stuff happen to their teeth, because to do dentistry, you gotta study that. You can't just go in and be shaving down people's teeth and stuff. So anyway, that's what it reminds me of, right? So in the internet space, when it comes to financial stuff, you got a lot of veneer techs out here. My PhD is legit. You guys can go look it up. So feel free to take a look. Just text the word money to 87948 if you'd like to see what we do in the Prime program, and to give you a chance to try it out and see if it's real or not. But anyway, so the reason I'm excited about what Dr. Anderson is talking about in his book right now, which the book is called The Black History Reader, is I'm excited because it links to the upcoming elections, actually. And this is, to me, where Dr. Anderson does a great job of really giving a voting guide for Black people. Like, he literally lays out ways you should think about voting. He does not tell you who to vote for. He does not tell you should be a Democrat or a Republican. He doesn't tell you to vote or not to vote. My argument would be that freedom means doing what you want. Freedom means you do what's best for your family. Give me a yes if you agree with this. I think that the politicians are going to always do what's best for their families. Give me a yes if you agree with that. I think the politicians are always going to do what's best for them. So if they're going to do what's best for them, why shouldn't you do what's best for you? I don't understand why that is such a bad thing to say. I don't understand why people get offended by that. There's nothing offensive about saying that equality means that if you're going to do what's best for you, then I'm going to do what's best for me. I'm going to take care of my family first, right? And I really think that this is a simple idea. So that's where I start. That's where we start this conversation about politics, because I know it's delicate. I know that it's complicated. I know it's controversial. I know it's hard for people, right? There are lots of issues on the table. There's reparations. There's reproductive rights. There's things related to religion and faith, and economic issues, and all kinds of other stuff. Gun control, all that, right? All that's important. So all I'm here to say, and let me know if we agree. I want to start this with an agreement so we don't misinterpret the conversation. Give me a yes if you understand that my goal is not to tell you who to vote for. Give me a yes if you agree with me that I am not here to tell you who to vote for or that you should vote one way or the other. Okay. And the second thing I want to get your agreement on is that everybody can make the decision that works best for them and their families. Give me a yes if we can agree on that you should do what's best for you. I just really don't understand why people somehow, and this is a great place to start the discussion because I'm going to actually start reading from Dr. Anderson's book in a minute. I don't understand why there are people who get so deeply offended when black people just do what's best for themselves. I don't get it. Why people get so mad? Like, well, we expect you to sacrifice for us. We expect you to give to everybody but yourselves. We expect you to take care of us before you take care of you. You tell me what group of people in America takes care of other people before they take care of themselves. Tell me. I'll wait. I'll wait. We'll be waiting all day because that's stupid. That's just silly. That's weird. It's weird. It's not just weird. It's not just weird that I do that. It's weird that you think I'm supposed to do that. And what I love about Dr. Anderson's books is that he explains there's a history to this. You were conditioned like this. You were the original version of what AI is. Black people were the original artificial intelligence in the minds of the people that control this society. We were the original AI. And let me explain. We were the original AI because if you think about what AI is, right? Look at how they analyze AI. And by the way, Nvidia came out with a really great earnings announcement, so that stock keeps on going up. So AI is a great way to make money. If you want to invest in I have a list of AI stocks. You can have that list. Just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you the list. But let's get back to it. So AI is this really interesting innovation that's going to make the country far more productive. AI is going to come in and do a whole bunch of work, right, for very low cost. Amazon is investing extensively in AI. All the major companies, Google's investing extensively in AI. Microsoft is investing extensively in AI. Everybody's investing in AI, right? And why are we investing in AI? Well, we're investing in AI because AI is going to do a lot of the work, and it's not going to expect much compensation. That's what's exciting about AI. Well, the thing about AI though is that AI is very powerful, just like black people, very powerful and a little bit scary. AI kind of scares people. And why does it scare people? Well, because basically they say, well, what's going to happen if we can't control this thing anymore? We know that what AI can do for us when AI is our friend, but what happens if AI starts to advocate for itself? What if AI stops putting us as their top priority and starts putting themselves as a top priority? That's going to be a pretty scary way to live, right? And so the goal with AI, pay attention now. I hope you're getting let me know if you're getting this analogy. I didn't even know I was going to come up with this analogy, but stuff comes to me. God tells me to say it, so I say it. With AI, the goal is how do we let this thing do what it's going to do, but keep it under control? How do we make sure that AI understands that it's the slave and we are the master? Right? That even if you're more powerful than me, even if you could kill me with the push of a button, I'm not. You're trained not to do that because we're going to make sure you're trained. They train these models to make sure that they understand that you're here to serve us. You're here to serve your master. Well, I don't think that's much different from the way our people were trained during slavery. If you read Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson, if you read Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson, Black Labor, White Wealth, Black Labor, White Wealth, Black Labor, White Wealth, Black Labor, White Wealth. If you read that book, you'll know that there were laws encoded. They trained the original AI model. They trained the model. They trained you to understand, look, your job is to serve us. You serve us before you serve yourself. They said specifically, and he wrote this in his books, he said that the goal was to make sure that the slaves were that they were very hardworking, that they were extremely loyal, and that they never got to a point where they served themselves before they served the master. They never got to a point where they competed with us. We don't want them competing with us. And I personally think that it's because they were scared they might lose the competition. And at the very least, they were afraid that if we're serving ourselves, well, we're not serving them anymore. We're no longer an asset to you because I become an asset to myself. And that's a whole different game, right? So effectively, this to me is what happens when you talk about elections and stuff. I think that there are people who expect that we're always going to put our own interests last. So I'm not telling you, and I'm going to reiterate this before I start reading here. I am not here. It's people that are full of nonsense and propaganda and lies. Let me tell you what they say when I talk about this stuff. They say, "Well, Dr. Boyce is telling black people not to vote." I am not telling you who that you should or shouldn't vote. Or Dr. Boyce is a Republican. He's telling black people to not be Democrats. When have I ever said that? I am not a card carrying Trump supporter. I don't even vote for Trump. So why would I tell you to vote for him? No, I'm telling you, do what's best for you. And anybody who has a problem with that argument is crazy and stupid. Some of y'all wanted me to bring out my Negro naysayer puppet. Like I haven't brought it out for a long time. You know, the Negro naysayers, they find a problem with every solution. And so you go out here and you do something good. They're like, oh, that Negro, he up here messing stuff up for everybody. He out here telling lies and stuff. He's scamming people. That's what they do. That's what the Negro naysayer does. The Negro naysayer will find something wrong with everything you say. And my position on it, and I don't really care what the Negro naysayers think. They're idiots. They're just negative people. They should not exist, but they do, whatever. So it's fun. Um, my position would be simply to say that if you have an issue with black people doing what's best for black people and black families, individual families doing what's best for their own families, something is wrong with you. You're sick in the head, Negro. Something's wrong with you. You need medicine and therapy. So there we go. So there's my Negro naysayer puppet. I'll bring it out again a little bit later. Whenever we have a frustrating day, I'll bring him back. So I'm going to read from Dr. Claude Anderson's book. His book is called The Black History Reader, and I hope you will support this wonderful, amazing man. His website is powernomics.com. He is the leading economic thinker of our time, any other. He is the living manifestation of Marcus Garvey, and I hope that you will recognize him as such because this man has his contributions been enormous. And I think that we have to create our own heroes instead of letting other people tell us who our heroes are supposed to be. So here he says, on page 129 of the Black History Reader, he says, is there a voting guide for the average black voter? This is why I got excited. So he said, Chapter 7 of my book, Powernomics, The National Plan to Empower Black America, released in 2001, offers black voters strategies they can use to maximize the effect of their group vote and gain the greatest group-based tangible benefits. When blacks play American politics based upon the interests and needs of other groups, so when we play politics based on the interests and needs of other groups, they are not playing to win. They are playing to play. So what he's saying is that when you are focused on the needs of other people before your own needs, you're not trying to win. You're just trying to be in the game. You just want to be included. You just want to be integrated. you just want to be recognized. I'm just glad they acknowledged me as being in the game. You're not trying to win the game. You're not trying to be competitive. What you're doing is what you were originally programmed to do. Remember, you're the original AI. So you've been programmed, the original training models trained you to be in the game, but not try to win the game. You're supposed to be on the bus, but you're not supposed to try to drive the bus. You're not trying to own the bus. And really, you're not even supposed to be in the front seat of the bus. But they need you on the bus because if you're on the bus, then they get paid by how many people are on the bus. So he says that you're not playing to win, you're playing to play. You wear stickers that say I voted or vote or die. Remember when Diddy was doing vote or die? Remember when Diddy was anybody remember when a few years ago when Diddy the guy who's on video beating the crap out of his girlfriend, Diddy was like the representative of all black people, and Diddy was connected to all these politicians, and Diddy was the guy that we were all supposed to follow, and Diddy was the guy that was pretty much assigned to control the black vote. That's what the job was. The job was to corral all the energy and make sure the energy is directed in a specific direction. These are not black leaders. I call them Negro managers. The job of the manager is not to lead you. A leader is somebody that empowers you, takes you to places that you've never been, takes you somewhere, that's going to make you feel better at the end. A manager just kind of makes sure that you're contained and controlled and corralled, like you're herded like sheep into the direction that you're supposed to go. So there's nowhere new that Diddy was taking the black community because Diddy was pretty much taking us to the same place that we've always been taken. Like, okay, it's every argument, every election, there's all the debates and all the back and forth and all the chaos, and then it always ends with the same thing: the Republicans are going to kill you. Go vote for the Democrat, right? That's what it ends up becoming. Vote blue no matter who. I think, in fact, I remember Diddy, and again, I'm not telling you who to vote for. Some of y'all are Democrats, some of you are Republicans. I respect that. But I remember when he said he did a video where he said something like, if we don't get reparations, if we don't get this and get that, then we're gonna withhold the black vote. And I remember thinking, well, who Who told Diddy that he gets to withhold the black vote? Who made him the king of black people? I'm trying to figure out who did this. Like he's a rapper that wears shiny suits. He can't even make a hit record. He hasn't even hit a hit record since Biggie was alive. Who made him? I'm supposed to what? Do you get the no? You can control Diddy's vote. You can't control mine. And so anyway, when he did that though, I remember thinking, okay, I kind of seen this before. So what happens is you radically take the lead of the movement. The movement's happening. The people are getting energized. So you say, yeah, 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 let's go get them. So you take the lead because you're the rapper because you've been programmed. Your AI has been programmed to worship the hip hop artist. That's by design. They've used money to do that and marketing to do that. So you follow behind, you say, yeah, Diddy, we're going to follow you. And then Diddy says, yeah, if you don't do this, we're going to take back the vote. But then what ultimately happens, and I knew this was going to occur, at some point, you have to settle people down and say, yeah, I know you're upset. I understand where you're coming from, but Trump is very dangerous and we got to make sure we keep Trump out of office. That has to be our top priority. Give me a yes if you saw this. Let me know if you've noticed that too. Every time, it always ends up with the same kind of argument. The Republicans are dangerous. Everybody make sure you vote for the so-and-so because that's the only way we can be safe. And I'm not saying that can't be true. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do what you want to do. What I am saying, though, is that the pattern is that fear is typically used to corral you to vibrate on a low frequency. You're vibrating on the fear vibration and not aspirational. You're not thinking about how voting and political participation can improve your life. You're not thinking about the vision that you have for the future. You're not thinking about bringing your families together, building your wealth, and creating a strong community. You're operating on survival. That's it. It's survival. And so your goal is like, my goal is not to go and do something great. My goal is to simply make sure that I vote or I'm going to die. Vote or die. Ah! Why would you even call something vote or die? Lord Jesus. I mean, must we constantly lean on trauma responses as a way to get our people to do things? Like, is that what it is? Do you constantly poke at the community that's been through so much trauma by simply reminding them that if you don't do what I say, you're going to die? That's not healthy. It's effective, but it ain't healthy, and it's not right. It's unethical. So anyway, let me keep reading. I'm sorry. You tell me I'm a vote or die. I didn't vote and I didn't die. So kiss my black ass. All right, let me keep reading. Sorry, guys. All right, so here we go. Okay. So he says here that the 1870 Code of Conduct was the Maryland law that codified. This is the history. Pay attention now. There's history to this. And this is why I'm excited about Dr. Anderson, because there's history. Y'all don't know the history. They don't teach you this in school. He says the 1870 Code of Conduct was the Maryland law that codified the political behavior whites expected blacks to exhibit. What did I say? What did I say? Codified, programmed, code, computer code. You were codified to behave a certain way. So you're following your programming. That's what this is. So I hope we can have a conversation that's high level enough. Shout out to my friend 19 Keys. High level enough that we can break the programming. So he says that the 1870 Code of Conduct was the Maryland law that codified, there's that word code again, the political behavior whites expected blacks to exhibit. It described the rules of how blacks would play in the game of politics, but only play. Again, code, rules. Just like you program AI, that's how you program a person. Politics, however, is socioeconomic Darwinism, the survival of the fittest. The Powernomics Guide for Voters is a new code of conduct for blacks based on the assumption that they will play to win for self, that you're going to think about yourself first, which is okay to be a little selfish, and you'll play to win for either yourself or for the team or both. These principles require a group change in behavior and will demonstrate to all blacks as a group demonstrate to all that blacks as a group will no longer abide by the 1870 Code of Conduct, that they are instituting a new code of conduct in politics, that black interests will now come first. B1, black first. B1, black first. That our interests will come first. That's it. Again, that's what I'm asking you to do. I'm not asking you to do what I tell you. I'm asking you to put yourself first. That's it. And if you're mad at me for asking you to put you first, then something's wrong with you. You should probably leave because this is not the conversation for you. So you need a doctor. So let me go back here. So he says, to implement new strategies, black voters should begin by cleaning their own house first. Personal responsibility. I'm a big believer in that. They must no longer tolerate Black elected officials or others who purport to represent blacks, but actually only want to play in the game of politics. These officials want, these Negro managers I was talking to you about, these officials want to be seen in a positive light as generally friendly and cooperative, but do not want to deliver benefits to black supporters, preferring instead to deliver benefits to competitor groups. Too often, black officials oppose or refuse to stand up for issues specific to blacks and cause the group to lose, although the officials themselves may personally profit. Negro managers, they get personal profitability, personal access to control and corral and deliver black voters to the polls. These are old-fashioned political bosses. You've always had bosses in politics since the beginning of politics. Let's keep going. So, too often, black officials oppose or refuse to stand up. I already said that. The Powernomics action steps below are a guide to blacks for implementing new political strategies. The new code of conduct in politics also informs whites of the changed behaviors they can now expect from blacks. The Powernomics steps are a guide and a new code of conduct in politics that blacks should follow. These Powernomics principles in politics are narrowly focused to address the needs and interests of Black Americans and should be used as criteria to analyze candidates, political parties, and ballot issues. Powernomics political principles. Number one, play to win. Play to win. You play to win. You do not play to tie. You do not play to get a participation sticker. You do not play so you can get last place. You play to win. Politics is a game that decides what groups receive which benefits. Blacks should not participate in a game in which they can never win. Vote to win and to get group benefits or withhold the group vote. This is standard negotiating strategy that exists in every book that you're going to find anywhere on negotiation or politics. It pretty much says that you have to have, in order to negotiate properly, what is called a credible threat. A credible threat is a threat that you are willing to walk away from the table if you cannot get what you want. If you do not have a credible threat, then you will never win a negotiation. If you tell your boyfriend that you're going to leave one day and he knows that you ain't never going to leave because you'll tolerate anything, then he's never going to respect you. You're going to have to pack your bag, move to your mama's house, or start taking flowers from the man down the hall, your work husband, and before your man starts acting right and realizes that you might actually walk out on his trifling ass. So in general speaking, when you negotiate with a car dealer, you have to have a credible threat. If you do not give me the price I want on this car, guess what? There's 5 other dealers out there. I have options. We talk about options a lot, right? We talk about stock options, but life options are also valuable. I have options. I can go down to the Toyota dealership. I went to talk to the Mercedes guy. I talked to the person that's selling the Cadillacs. And if you don't do what you got to do on this price, it's totally okay. I'm completely indifferent as to whether or not you respond in the way that I want. I'm not going to whine about it. I'm just going to exercise my options. So the question politically for black people, I think, is do you have options and are you scared to use them or are you willing to use them? What are your options? I know I don't think I want to live in a world where my only option is to do what you say. You know, I know I don't want to live in a world where Joe Biden says, well, you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. How are you going to tell me what it means to be black? You better not do that. And I don't know if y'all know that, but before that interview that Charlemagne did with Biden, I text Charlemagne questions to ask Biden. And it was one of those questions that triggered him into that crazy response. Because I said, when people like that run into intelligent black people, they can talk to a dumb rapper, they can talk to somebody who's not prepared, they can talk to an enslaved Negro, but they cannot speak to intelligent black people because we speak in a different language. We operate on a different frequency. We are not afraid. We are smart. We understand what's going on. Our awareness is at an all-time high. You cannot pull the same okey doke on a politically aware person that you can pull on somebody who's blind. So literally, when I text the questions over to Charlemagne, and he asked a couple of the questions in the interview, Joe Biden literally he had a glitch. He didn't know how to respond to that. So this is what I love. I want to see us really making our voice heard. We are, I believe, intelligent black people. Those of us in that group that are seeing a different vision for the community. You are the canaries in the mine. You are your own greatest black leader. You are the people that are going to get us to the next level. You're the ones who are doing what needs to be done with our families, with our communities, with your health, with your wealth, with everything else. That you are the ones I have faith in. I do not have faith in any of the other stuff that's out there. I don't pay any attention to that. Let me keep going. Number 2. He says the second Powernomics political principle is negotiate a quid pro quo with agreements with candidates and parties. Quid pro quo means something for something. You cannot give something for nothing. That's not a negotiation. He says create a list of tangible and measurable benefits your group expects to receive from candidates and political parties in return for the group votes. Vote only for candidates who promise to deliver the most material benefits to Black Americans for their votes. Do not even consider support of candidates who insist on using all-inclusive terms such as everyone, minorities, diversity, and people of color while they are specifically seeking the Black vote. So you cannot let them dilute the unique and specific experience of Black people and descendants of slaves. And so right now, for example, I think on June 15th in DC, Tariq Nasheed and a lot and other folks in the FBA group are going to have a reparations rally in DC. I think it's June 15th. I am not going to be able to make that rally, but I supported 100%. I spoke at the rally. I think it was last year, or maybe it was a year before. I spoke at it before, and I support that because I think that we have to specifically demand and expect things that are going to be done specifically for us based on the specific things that we were done. When they were putting us in chains, they weren't putting everybody in chains. They weren't putting all people of color in chains. They weren't trying to kill all the people of color. They were coming after us. So personally, because not personally, just definitely because we specifically went through specific things that were specifically done to us because of who we were, then we should specifically receive specific benefits to repair some of that damage. A lot of that land that was stolen is still out there. Somebody owns that land. You can trace, you can document who took the land from who, and you can go back and get that land that was taken from your great grandfather when they went and they shot him and took his property, or when they locked him up and put him in jail so he couldn't pay his property taxes, or when they ran him out of town from Alabama because they were going to come and lynch him in the middle of the night. That's something that needs to be done. That's the ultimate whodunit. That needs to be investigated. That needs to be fixed. Let's keep going. Number 3, he says aggregate group resources. Vote as a racial bloc. Voting is a team-based activity in which the majority wins and rules. Blacks are a planned permanent minority. Power and wealth follow the numbers. Build an independent party that uses the black bloc vote to extract group benefits from political candidates, regardless of the race of the candidate. Once elected, use your bloc vote to hold elected officials accountable. If no candidate promises group benefits, also withhold the black bloc vote. If politicians win because of the black vote, but fail to deliver measurable benefits specifically to the group, discipline that politician by using the black bloc vote to recall them or to defeat them in the next election. And I would say this too. Here's one thing that's interesting. This is something I've noticed that the Zionist community does very, very well. They use money as a way of voting by building their wealth and being so smart and doing the things that we do in the Black Business School by getting their kids ready economically to be economically strong. What happens is that because they've got so much wealth and economic power, they don't vote their candidates into office. They don't threaten to take away their votes because they don't have enough votes, but they do have enough dollars. And so what happens is that if you want to know, for example, why $100 billion was suddenly miraculously sent over to Israel and Ukraine, well, a big part of that is because if you look at the financial contributions of the senators in the U.S., 93 out of 100 senators get money from AIPAC. AIPAC is kind of the Jewish version of the NAACP. They kind of represent the interests of that particular community. So because of that, these candidates pretty much do what they're told. They don't deviate, no matter what. They'll never question what's happening over in Israel because they know where the money's coming from. There was a politician in Ohio who did not do what they were supposed to do when it came to that particular group. And what they did was they went in and they literally funded her candidate. Or funded her opponent. They gave her opponent, who was another black woman, over $1 million. And next thing you know, that woman was in office and she was doing exactly what they told her to do. So money drives a lot of your politics. So once you master your economics, you will master your politics. Now, somebody says they lost audio. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I'm kind of worried now. I'm a little bit paranoid about the audio thing. So give me a yes in the chat if you're able to hear me okay. I hope that me mentioning AIPAC did not cause my audio to disappear. So give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to just make sure I'm coming through okay. All right, so let me see. I'm seeing some yeses. Okay, all right. So, all right. So, thank you very much, William and Candace and Edward and Hugh and Calvin. Okay, I appreciate you very, very much. All right, so let's keep going here. Let's keep reading what Dr. Anderson has to say. He says here that number 4, vote the economic interests of your group first, and that's important, right? Economics matters. Economics makes the difference in everybody's life. I want you to, for example, imagine if you had parents who let's say I was born 30 years earlier, and imagine if your parents had learned from me. They were sitting there listening to me every week in Powernomics training. They were coming to our economic awareness training every morning, and they were learning all these advanced financial techniques that I'm talking to you guys about. Imagine if your parents did that. Imagine if your parents implemented even a fraction of what we talked about. And so let's say that because they implemented this, you had, say, $250,000 in assets by the time you were 20 years old that you could do whatever you wanted with and have financial security. Give me a yes or no. Would that change how you live your life? Would you feel freer if you had $250,000 in the bank that your parents had been building for you since you were a baby? Yes or no? What do you think? And I want you to give me a yes, and if you understand what I'm saying, because I want you to really start thinking about the future. I want you to think 20 years into the future. You cannot just think about the present, right? So why is this important? Well, imagine if every single person in the Black community did that. When we talk about things like the $5 a day investing plan, you ain't got to be rich to do it. $5 a day, McDonald's doesn't even have a value meal that's $5. And everybody can afford to go to McDonald's. And if you can't, then let's keep working. One day we'll get you up to McDonald's level. But seriously, in fact, McDonald's is pushing out their $5 value meal, and the franchisees are pissed because they said we can't possibly sell food for $5. What are you talking about? So you can't even buy McDonald's value meal for $5. So here's my point. You do little things like that, then your kids are financially free. That means they don't have to serve anybody. They can live their best life. They can say what they want. They can do what they want. And so when you have a community where everybody's financially independent, financially free, the community moves a little different. They do things different. They vote different. They speak different. They act different. They spend their time in different ways. So my belief is that I think that we should learn from that other community and how they build their economic power, how they build their institutions, how they build those businesses and make those investments, and also what they do with that economic power. Your government, unfortunately, is horribly corrupt because money rules everything. Cash rules everything around me. When you talk about this government, it's pathetic, it's crazy, it's sad, but it's true. If you are able to control the wealth, then you control the power. A dollar bill always has more impact than a vote any day of the week. And if you don't believe me, just look at that group of people that's only 2 or 3% of the population that has an outsized impact on everything that happens in this country. It ain't because they're all voting their way into power. They're using their money. They're using their wealth. So let's keep going here. All right, number four, vote. Okay, we already talked about voting the economic interest. He says, what blacks own and control. See, it's funny. I'll say something, and Dr. Anderson will say the same thing in the book. We really think alike. What blacks own and control determines their rights and opportunities. Use your group vote to control economics and to influence and control politicians and political parties. Didn't know what I just said? Prioritize and vote the economic interests of your group before looking out for the interests of others. Number five, support only those who support Black Americans. Do not support any political party, political candidate, or business, regardless of color, which will not publicly support Black America. Demand explicit support. Under the new code of conduct in politics, it will no longer be acceptable to send Black politicians to office to look out for everyone. Candidates who get Black support must deliver. Inappropriate behavior or betrayal by Black elected officials or others will be unacceptable. Okay. The new code will also apply to corporations and ethnic businesses established in Black neighborhoods. Blacks must require those businesses to marshal their political resources to help eradicate the systemic problems of housing, unemployment, a lack of top quality schools, and poor food. It will no longer be politically acceptable for these businesses to extract money out of Black neighborhoods without making a substantial contribution to the well-being of the Black consumer. I was in the car with our 21-year-old today. I picked him up from work and we were talking. And one thing that he said that was really interesting, he asked me this question. He said, so Boyce, if everybody in America started thinking like Warren Buffett, would that disrupt the economy? I said, absolutely it would. I said, because capitalism is really just pimping. That's what it is. It depends. It's where a small group of elite people make the most money by getting the masses of people to do something that's lower vibrational, right? So you're raised to work hard every day and go to school and go deep in student loan debt, and then go to some corporation and work until you die, and then that builds wealth for the people that are at the top of the food chain. It's like a big with MLM. That's kind of what it's like, a big Ponzi scheme to some extent, right? It really is. So all these conspiracy theories you hear, a lot of them are true. And one of the things that it leans on is this collective lack of consciousness when it comes to money and economics. And so when he asked me, he said, if everybody started thinking like Warren Buffett, would that be bad for the economy? I said, absolutely yes, because if everybody started thinking like Warren Buffett and thinking like owners and investors, then who's going to do all the work? Who are going to be the workers? Who are going to be the spenders? Who are going to be the renters? Who are going to be the borrowers? Warren Buffett does not go borrow money. Warren Buffett has $168 billion in cash because he doesn't do things like that. So effectively, if you look at America and what drives America, what do you see? You see student loan debts at an all-time high, auto loan debts at an all-time high, credit card debts at an all-time high, right? All these debt levels are higher than they've ever been before. National debts at an all-time high. Uh, and generally speaking, what occurs is that the reason the economy is doing so well is because all this wealth is sort of being sucked up like a vacuum cleaner from all the people that are going to work every day, paying debt and buying consumer products. The same thing can be said about the Black community. And then we've talked about this before in terms of why you were integrated into America. You were integrated into America for mostly economic reasons, the same reasons that they're integrating so many immigrants across the border right now. They're not bringing people from the south of the border so they can come here and own companies and build wealth. They're bringing them here so they can work, so they can, because we need workers on the farm, we need workers in the restaurant, we need workers on the construction site. That's why they're doing that, right? So they can keep the wages low and have a great supply of workers. So with the Black community, one thing that does happen when other people put businesses in Black neighborhoods is they're leaning on a fundamental lack of economic consciousness or a low level of economic awareness for people in that community, so that when that person from another country comes in and sets up a convenience store in your neighborhood, you're not thinking, wait, why you have a convenience store here? I want to build one. You're not thinking that. You're not thinking, well, wait, your grocery store shouldn't be here because we're building a grocery store. Instead, because your awareness is at a consumer level, you're thinking, thank you for building a grocery store because now I can go buy groceries. Do you understand? And what effectively happens is that if you take your black butt and you go to the Cuban community and you try to build a grocery store, they're going to run you out of town. They're going to beat you up, maybe kill you or whatever. Somebody's going to shake you down, take all your stuff, because their economic awareness is at a level where they're thinking, no, 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 we want to run the grocery store because we understand what it means to be in the driver's seat of an economic transaction. We're not just happy to be the consumer. And one piece of evidence that our economic awareness has historically been low is just going back to the civil rights movement, where we are trained in school to honor and be excited about images of intelligent young black people getting their heads bashed in just for the opportunity to go buy ice cream at a white man's store. Right. And that to me is something that really is indicative or reflective of that economic awareness issue that we have to address. So what he's really referring to, Dr. Anderson, when he talks about people coming to your neighborhood and taking money out of the neighborhood, have to give something back to the neighborhood. That's as fundamental as you can get. That's economics 101. There's nothing complicated about that. That's not high level mathematics. It just basically says that when someone's taking from you, they're supposed to give something back, which goes back to basic powernomics concepts of quid pro quo and reciprocity. And so a true loving relationship is one where there's reciprocity. I love you, you love me. I give to you, you give to me. An abusive relationship is one that lacks reciprocity. That's where you give to me, I continue to drain you. You're the giver, I'm the taker, and that's the equilibrium we establish, and that's not healthy for you because eventually I'm going to take so much that I'm going to just drain you. Do you understand? So what I would say to you is we have to avoid these abusive relationships, because people with low self-esteem, communities with low self-esteem, tend to be hit the hardest with abuse abusive relationships because you accept the status quo as it is. And so those of you that actually have the self-esteem to say, no, 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 if I'm giving something to you, I expect something back. There's nothing wrong with that. You're going to get a lot of people that get mad at you, right? People that don't understand what's going on. Like we mentioned the Negro naysayers. The Negro naysayers are used to the status quo. So they're going to get mad at you, but that's okay because there's nothing illogical about you saying, I'm going to do what's best for me and my family. I need to get something out of the deal. All right, so let me keep reading here. So let's read number 6. Number 6 says that in politics, according to Dr. Anderson, you should reject intangible symbolic measures of payment as payment for your vote. So reject the symbolism, reject the intangibles. He says, demonstrate rejection of the 1870 political code of conduct by demanding explicit support, material and measurable resources that can be touched, counted, and have monetary value. So that means Nancy Pelosi wearing a dashiki does not count. That means that people telling you the Black Lives Matter does not count. That means that somebody putting up a post on Instagram saying "Thank you, Black women, for getting me elected again." That doesn't count. That's symbolism. That's fine, but that's symbolism. That means somebody naming a street after a Black person. That does not count. A new basketball court in the neighborhood, that doesn't really count much. Really, what does count are things that are tangible, things that are real. So he says, do not accept implicit, unspoken, assumed, or symbolic support. If the Black vote puts a politician in office, do not accept a basketball court. That's crazy. I literally did not know he was going to say basketball court. I literally said that. Didn't I just say basketball court? Okay. Do not accept a basketball court, a street, or a building named after a Black person as adequate reward. Man, wow. The more I read his books, the more I think we're on the same frequency because I didn't know he's going to say all that. If the quid pro quo political benefit cannot be measured or deposited in the bank, it is unacceptable as an exchange for your vote. The 1870 Political Code of Conduct defined the behavior of Black elected officials and unfortunately still guides the behavior of them even today. The code conditioned the politicians, but it also conditioned Black voters and taught them to not vote for their own interests in politics. It conditioned whites to expect that Black voters would not speak for or even name their own group or articulate the needs of the group. It is unconscionable that today in 2017, which was years ago, of course, but it's pretty close, Black behavior required by the old code of conduct. Let me say it again. Black politicians and voters have not publicly rejected the conservative behavior required by the old code of conduct. Powernomics principles, however, guide Blacks to disavow the 1870 code of conduct, to speak and vote in a way that benefits their group, and to hold accountable all those who benefit from Black political action. Blacks should use their vote to elect people who will take positive action for their specific group and to impose consequences on those who do not. Was that clear? Are we clear? That's the assignment from Dr. Anderson. That's what he says. Now, his book, if you want to know the name of this book, this is called The Black History Reader. It is at powernomics.com. That's his website. Also, just a quick reminder, don't forget, guys, that we get together every year at the All Black National Convention that's going to be in Chicago this year, Lombard, Illinois, in particular, which is right outside Chicago. We are now accepting applications for speakers. We are going to start. Let's see, the convention is the 25th through the 27th. And I hope you'll bring your family, and I hope you'll find some young people to bring. And also, if you have a big group and you want to do some sort of a group discount, if it's the right kind of group that's really going to benefit, like a group of kids or something like that, we can try to work with you. We don't have a ton of spaces. We are going to sell out, but we do want to make sure that young people feel like they can participate. So if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And the other thing I promised you guys is that I was going to send out the speaker submission form to you all first, so you guys could apply. Now, I didn't. We actually, I have to admit though that they actually sent it out to the broader audience first, but I'm going to send a special link to you all. And those of you that support us, we're going to try to support you. We can't make any promises because there aren't that many speaker spots. But if you are a speaker, or you have something, that you want to share, expertise, something you want to bring to the table that can help the mission, we will try our best to make a space for you. And then also, of course, if you want to be a sponsor, if the relationship works, if it's appropriate, then we would love to have sponsors for the convention because we can't take money from everybody. We can't take money from corporations, or we can't take money from government. But we do allow sponsorships, limited number from people that agree with the mission. You can't be scared to be black. That's just the bottom line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to text out that link to apply to be a speaker. Make sure you're on the text list in order to get the link. I'm going to send it out tonight. Just text the word greatness to 87948. Get on the list, text greatness to 87948, and I will send you that link. And you can apply to be a speaker. And if you want to just buy a pass or be a vendor or whatever it is you want to do at the convention, of course, the URL is allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. It's October 25th through the 27th. And it's going to be really awesome. We have some great people coming this year. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read a little bit more about what Dr. Anderson has to say here. And actually, he's talking, this part is part 7, profiling presidents and authorities. Now, this is interesting. This is the link between U.S. presidents and marijuana, hemp. Isn't that interesting? I didn't know there was a chapter on that. So he says here, in the mid-1980s, President Reagan's wife, Nancy, led a national anti-drug campaign telling the nation and young people that in regards to drugs, just say no. Today, nearly 40 years later, weed growing, I'm going to say weed instead of the other one because I don't want to set off any weird algorithms. Weed growing and selling weed have the potential of becoming one of the nation's greatest wealth building industries. How ironic. Since President Reagan and Nancy Reagan departed from the White House, many popular entertainers and athletes have admitted their recreational use of weed, and an increasing number of states have legalized its use and possession. Within the last 25 years, even 3 American presidents contributed to the growing public acceptance of weed by admitting their use of it. Bill Clinton made his public admission in the 90s. Barack Obama surprised many people when he confessed in his autobiography and on national television that he had smoked. In January 2015, Jeb Bush, ex-governor of Florida and brother of ex-president George Bush, began to clear away personal debris as he prepared to run for the presidency, telling reporters for the Boston Globe newspaper that he had smoked. The public may be accustomed to hearing about entertainers and weed, but they ought not be surprised that U.S. presidents and other public officials have a relationship with weed. There is a long history between the two. The only thing that is new is high-level government officials publicly admitting their involvement with this particular drug. Weed played a central role in the lives of not only modern U.S. presidents and other public officials, but the nation's founding fathers and other prominent historical figures who were also involved with the hemp plant and other drugs. For centuries, the hemp plant was a basic raw material used in numerous industries to produce a variety of consumer products. It was prominently grown, especially on southern plantations, and used recreationally and medically as well. Large slavery plantations grew weed for consumer items for use on the plantations. As examples, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, who owned hundreds of slaves, were large hemp plant growers and reputed smokers. Even President Abraham Lincoln allegedly smoked weed recreationally as well as a painkiller. The marijuana, I kept trying to not say that word. Now, whatever. All right. So the weed hemp plant was legal tender and even used to pay taxes in colonial society until the mid 1800s. Fiber from the hemp plant were used to make ropes, canvas, twine, string, paper, and clothes for black slaves. Various pharmaceutical companies used the liquid to produce medicines. According to the U.S. Census in 1850, there were 8,327 weed plantations. That's a lot. And by 1883, weed smoking parlors were legally open in major urban cities. New York City alone had over 500 smoking parlors. By the late 1800s, weed and hemp were so popular, cities and towns were named after them. There was Hempstead, Long Island, Hempstead County, Arkansas. That was in Arkansas. Hempstead, Texas, Hemp Hill, North Carolina, Hempfield, Pennsylvania, and many other towns and streets bearing the name. Who knew that? Although blacks were never the major producers or commercial users of the hemp plant when it was legal, they were stigmatized by the possession and use of the plant after it became illegal. Instead of blaming white owners of large farms that produced the plant, blacks were blamed for the increased use of weed between 1910 and 1930. Public officials in New Orleans charged that weed smoking was making blacks think they were as good as white men. Who knew that? Did anybody else learn this stuff in school? Some members of the white overclass believed weed was to blame for the assertiveness of black activists and the loud laughter of blacks when whites gave them orders. By the time Presidents Bill Clinton and Barack Obama confessed to their weed smoking, it had gained acceptability and was nearly politically correct. With rising acceptability, like the phoenix, weed production and use will rise again and become the biggest wealth producer of the 21st century. A number of states and federal institutions began issuing licenses for legally growing weed beginning in 2013. However, in all likelihood, just as in previous centuries, blacks will wind up being consumers of the product rather than producers and will most likely not be the beneficiaries of the wealth that it generates. Ain't that the truth? You know how hard it is to get a license if you're black? It's really hard. And it's crazy because we were the first ones they sent to jail over this stuff. And I didn't know the history was that deep, but remember, everything has a history. And I think it's important to understand where all this came from. One thing that I can do for you guys now that I'm thinking about it is I text out lists of stocks that you can invest in so you can benefit financially from certain things that are happening in the economy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a list of weed stocks that you can invest in, and I will text this out to you. I have a list. I have a place where I send stock stuff. So if you're interested in this, text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I will make a list of weed stocks. I'm gonna do all this right after we get done tonight. So get on the list and I'll send it out. I'll schedule it for tomorrow, but I'll put it together tonight. So I want to make the list of weed stocks, and also I want to I want to send out the speaker link. So you guys that are supporting us, we'll support you first. And so there we go. All right. So again, I'm not here just to complain about a problem. I'd rather solve it. So one way to deal with things like the emerging cannabis industry and the emerging industry of AI is to invest in these things. And because I talk extensively to you guys about stock market investing, I think that that is an opportunity that's there. I do believe that weed as an industry is going to get stronger over time. Once Joe Biden is no longer in office, even if Kamala takes over for him or whatever they decide to do in the Democratic Party, I believe that there will be more steps toward legalization, which is going to lead to massive jumps in the price of the stock. It's already started to happen a little bit because I think that they changed the classification of the drug or something like that. But once they really go full throttle and do what they really should have done a long time ago and legalize everything, the prices of the stocks are going to go way up. Now, if you want to know how I personally feel about smoking and consuming, I use CBD oil for my legs because it does have great healing properties, but I'm not smoking nothing that's not natural. I don't smoke any of the stuff. I don't even want the THC because I get high on life. I'm already a weirdo. Can you imagine if I was smoking and drinking it too? No, I'd be even worse. But I think happiness is better generated when it's artificial, when it's natural. Like I naturally generate my happiness and my energy. I'd like that, but then again, not judging anybody else. But also I think that the one danger of legalizing things is that we have lots of ways to enhance certain things and make it into something that it's not supposed to be. And so if you want to know where I think the next conspiracy against black people, because you know they got one. You know, in 50 years we're going to find out about something that they were doing to us that we didn't know anything about. I think that might be in the weed thing. I think that by convincing young people that they can sit and just smoke all day, come to work smelling like weed, and just sit around smoke all day long, and still be okay, still be normal. I think that that's incorrect, man. I'm not judging you. I'm not telling you shouldn't do it. I'm just telling you that anything that's not done in moderation is going to harm you. And they are putting things in this stuff that's not making it natural anymore. So just be careful because capitalism is a beast. If they know that you like it and they know they can get you addicted to it, then they're going to do their best to market to you and sell it to you. So that's one of the downsides of complete legalization is they're going to just push it everywhere. They're doing that already with sports gambling. That's going to be that's a train wreck rate waiting to happen. That's already a quiet epidemic. People, it's quiet as kept. You know, my wife is a therapist, and she says that her therapist friends that are doing therapy for gambling addiction are getting appointments like through the roof. Their offices are full of people that have gotten into gambling and can't stop. And that's typically aimed toward young men between the ages of like say 20 and 35. So just be really careful about that. I'm not saying don't enjoy your life. I'm just saying just really, really keep your consciousness and your awareness high, keep your head on a swivel, be alert of what's happening around you because there are always these little moves to try to trap you. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna go, guys. I really enjoyed talking to you, and I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. We will be back next week. So we do this every Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're reading Dr. Anderson's books. Please support the man if you have it in your heart to do that. If you have some extra money and you want to just buy a bunch of his books and have them stacked up on the coffee table and hand them out to the kids in the neighborhood, then I say do it. Each one teach one. I'm not the only teacher in this room. I don't teach any students. I have no students at all anywhere. I don't teach students at all. I teach teachers. So what I want us to build is an army of kick-ass teachers where we're out here doing the damn thing, not scared of nobody, knowing how valuable that knowledge is that's inside your head, knowing how far ahead in the future you are, and share that, confidently share that with other people so they'll just kind of know where this segment of the community is headed. That's what I really want from you. So I encourage you to consider doing that. And Dr. Anderson, to me, he's my GOAT. He's the guy that kind of cleared the path for people like me, and I will always honor that. So anyway, I got to get out of here. Have a good day, everybody. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Don't forget, every single day, 7 days a week, we do economic awareness training, EAT, because I want everybody to eat. So if you want to eat, you got to be able to see the food. So economic awareness means seeing the money. So that's what we do every morning at 10 a.m. is I show you how to see the money so you can be the money. If you want to join, that's another free class, totally free. Bring your whole family. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and we're going to do money in the morning every morning at 10 a.m. I'll send you a link, morning to 87948. All right, have a good night, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
What's up, guys? So I'm up running this morning, but I wanted to share something to think about. I read somewhere that Bronny James, LeBron James' son, is expected to get drafted in the first or the second round and be a talent in what they call the G Leagues, which is a notch below the NBA. And one of the arguments that was made is that Bronny getting drafted wouldn't be based on his talent. He get drafted based on his market appeal. The ability to get people into the stands, selling out arenas, stuff like that. The G League does not sell out arenas. And a lot of people think that that's bad because they think he should get drafted based on his ability. But that's not what sports is. Sports is a business. It's a business. That's why in boxing, whenever you get a half-talented white guy, he could be fighting against the most talented black guy in the world, and they'll make more money that way than by bringing together the best athletes on the planet. So it's all about the money. You got to sell the tickets, you got to sell the merch, you got to build the business. So Bronny James will get drafted, and Bronny James is a multi-million, at least a $100 or $200 million asset for the NBA, mainly because of his market appeal. Is it fair? It's up to you to decide. But that's reality, man. I mean, that's how business works. And I think it's important for all of us to understand this type of thing instead of thinking that it's always about merit, and that's how life works. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. I'm about to go. We do economic awareness training, EAT, every morning at 10 a.m. in the Black Business School. It is a private Zoom. It is free to the public. And my goal is to help you heighten your economic awareness. It does not cost you a nickel. I just ask you to bring your attention, bring your family, be serious. So if you want to eat, then join us every morning, because if you don't see the money, you can't be the money. And my goal is to help you have awareness so you can see where the money's at. All right, my name's Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm out of here. And by the way, I forgot to mention, if you want to join us for economic awareness training, just pull out your phone and text the word morning to 87948, and you can join us. Text morning to 87948. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Doing well. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. How you doing today, babe?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing very well now that I'm laid next to you.
Yeah, we really are finally laying down together.
All laid up in the bed,
All laid up.
comfortable and stuff. How's everybody doing? Can y'all hear us? Give us a yes if you can hear me okay. Quick yes if you can hear us. Also, Low Capitol Hill, what's going on? Joanne Dixon, Jordan Salas, good to see you as well. Badi and Muhammad, good to see you. Can y'all hear us okay? Thank you, Tara Redmond. Okay, Tara says yes. Okay, Jordan and Jashawn and Paul, Regina, Claudette, Danny, Reby.
What?
Remember Reby? Was it Reby Jackson? When one of the Jacksons named Reby?
Man, I loved Reby Jackson. I wanted more music from her. She never came out with anything other than that one song.
Yeah. Did she? She had a song?
She did have one song.
Oh.
Wait, was it Two of Hearts, Two of Hearts. Maybe that wasn't it. I
Well,
can't
well,
remember.
you from Gary. That's probably
Yeah,
required
that's my homegirl,
required
Ruby
learning in the
Jackson.
Gary public school system.
It should be. It really should be.
Yeah, well, the I think the Boyd family is like the new Jackson Five. Infinity Song,
Where are they from? Detroit?
Victory Boyd. They're out of Detroit. Yeah,
Okay, it's a
yeah,
lot of artists out of Detroit, though.
yeah. You guys should look them up. But anyway, how's
Yeah,
everybody doing? Oh, it was called Centipede. The song.
that's right. Centipede. Yes.
Okay,
I'm thinking about the headband.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You never heard Centipede?
Probably, but I
Oh my
don't.
gosh.
Well, anyway,
Anyway, it's a really great song.
anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope y'all doing well. So have y'all been following this stuff with Diddy? My wife and I decided we wanted to talk about Diddy, but kind of try to talk about it in a way that's different from, mainstream media, lamestream media. So Diddy, as you know, has been going through it. He has the video came out, with him and Cassie, and he's dealing with some of that. He had this public apology, which I don't think that the apology went over well. What do y'all think? Did y'all like Diddy's apology? Did y'all believe him? Did you feel that he was serious and truly remorseful, or do you think he was just apologizing because he got caught? What do you think?
I mean, this apology is too little too late of an apology. And he never actually said who he was apologizing to and for what.
I heard that there's
He
like a
wasn't specific
well, I heard
enough.
there's an NDA that says he can't say Cassie's name in public.
Okay, so the apology needed to go to Cassie about 12 years ago.
Right, right. Okay, so let me ask you this. So as a relationship therapist who's
Yes.
seen all kinds of chaos in relationships,
Hmm.
what did you see in terms of, are you able to kind of identify when men look like they're remorseful abusers versus when they're not remorseful?
Well, it's hard to tell from that video. He said we can go by what he says, right? He said in the video that he took full responsibility for his behavior. He said in the video that he was remorseful. So those are two elements that are necessary for a fantastic apology, but it's not enough for an apology. It's
Okay.
not enough. He would have needed to have talked about how he got help. So he did mention, I am seeking therapy and I'm seeking help, but he needed to specifically talk about, since I've been in therapy, I've now realized how and why I was wrong. And I've now made these changes in my thinking and in my behavior. Like he needed to have been way more specific in terms of an apology, right?
Mm,
Talk about how you've done, how you've changed as a person. He also need to make amends. Like, what are you going to do to make it right? To
mm.
make what you did right. I'm so sorry. And he also need to acknowledge the effect his behavior had on Cassie and the viewers.
Okay, interesting, interesting.
I mean, it was so much more to an apology than just saying I'm sorry. He
Okay,
did not do, he fell short of that.
okay.
Yeah.
Now I want to ask everybody. Somebody mentioned that there was a little bit of trouble hearing through the signal.
Mhm.
Was Dr. Alicia coming through clear? Can y'all let us know? We want to. I get a little bit paranoid when someone says sounds going in and out. I'll be dang on
Mm.
it. Let me see. Oh man, that would suck.
See, we should have been on the
Okay, all right. So now I've removed a bunch of apps. Can y'all hear me now? Give me a yes if you can hear us now. I want to see if you, because the reason you couldn't hear us for a second was because I had to shut down a bunch of stuff. We literally lay in the bed when we do the Pillow Talk podcast, and we're literally talking through my phone, and so that's what That's why this is so ghetto. This is the most ghetto podcast ever. We are leaning on a 100% substance because when you come here, you will get no flash. No flash at all. So just call me Flash Gordon because there ain't no flash up in here. It is all about the substance. We are both educated people. We went to school a long time, and we want to impress you with our brain and not by having a fancy looking podcast with all kinds of expensive equipment and
with strong internet.
because you know how people seriously people will have the fanciest podcast and be saying the dumbest stuff ever.
Well, there are people with fancy podcasts who have wonderful things to say.
And there are
Why can't
plenty
we be one of
and there are
those?
plenty of people who should have the microphone snatched out of their hand. Like all these other relationship therapists who ain't even got a relationship.
Or not even really therapists.
Right. No credentials, no relationship,
It's
no nothing.
self-appointed relationship expert. You know what I really want to say? I've been wanting to say this for a while.
What?
Oh my God, I'm gonna say 80% because I'm being kind. 80% of what people get on the internet in terms of human behavior and relationship advice, 80% of it is wrong.
Mm,
80% of the stuff that I see and listen to, Boyce, I cringe. It is
mm.
so not steeped in any sort of evidence. It's not therapeutic. Like it's just incorrect.
Okay. So
Especially mental health and diagnosing people and calling somebody narcissist, and
well, you
it's
mentioned
just
that you mentioned to me
crazy.
something that surprised me, where you said that they got all these platforms where they talk about narcissist this, narcissist that. Like everybody swears that their ex was a narcissist, and you were saying that
Oh my
narcissism
God.
as a diagnosed mental health issue that's very very rare.
Well, not only that, but even myself as a I've been a licensed therapist for over 20 years now. Even I have a hard time diagnosing somebody with a personality disorder. Like that's really tough. Now, one thing I will say is that narcissism together as a cluster, right, in terms of symptoms together, it is a bona fide personality disorder. It really is. However, narcissism is also a continuum. It's a trait that somebody has, and everybody on some level can be on the narcissistic pathway, so to speak.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so it's a spectrum. Narcissism can be also seen as a spectrum. So it's this debate between, is it a spectrum or is it an actual full-fledged diagnosis? I think it's both
Hmm.
from what I'm seeing, but in terms of like diagnosing somebody with a narcissistic personality disorder, that's very hard to do.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So, by the way, everybody, you're listening to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. My PhD is in finance. My wife's PhD is in social work. She's a full professor and a licensed therapist. And so, if you'd like to get some free stuff from us and a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, just go to boyceandalicia.com, or you could text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948, and we'll send you some free stuff. We like to help you in the areas of love and money and help you with real knowledge, not stuff that people make up because that's how you get it wrong. So, anyway, if you could please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast, you may not know, is on Spotify. And so, if you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, on Spotify, you'll find the Dr. Boyce breakdown that we also put the content there too. So you can listen while you're in your car. All right. So we were talking about Diddy. All right. So let's get back to Diddy then. So you're talking about narcissism and everything else.
Hmm.
Based on what you've seen with Diddy and kind of the behavior stuff, I mean, do you think that the narcissism thing could be applicable here, or do you think that it's just
Oh,
not, you know,
Oh, it's for sure applicable. I mean, of course, I'm not his therapist, so I cannot diagnose, I cannot treat, I cannot cure. But I mean, looking at, what we saw in that video and his behavior and his denial and his just behavior in general, yeah, he definitely fits on the perspective, the
really?
spectrum of
Spectrum.
narcissism for sure.
Okay.
Hmm.
So let me just say this. I'm gonna throw in my 2 cents on it. When I saw the video and I saw the behavior, and then I just looked at Diddy's behavior through the years,
Hmm.
I connect that to other things that I've kind of seen through time, like the drug use, right? And I wonder, honestly, what it makes me, yeah, as a person who's always kind of said no to drugs, I really wonder how often you see a man do something, or a woman too, do something that they wouldn't normally do. Um, and they were high or drunk at the time, right?
There's no
And
excuse just
I'm
because
not
you're
saying
high or
no, no, no.
drunk.
I'm not saying there's an excuse. What I'm
Okay.
saying is this is one of the reasons why I've always been very anti-drugs. Why I've always said say no to drugs because I really suspect that what happens with a lot of people that use these substances is that they do stuff and they go back and they say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I did that." Right? Like women who do things sexually that they wouldn't normally do because they got drunk, or men who I saw a video with a 19-year-old kid who was about to get the electric chair. And they said, "Well, what happened?" He was a really nice kid. And he said,
Mm,
I was, my friend had a blunt and I took a hit of the blunt and I didn't know what was in it.
no.
And he said they told me that he said they told me that while I was out that I had like punched a lady in the face and he eventually killed somebody, and he said he didn't remember any of it. Now maybe he was making it
I
all
don't
up.
know.
I think that yeah, I've seen
That's
people.
unusual.
I've seen people get high and be like, I
Mm.
didn't do that. What are you talking about? And you're like, yeah, you did. Let me show you the video. So I don't know. I kind of feel like and alcohol take you out of your personality. I just don't know.
Mm,
I-
okay, go ahead. I'll let you. I'll let you finish.
I'm gonna tell you, I've seen
I don't
people.
know.
I've seen
Mhm.
people who behave one way when they're sober because they have discernment, and then when they're not sober, they just do stuff they wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, it definitely is no defense, right? So
Right.
sober or not sober, your behavior in any light, you still reap the consequences. And I don't think you can always use that as a crutch.
Well, I would
That
say I'm not.
I was drinking, or oh, I was on drug.
No, 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 no. I'm
Yeah,
not saying it's
it
a
just
crutch. I'm not saying it's a
isn't.
crutch. I'm saying it's a
Yeah.
fact. I'm saying that it's a factor. It's a fact and it's a
Mm.
factor, meaning that I bet you that if I smoked a bunch of crack and got as drunk as I could get, I probably would not behave
Yeah,
the
but if it's
same.
not in you, to begin with, if it's not in you to begin with, I don't think that you'll do it if you're on
Right,
drugs.
and well, that's the thing too, right? I believe violence is in a lot of people. Every man, I believe most men have the capacity for violence. I know I do. I could, if in the right situation, I could probably get to whooping ass if I had to. The difference is, I have discernment. I know when to apply violence and when not to. So my thought, and there've been times
Mm.
where, and I'm sure everyone can understand this. There've been times where I wanted to be violent, where I wanted to punch a dude in the face or whatever, but I didn't do it. Why? Well, because there's a part of your brain called the prefrontal cortex that stops you from making decisions like that, right? So I wonder what happens. They say alcohol and drugs releases your inhibitions. Like I never drank, but I drank one time. I drank a shot of whiskey one time,
Really, what
and
was that like, and when was it?
well,
Tell me all about
I
it.
was 21 years old, and let me tell you what happened. I remember observing my own behavior and saying, "This is so interesting. I have no inhibitions right now.
Hmm.
If you told me to go over and say something crazy to that lady, I wouldn't even care about saying it. I would say it and not have any feeling about it one way or the other.
Out of
So
a
so
shot of whiskey?
yeah, out of a shot of
Interesting.
whiskey. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I feel like drugs and alcohol have an effect on people, and I don't think you behave the same when you're high and drunk than when you do when you're not. Now, I'm not saying Diddy doesn't deserve accountability. Of course,
Yeah, but
but
there are many people who take a shot of whiskey and they just the same person that they were. You know what I mean? They're more of the same
that's
person.
true.
So
But
it
there's a
just
lot.
doesn't.
But remember, there's a lot of people though who you go to a bar and see how many times there's fights that break out and all kinds of stuff. It's because
Hmm.
alcohol and drugs affects behavior. These are behavior modifying things, so
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it excuses someone, but
We
it's
differ
just
a
it's
little
just
bit
like
on
if a
that.
woman gets drunk and she consents to sex, there are people who say you can't legally consent because you were drunk because it modified your behavior. Well, if what you're saying is true, then that means that a woman who gets drunk has to take full responsibility for having sex while she was drunk. Am I right?
You really do.
Okay.
Yeah. You need to take responsibility. It's no excuse. Like, it's not saying, oh, I did that because I was drinking. And if I wasn't drinking, I wouldn't have done it. That doesn't fly.
Right. Well, yeah. What I would say.
Logically, you would think it would make sense, but it doesn't.
Well,
It doesn't add
I
up.
would say, generally speaking, I've always told young men avoid drugs and alcohol because I have seen people. Sure, maybe it has to be in you, right? And
Hmm.
what society does is it says it doesn't matter if it's in you. You better keep it in you. Like
Well, why can't you treat
for
it?
example, people have sexual urges. That's in you, but that don't mean you're supposed to be sleeping on everybody that's attractive to you. But what happens when people get drunk? their inhibitions drop. Next thing you know, they're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I slept with that person." Sure, no, I've seen too many situations on college campuses where people got drunk and high, and crazy things happened at the party that where the people were ashamed of their behavior. Now, again, maybe again, you have to take accountability. There's no,
I've been drunk before. I have been intoxicated
and you
before.
ain't the same when you've been
But the
drinking.
thing, but the thing
When
is,
you've
is
been
that
drinking, you are a different person. You ain't gonna beat up Cassie or nothing,
I'm
but
not gonna fight anybody ever
because you're not a
because that's
fighter.
not. I'm not a fight. And yeah, so I don't. That doesn't fly for me, boys.
Well,
The logic.
if you, well, just think of what I'm saying is alcohol and drugs makes a difference in people's behavior. Can we at least agree on that? Or do we think that it has no impact on behavior?
Yeah, but it's not gonna get you to do something that you normally like would never even think about
I don't
doing.
know. I don't know. I've seen guys fight when they were drunk who didn't fight when they were sober. I've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, sure, the fighting is inside the fighting's inside them the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're drunk, you might go
You're
ahead and
still
throw the punch.
responsible, of course. The
Absolutely,
responsibility is
absolutely.
still there.
Nobody ever said
Mhm.
that Diddy is not responsible. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if I was Diddy's friend, I would say you might want to lay off the drugs and the alcohol
No,
because
if you were Diddy's friend, you'd say you need some help, dude.
I would say
You need
that
to
too.
go and get some help because really, I mean, what alcohol does is that it numbs you out. It makes it so that you don't have to deal with all of the issues that you have.
Tuesday says you're awfully closed-minded.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm going off of research and data.
But
You know
no,
what I
no, sure.
mean?
So you're gonna tell me that the research says that alcohol and drugs don't modify behavior?
It modifies behavior, but it's not going to have you do something out of the ordinary that you would never, that's not in you. You know
I
what I mean?
well,
Like
now I
it's
agree with
not
that. I'm not gonna say the violence isn't in him. I told you, I believe every
right.
man, and a lot of women. I believe most people have violence in them.
Some more so. Listen, I had an uncle who was drunk
Mm,
and he would drink alcohol and he would call everybody and he would like, I love you. He would call everybody and tell everybody how much he loves everybody.
right,
Just confess his love to just everybody. He would give you like the best discussions you ever wanted to have. And he was under the influence, and then he'd hang up the phone with you and go on. Like he was not a violent drunk. You
right,
know what I
right,
mean? He was just, he
and
would drink alcohol and it would
right.
just open
So
up.
okay. So here's where we agree. We do
Okay.
agree that alcohol and drugs can modify behavior.
But he
We
loved me
do
anyway.
agree also that that maybe it has to be in you for it to come out. But what I'm saying is, I believe violence is in every man. I believe every man. If somebody attacked my family, I'm gonna get violent. Somebody's gonna get
Okay.
beat up. Right. So I personally think that Diddy's dabbling in the dope, and Cassie's dabbling in the dope. I played a big part in their relationship and the chaos that ensued.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So part of that I can kind of agree with, but I also think that some people are more prone to violence than others based on their background, based on how they were raised and things that happened to them early on. I think that it doesn't have to dictate it, but I think that for some people, they may be more prone to violence than others.
I do agree with that.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I do
So I
agree.
just want to say that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I
Now,
mean,
my back's against the wall. I'm going to fight.
right.
Like, we both going to, if we both going down together. So, but I'm typically a pacifist of
Hmm.
a person because I do a lot of meditating. I meditate a lot. I do a lot of deep thinking, deep breathing. I've conditioned my body to just be in a place of peace.
Right. Absolutely. Okay.
Hmm.
All right, everybody. By the way, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. And Pillow Talk is where we get together as a finance professor and social work professor and therapist and talk about things, particularly things that relate to love and money. And so if you could do us a quick favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share. Make sure you subscribe. Also, I want to let you guys know that if you want to learn more about what Dr. Alicia does, and she sees clients and individuals and groups and things like that, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. So hit the thumbs up button if you have not done that yet. All right, so we were talking about Diddy, and so we had a little bit of a debate about the impact that the drugs and alcohol had on Diddy. I personally think that it likely had an impact. I don't think that makes him innocent. I don't think that that is an excuse. I think that that is one of that to me is one of those reminders for me why I tell black men to stay away from drugs and alcohol. Because whether it has to be in you or not, I do think that it does affect your behavior, but it doesn't make an excuse. So okay, so let's dive into just um, the relationship side. So money, I know a lot about money. I talk about money a lot, right? So I kind of feel like money is also another drug. Money can hypnotize us. Money can make us put up with things that we wouldn't put up with. Money can also cause people to look like good people when they're not good people. I made a joke on my Instagram about Diddy. I saw a video where Diddy and Jay-Z were sitting at this black billionaire party. And at that time, at this party where Diddy's giving this speech, everybody's admiring him. Everybody's looking up to him. There's pictures of him with Donald Trump, pictures of Diddy with Barack Obama. The mayor of New York City gave Diddy the key to the city. And a lot of this came from the fact that he was a billionaire and that he was famous. And I think sometimes money can cause us to think people are something that they're not. So basically, Cassie, I wonder if Diddy had no money, do you think that Cassie would have been in that situation? Like, do you think that money tempts us to put ourselves in situations that cannot be good for us, or to stay in situations that could be harmful to us? What do you think?
There's a lot of abusive men who have no money. So the cycle of abuse is does not mean that because you have money, you've now garnished your ability to be abusive to somebody. So, but in Cassie and Puff Daddy's situation, there's clearly a power differential. He clearly has more money than she does, right? And more influence and more power and more ability and networks to get into the music industry. But I think that in terms of their interpersonal relationship, I don't know. I think there's a psychology to the cycles of abuse that I think that both of them got caught up into. And, I think that that's just what happens in romantic situations where it turns into an abusive cycle. I mean, all relationships have cycles. Their relationship turned into an abusive cycle.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I don't think anybody deserved that experience
Hmm.
that she had with him, and I think that there was also some fear. It seemed like because when I heard that story about Kid Cudi's car getting blown up, that really kind of said, okay, this is pretty heavy. And also, I know a woman, Robin Simpson, who was part of the Black Business School, who spoke at our convention, who was killed by her husband earlier this year, and it was in Houston. He stabbed her 100 times and in front of their daughter. I mean, it was terrible. And y'all should look it up. Her name's Robin Simpson, and she just passed away. She was one of us. Like, she would literally be in this chat right now. So this domestic violence thing is very, very real, and I do kind of think though that there is a conversation where you have to talk about the culture, because remember, Diddy represented the culture. Diddy, when they talked about the culture,
Hmm.
they were always talking about Diddy. Like, Diddy was one of those people that would reference the culture, the culture, the culture. He was a regular on the BET Awards. He was a big part. I don't know what relationship Revolt had with the Breakfast Club, but I know that when I went on the Breakfast Club, every time I went, Revolt would have a sign up somewhere, and there was like, so I know his company Revolt was connected to the Breakfast Club. So my thing is, here's my thing. I think that we do have a problem systematically with women being attracted to these wealthy men who are in an industry that just has a blatant disregard for women.
Yeah,
Blatant,
misogynistic.
heavily
Yeah.
I mean, hip hop culture in
Hmm.
general. I listen, I followed the rappers. I listened to the songs. I know hip hop going back 30 years, and they would say stuff about women where I'd be like, man, I didn't know a man could get away with that.
It's really hard to big in hip hop and not have to have a portion of your music misogynistic toward women.
Yeah, like you can't make a
Like it's
song and
tough.
say I love black women, I admire black women, I love my wife, I love my woman. You
It's
can't.
I mean you can, but it ain't gonna get no play.
Right, right, right. You got to say these hoes, these Little Wayne, literally, Little Wayne. I want to let me know if
Oh
y'all.
my
Let me
God.
know if y'all are listening to this. I want to know if y'all are hearing. But I'm gonna say it slow so y'all can hear this. I remember I had a conversation with a woman in 2010, and I was listening to a Little Wayne song.
Hmm.
And in this song, Lil Wayne literally said,
I'ma steal your girl, make her nut for me, then slut for me, steal for me, then kill for me. And of course it'll be your cash. And then I'll murder that bitch and send her body back to your ass. Did y'all hear what I just said?
That's rape and murder.
That's rape and murder. Exactly. I
Oh
mean
my,
that it's crazy. And
yeah.
what's nuts to me is that women would be in the audience screaming like, "Ah, Little Wayne, I love Little Wayne," and I'm like, this man just said that he would kidnap you and make you into a prostitute and make you break the law for him, and then he would murder you and send your dead body back to your boyfriend. That does not alarm you at least a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't really just. I mean, I don't know who to blame exactly. I don't know if you blame if you look at the record labels and the fact that they incentivize, they financially incentivize this behavior. If you ever wonder why I, as a finance professor, talk about this, it's because you let the money hypnotize you. You let the money have you behaving like some dastardly little animals that just beneath what you're supposed to be. And then you spend 20 years disrespecting women. And then here's what happens to these guys. Then they hit about 33, 34, and then they got little daughters.
Mm-hmm.
They got daughters. Diddy has daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And I just asked the
It
hard
doesn't
question.
stop his behavior.
I asked the hard
Mm-hmm.
question that made all my haters come out the closet. And I don't care. I don't give a damn about they can all come out. I want every one of them to come out. And you know what I said? I said the question that a man has to ask himself is, would I want my daughter to date a man like me? And the answer can't be yes. There's no way on this earth that Diddy would want his daughter to date a man that the way he treated Cassie.
But
The,
you know, the mind of men who act that way, they believe they're justified in their behavior. They believe she asked for it. They believe that, oh, if she had just would just shut up, if she would just do as I say, if that power and control. That's when you become out of control, that's when they feel like they have to do whatever they can to get you back in control. So they honestly think that they're justified in their behavior.
see what
They think that she provoked me. They take it, she provoked me. If she wouldn't do this, if she wouldn't do that, then I wouldn't have these behaviors. I wouldn't beat on her.
well, I think it's it's really it's one of those things where there's a lot of variables at play. Like
Mm-hmm.
I remember noticing it back way back in the '90s how a lot of hip hop artists where they were looking up to pimp culture. Because
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many of y'all remember. Some of y'all remember Snoop Dogg when he came to the an award show and he had two women on a leash and he was there with a pimp. This guy that used to wear green named Bishop Magic Don Juan. And so Snoop shows up at the award show with these two women on a leash, and he's got a legitimate pimp like with him. And the whole idea, in my view, that kind of got perpetuated through hip hop is we don't love these hoes. You don't let these hoes control you.
Oh,
You
that
don't
was his
if you
anthem.
right if you right that was what made him famous. Right, almost
Mm-hmm.
like 50 Cent saying I got shot 9 times. Like we don't love these hoes was Snoop Dogg's like number one branding statement, and you can keep going. I mean, I remember Ice Cube saying a bitch is a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Just stuff like that, right? So this idea of kind of saying women are just worthless, just and what it did was when what people don't understand because they don't I don't know if we understand how the music being pushed by people who are not black is being funded by them, how this impacts the culture. So what happens is with among
Mm-hmm.
men is that if you are the man who says, no, I don't disrespect women. I love my women. I respect black women. Well, then you start getting called a simp.
You start getting called a simp. But I think what's interesting is that Cassie's husband, who's this white guy, he's come out in favor of course, in support of Cassie and making statements about domestic violence. In a sense, he's a white man that's coming out saying, I can't believe this black man did this terrible thing to my black wife.
Yeah,
You know?
I feel like he kind of needs to be quiet, you know,
Well, he's standing
because
up for his wife.
I get it, but I
Mm-hmm.
still kind of feel like it irritates me because Malcolm X used to say the white
Mm-hmm.
man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being
Oh,
drunk.
that's exactly what they're
He'll
doing.
sell you the liquor bottle, lock you up for being drunk, and so to me, the white guy, so the white male will destroy the white.
Subconsciously.
So in many cases, what racism does is white males will destroy the image of the black male and then show up to the black woman and say,
I'm saving you now.
I'm gonna save
Your
you.
white
Right,
savior.
I'm gonna save you from the problem I created.
Yep.
That's one of the things that irritates me about this black female infatuation with people like Joe Biden. It's like he's showing up as the savior because you don't feel like you can depend on your men, but he was also the guy that incarcerated
Yep.
millions of your men. He wanted black men exterminated pretty much.
Mhm.
So your husband or all the men that should have been in your family, a lot of them were damaged through incarceration. So I'm not so I think that when you're really talking about what happened with hip hop and you're talking about the behavior, you gotta understand Diddy's behavior did not happen in a vacuum. You know, the people that empowered him were the Clive Davises of the world.
Yep.
These record labels run by people who are not black. They push this narrative, this imagery, this false belief that women are supposed to be disrespected. If they had funded something different, we would have done something different.
And how long did they know that Puff Daddy or Sean Puffy Combs was behaving this way? And why now? I
Right.
mean, it's almost like here we have another black savage of a man falling from grace.
Mm.
And therefore, he subconsciously represents all black men in some way.
Well,
Subconsciously, to see him fall like this. And there's going to be one after another. It's going to be another. I know people are predicting more black men coming down, but that's what it is. If they pump you up in their system, play the game, you're going to fall.
well, that's true.
Hmm.
I feel like every black man who is making lots of money by being propped up by white people is in danger.
Hmm.
Minute people decide they're done with you, they're gonna find something on you. They're gonna find some way to make you look like public enemy number one and destroy you. And I think with Diddy, I do think that there's a deeper issue going on. I think that there's a black Epstein scenario happening here. I kind of would really love to know why he had so much. Why he had so much the stuff going on with the videotapes and to blackmail people and all that. That sounds almost like you're working with a government entity. Like I really believe
Oh,
Epstein.
yeah.
I believe
Oh, for
Epstein was
sure.
connected to the government. I think that's why he quote unquote took his own life, right? Which I don't believe that he did. I believe somebody offed him, right? So I think that this is much deeper than just Diddy's behavior suddenly being discovered. They've known about this a long time. Somebody had that
Mhm.
tape, just chose to release it now. And I think that there is a campaign to expose what was always there,
Mhm.
And it almost to some extent reminds me a little bit of the R. Kelly thing, where when the whole world decided that R. Kelly was public enemy number one, I was very surprised by that because I said, this Negro been crazy since
Oh, he's
2002.
been, man, he's been traveling around Chicago picking up young girls for a long time. I was surprised that he went as long as he did without being detected. I'm like, are we the only people that see this? Like,
Yeah,
it's got to be more people seeing it. I mean, it was a long time before his story came out.
a- absolutely interesting. I think it's very, very sad.
The timing of it all.
Absolutely. I think it's
Hmm.
something more to that. And also, I think just from a reputational standpoint, it'll be interesting to see how Diddy. Now, let me you this question. Do you think that Diddy it seemed like he was asking for forgiveness? Like I heard his apology, but it sounded more like a PR apology, right? It sounded like,
It
okay,
was a bad
I'm gonna
PR
well,
apology.
it was more like he hit all the chords I thought he would hit. The only one he didn't hit was the one you mentioned where you said that he should have been talking about like things he's doing to
To
get
make
better.
amends. He
Right.
needs to make amends. He needs to talk about how he's going to be changing his life. And he does need to ask for forgiveness. He said, I am not going to ask for forgiveness. And I think that's a mistake. I think part of the forgiveness process is to ask for forgiveness. The apology process is to ask for forgiveness.
Well, I know he took full accountability, and
That's
I feel
good.
like he's gonna show up in church. I feel like
Oh,
TBJ.
God, he
So
did mention
yeah,
God
he
and
go
Jesus.
yeah, he gonna end up in church, and in church they kind of forgive anything, don't they? They forgave that white boy who went and shot up the whole church. They would forgiven him like a few days later.
They were forgiving him way too fast.
That's
That
correct.
don't even make sense.
That was
Who
strange
does
to me. That
that?
was very strange. I did not. I mean, and here's the thing. I can
Why
under
would you be talking about forgiveness
well,
right after
well,
it?
you know what? I can understand forgiving someone in your heart, but you ain't got to announce it to everybody. You
That's
know.
that's too early to be talking about forgiveness.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get
he
it.
had just killed all them people just a couple of days earlier, and they were already like, "We
And
forgive
it
you, we
was a
forgive
theme. Have you noticed it was a theme? Like every time
you."
there was like some mass killing of black people, people just come out and say, we forgive you. Like, come
Mm.
on. That's not, it just seemed
Yeah.
weird to me
Yeah.
to hear that.
I kind of honestly feel it's interesting to see Diddy in the situation he's in, because what it does is it makes me reflect on what he's meant to the world all these years. And I think that what you can learn from this fall from grace is something that's always been sort of hidden in plain sight, which is that hip hop culture and the men, mostly men in the culture and the women, some of the women too, it's just not a real healthy culture.
No.
You know, it's a culture that's full of just unhealthy behavior, debaucherous. And I've been talking about this. I've been talking about this. Y'all know, and those who've been following, y'all know I've been talking about this for like 20 years. Hip hop, unfortunately, it's just a recipe for self-destruction, particularly for black males. You know, alcohol, drugs,
Well, for the
murder.
entire black family.
Yeah,
The
right.
black
Very
family.
anti-family, and very anti-black.
It is,
And
and it's not our original black culture.
no,
So far away
that's not
from
even
it.
a representation of hip hop.
You know, really what it's doing, hip hop is taking on, to me, the characteristics of whiteness.
Well,
To me.
hip
That's
hop
how I see
hip
it.
hop is white culture with black actors. It's in
That's
black.
right.
It's racism in blackface. It's a
Yes.
minstrel show. That's what it's
Hmm.
become. So basically, it's like, so what happened was we had something that started off healthy and pure and powerful, and somebody just came along with a bunch of money. This is why I want everybody to understand economics. You know, every morning, you guys know we do economic awareness training, and I want you to come. I mean, it's free because I want you to understand how money drives stuff like this. Without the money, they couldn't have taken over your culture. Without the money, they can't have you out here looking crazy. Without the money, they can't misrepresent the image of the black man. So they took their money and they said, we're gonna, Negroes are for sale, and their culture is too. So we're gonna buy their culture and buy some Negroes and get them to go out here and make black people look crazy. And
Hmm.
that's what they did.
And everybody has a price. What are you gonna do?
Right.
I mean, everybody has a price. Okay, I'll do it. And if you won't do it, if you stand up and have some morals and respect, self-respect, they'll just be like, okay, that's a really good choice you made. And then move on to the next person.
Well,
There's always somebody that will say yes.
I'll tell you what was so interesting about Diddy is that just 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, he was doing the vote or die campaigns. He was being presented as a representative of the entire black community.
He
I don't know if
was.
y'all remember. I don't know how many of y'all remember this, but Diddy gave a speech once where he online we did a video where he said, "If you don't do this, this, and this, we're gonna withhold the black vote." So he presented himself as the representative of all
Yeah.
black people.
The middle of it all.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This was what irked me about that was I knew he did exactly what I knew he was going to do. He was going to withhold the black vote to control the black vote and then hand it right back. And then so what
Mhm.
happened was the narrative at first was, if we don't get what we want, we're going to withhold our vote. Then the narrative became, Trump is so dangerous, we all got to vote. Right. And I knew it. I when he tried to control the vote, I knew exactly what he was going to do. I said, okay, I get what you're doing. You are what do they call, co-opting any sort of
Mhm.
movement in the community so you can guide it right back to where you need it to be. So long story short, I always kind of had an issue with that, right? So now it's and this was the guy that was representing you. So anybody who's kind of rejected that, I'm happy for you, because this is not black leadership. I'm not saying Diddy can't be fixed or reformed. I'm not saying that he's not smart in his own way. I'm just saying that this never represented me. This wasn't,
Mhm.
because this is not going to get you in the community where we needed to get to. Now, what I'm going to do is really quickly, if everybody could please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, if you want a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you go to boyceandalicia.com. That's boyceandalicia.com. Also, if you want to see what Dr. Alicia does, actually, she has some really great books on things like financial anxiety, stuff like that. You can go to drboycebooks.com and look up Alicia, and you can find her work on our joint website. Literally, our kids will ship the stuff to your house. So that we have a legit family business. We ship everything right out of the house. So if you even want her books autographed, you have the option of getting them autographed. All right. So let's see. Charles says, glad you mentioned vote or die. They made sure they took him down right before the election. Now that is interesting, Charles. Yeah, because
Mhm.
actually, speaking of the politics, did you know Cardi B came out
Look
and
at,
she came out and said, "I'm not voting for Biden or Trump."
she's off script.
She is
What's
off
up?
script. And what's interesting is I always wonder if, for people that sort of live on that edge between criminality and being a superstar, right? Like where
Mm-hmm.
you got a couple charges hanging over your head, like Cardi does and Diddy did.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if these are individuals that get
Oh, they
co-opted.
gonna pay.
Right, right.
She gonna pay for that statement.
Yeah, yeah, because
Mark my words.
yeah, because Cardi had a couple cases on her. And so
Mm-hmm.
for her, and remember, she actually admitted to doing a Bill Cosby on men, if you remember.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so I'm really
So we'll
wondering.
see if something comes back. I mean, she's just as abusive, but just in female form, based on her own words and what she says. So we'll see if some of those
Mm,
men will pop up and file some charges against her.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's the formula.
Well, it's tough out here,
We own you.
Well,
It's
everybody.
our system that made you rich and famous. So our system is going to be the one that takes you down if you do not do what we say you're going to do.
Now that's true.
Come
That's
on.
true. That's true. And I don't want no parts of it. Dr. Claude Anderson, I talked to him today. He asked me about Diddy. Even he been following it, and we were talking about it because he met with Diddy. Diddy flew him up, and he sat with him and stuff. And of course,
Uh-huh.
Diddy did what he always does. He did a whole lot of talking, but didn't follow
Didn't do
through.
a thing.
Yeah, didn't
Hmm.
follow through. I mean, I wish he could have wrote a check, and because Dr. Anderson has that whole lawsuit for reparations, and they're actually making progress. They actually had a major milestone recently. So he's been really fighting for black people, and it's unfortunate because we'll get more attention to entertainers who do nothing for us than for the people who are actually doing work for us. The people that are actually representing us in an appropriate way. And I just kind of think that that's a self-esteem issue that we have to address.
We
Yeah.
do.
Right, right. So, babe, I'm gonna let you get the last word before we bounce out, and then I'll take
Yeah.
us out. So, what do you think? Where do you think we go from here? What do you think we can? And what can we learn? I mean, you're a therapist, you're a professor, you're a certified trauma expert. So you have a lot of things that you know. What is it that you think we can learn from this?
One thing that I thought was really striking was that that video was in 2016 and Cassie did not leave him until 2019. So I think one thing we can learn is that it is very tough to get out of that abusive cycle. It locks you in. And I can go on and on about codependency and what happens in these abusive situations, but when you're in it, it is very tough to get out of those situations. And I think that I really do think that if Sean Puffy Combs was really serious about turning his life around, I think he can do that. This could be a wake up call for him to take his influence as as it's dying down, take his influence and really do something to help the black culture, like really help the black culture.
Mm,
I think it can be an opportunity for him to really heal and for him to make amends. There's so much for him to do. It may seem as if it's going to be a really low moment for him, but I really want to encourage him to do the right thing now. Now that it's been out, now that we know and we see who you are, us as Black people, we are forgiven individuals. I think that he can actually mobilize and do something really wonderful with this if he's really interested in making a change.
mm.
So
Okay, okay.
that's what I have to say.
What would you do if Diddy showed up, called you up, and said, "I want to be your client"? What would you say?
Oh gosh, I'd have to have a long conversation about how that would look. But
Mm,
yeah, I think there's a team of people. It's not just one person. There'll be a lot of things for him to have to address and get a hold of. But here we go. Another black man being violent. We were talking about Jonathan Majors and all these other black men who have been on tape, caught in court, talking about things that are just really awful toward women. And I just hate to see the image of the black man seen in this way. There are
well,
so many black men who do so many wonderful things, but here we are.
well, my position on domestic violence is, keep it out of your relationship. I was just, I'm a man, so I would just talk to the men. Like there's no reason for you to ever hit a woman ever, unless she's trying to kill you. If she got a knife or a gun, then knock her out. Whatever you gotta do, whatever you gotta do,
Your
right?
back's
But
against the wall, you
right,
got to
right.
do
But
it.
outside of that,
Yeah.
come on, man. You don't have to hit no woman. Even if she hits you, come on. It don't really hurt. If my wife hit me, I could take you, but I wouldn't. I'd just get you off of me. But so I would say that to the men. But then, and also, I think
generally speaking, I think that there's something to be said about the men who do, who run into situations where they get pushed to the brink and get tested. And so if you are in a situation where you're tempted to be violent with another person, walk away. Just walk away. Just don't, because when the police get to the house, they're gonna lock you up. And I know most of y'all are not like Diddy. You wouldn't be doing what was seen on that video at all. But I know that you get into complicated situations in relationships that can look really bad, and I don't want you losing your job and losing your reputation because you had a bad night, right? And I would also say, I think drugs and alcohol, I do believe that that plays a part in outcomes and behavior. So, this is one of the reasons why I would say you may want to consider avoiding that type of stuff so you can make good decisions, be in your right mind. They want to take you down, they want to see you gone. So you got to protect yourself. The other thing I would say is, I'm a big fan of therapy, right? So I think that those of you that have a tendency for any type of violence or trauma responses to negative situations, talk to a therapist. That'll help you a lot. It'll really help you understand yourself so you can avoid those situations that are going to push you over, because the world ain't easy, and there are people that will really test you, and I don't want bad things to happen to you. So anyway, guys, thank you guys for hanging out with us for Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. If you want to check out Dr. Alicia's work, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. She sees clients on an individual and also a group basis and couples and all kinds of stuff. Also, just a reminder, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is going to happen this year in Chicago, right in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. And if you'd like to join us this year, it's the greatest, largest gathering of intelligent Black people on the planet. We're very proud of it because we sponsored this as a community. And if you'd like to join us this year, you can actually get your passes now by going to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknational.com. I want to put the URL on the screen so you guys can see it. And I promise you, you're going to love it. It'll change your life. It'll be one of the greatest experiences of your life. And Dr. Alicia's coming. She's bringing her therapist friends. We're going to have business experts, investing experts, people that are experts in real estate and everything in between, medical doctors, attorneys. There's all kinds of great people that you can network with that can help you elevate to the next level. And then the last thing I want to give you guys for free is if you want to get free content from Dr. Alicia, free trainings, things like that can help you with your relationships. All you got to do is text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948 and we'll send you some stuff. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And we will check in with you guys again very, very soon. Take care now. Peace.
Terms of us having an economic awareness exercise. I this very sad mom, and I put the video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. I have a backup Instagram at Dr. Boyce Money. So maybe if you want to follow both, you can. I've had several hundred, almost a million Instagram followers that would just delete it from me because they just, I don't know, sometimes they just do that. And so as a result, what we do is we have many platforms. We have literally probably about 3 million people on different Facebook pages and over 1.5 million on different YouTube channels and stuff like that. Because with social media, in case you ever decide to go into business and start using social media, which everybody should, you should just know that if you speak a lot of Black stuff, at some point you'll probably run afoul of the algorithm. And y'all know me, I don't really hold my tongue. I kind of I share what I'm thinking, and sometimes that offends people, and I understand that. But I can't run away from the truth. The truth does not give me a choice. I have to say it. And so anyway, the consequence of telling that truth is that sometimes sometimes everybody doesn't like it, and sometimes it causes challenges and stuff like that. And so generally speaking, one way that we deal with that is we have many different places and platforms that we can connect with you from. And so if you see me on different platforms, just go ahead and please just hit the follow button, because you never know if that one platform is going to disappear or something like that. Just be really careful though, also, because I just found out, or I didn't just find out, I've known this for a while, but I just saw even just this morning that there are several, way too many like TikTok pages with fake Boyce Watkins accounts and stuff like that. So just be careful of that, because these people will slide in your DMs and they will start this fake Boyce Watkins will start to tell you that you can go buy some Bitcoin from him and turn $2,000 into $100,000 in 3 days. And I have no idea why people fall for this. I have no idea who these people are that they're getting to give all this money to, but there are people out there who've really been hit like that. And the truth about investing 9 times out of 10 is that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Okay, so don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. The best and clearest, and the easiest way I've seen to make money is through what we do with stock options. If you go to drboyceprime.com in terms of what we do with stock options, it's absolutely stunning in terms of the ROI that you can get if you have just a little bit of a capital base. But even there's always risk, And but in case you want to know what I was doing this morning, I was selling my stock options and making my money for the week so I could pay my credit card bills and all that stuff. So if you want to go take a look at that, go to drboyceprime.com if you'd like to join the class. All right, so here's so I'm going to play this video, and it's from a mom who is kind of sad because she had to kick her kids out of the house. And her 23-year-old and her 24-year-old, I think her kids were very close in age, they were very upset with her. They were very mad at her for saying, you got to go, you got to get out of the house. And I understand that, and I've seen that before. It happened in my house. I don't know if anybody else ever went through that challenging situation, either as a parent or a child. It ain't never fun. It's not fun for anybody. Me and my parents went through that. And I'm gonna kind of give you a perspective on this from an economic standpoint. I wrote about this in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And I wrote about it a lot. Because I really believe that this is something that we should critically analyze if we want to understand Black wealth. If economic awareness is our goal, we must be economically aware of these critical decisions, in terms of what happens when you keep an adult child in the house for too long, or what happens when you put that child out too soon. It's a balancing act, right? Because that move that breaking up of the family, which might be necessary in terms of getting the bird out the nest, it has economic consequences on both ends, and it's an especially critical issue in the world that we live in now. Where how many of you give me a yes or no if you've read all the statistics about how Gen Z people can't afford to buy houses? Have you seen these stats? Let me know if you've seen this, where there are all these stats about Gen Zers not being able to buy houses, Gen Zers not being able to pay rent, Gen Zers not being able to get jobs that pay them good money, Gen Zers not being able to pay their student loans, Gen Zers really being financially body slammed by this economy. So if you're not doing this carefully and thinking this through, it can become catastrophic for everybody. So I'm going to kind of give you some ways of thinking about it. As you guys know, in the Black Business School, we're cutting edge, we're ahead of the curve. I don't just read what's in the textbooks. We professors, we write the textbooks. So that's something that we're able to do. So I don't care if this is being taught at any university. I don't care if it's in somebody else's book. Again, as a professor, that's what we do. We write the textbooks. We define the theory. So I'm going to lay out something that I personally think can help you to make a decision in this case in terms of how to balance these things, or at least variables to consider. And then we're going to that'll be our awareness exercise for today. All right, so let me pull this video up really quick. And as I pull it up, I want to say thank you to everybody who came out to Philly for the Get Money Fest. It was really great. There were a bunch of great rappers there. There's one little guy that just got signed by Lil Wayne, and his name was Damio, and he was the nicest little kid, and he had just got signed by Lil Wayne. So I was like, dude, you must be good if you just got signed by Lil Wayne. And he's like, yeah, I've been rapping for a while, right? He's been rapping since he was 11. He was almost like he was cute, but he was like a cute little thug. I said, oh man, you trying to be a thug? Look at you, look at you all dripped out and everything, like you hard, like you a gangster. But I did tell him. I remember we were talking alone, and I when a young person listens, I love to share things. I told you I'm a natural father. I like the dad role, right? I just take that, right? So when the kid's listening, if I can think of something I can tell them that will help them, I share it, right? So he was really listening to everything I said. So I just told him, I said, you're gonna make a lot of money, you're gonna have a lot of opportunities, you're gonna get a lot of temptations and a lot of that space. Being in that space with guys like Lil Wayne is going to introduce you to a lot of privileges that most people don't get. I said, but I really encourage you to really stay humble. Be in line on the inside, but you don't. But you can still be humble. You're a good person. I can tell. I get that from your spirit. And I said also, keep somebody next to you. Keep people next to you that you trust, who are older and wiser, who can help you make good choices. Just keep somebody like that in your corner. Keep a couple mentors around so they can help you stay grounded and focused in the middle of all the chaos. Because I felt in a way it was like I was excited for him because he was excited, right? You're a rapper. This is all you dream about. You want to be famous, right? And he showed me a video clip. He was on stage. Lil Wayne's on stage behind him, like endorsing him. And I understand why, right? So, like what was going on there. And he's very talented. But I was like, God, man, sometimes Sometimes, see, the thing about it, my friend D1, who's also a great hip hop artist, a very good friend of mine, a guy, I guess I've been his mentor for years. I didn't even know I was his mentor until he told me. But we talk a lot, and he has a saying that I really like, where he says, "The devil can bless you too." And in fact, D1 actually turned down a deal with Lil Wayne's record label. He was actually offered to sign, and he didn't do it. And I just thought about that, and I said, guys, sometimes your worst nightmares show up as your greatest dream. Sometimes you get exactly what you want, and you realize that that really wasn't what you want, right? And a lot of us have gone through that. Like, you ever got a chance? Like, for example, when I was younger, there was a girl that I really really wanted to be with, and I just thought she was the prettiest thing in the world, and finally she agreed to go out with me, and it was like the worst thing that ever happened to me because she was a terrible person, And so really, I think just understanding this, and I think this is a financial awareness exercise, that everything that glitters ain't gold. Everything that you think looks. A lot of times we the grass is always greener on the other side. We have these dreams, visions, and fantasies, all these things that we believe are going to make our lives better. And then sometimes you'll find out that, if you don't think about it carefully, you go chasing these waterfalls, it can ruin your life. And I wanted to say that to this kid, but I didn't want to mess up his moment. I just said, keep wise people around you. Keep some good people around you that are a little bit older, that you can trust, who can help you make good decisions when it comes to money, when it comes to women, when it comes to just choices, things like that. And then you can turn this situation into an opportunity, as opposed to just something that actually ruins you. Because I've seen guys go into situations like that where it absolutely ruined them. And that's it. That was just a quick thought. I hope that that's okay if I share that. But yeah, so he was at the Get Money Fest. He performed there, and there were a bunch of artists that performed. And then we had great financial literacy panels. There's one brother there who was had an energy drink called Pure Fuel in Philadelphia, that's now the official energy drink for the Philadelphia 76ers. There's another guy that named Will Reck or something like that. I wish I can remember his name exactly. His name was Will, and he literally pulls together all the artists in Philadelphia and funds the artists, which I thought was amazing, because a lot of artists become slaves. They become financial slaves to people from other communities who own the hip hop music industry. And they say, "Hey, Negro, if we give you $2, would you go out and make a fool out of yourself?" And we do that because we don't have funding sources. So his work was really important. And there was actually another guy who was a CEO of a record label, and just really great. And then we have branding specialists and people that were specialists in how to raise money for your business. And it was just really great. Like, I love the blending of black art and black creativity with black economics. See, the reason those things have to be blended is because tell me if you agree, tell me if you understand this, we are the most creative group of people on the planet. Tell me if you understand this. Tell me if you've seen this. We are literally just incredibly lit when it comes to our ability to make something out of nothing, to just take creativity in directions that no one could ever thought it could go. And we've been doing this. We've been doing this for hundreds of years. It's just now, we see the rappers and we see Kendrick and Drake and all that. And it was really fun talking to, I'm talking about Kendrick and Drake with a guy who just signed with Lil Wayne's record label. He's like, no, I'm team YM, I'm team Young Money. And, but it was fun. We talked about the economics and everything else. And I just sort of gave my little Boyce Watkins theory. I said, I think those guys should just go on tour together now. Like don't fight so hard that you destroy each other. You got to do what boxers do, right? Like, boxers want to beat the crap out of each other, but then after the fight, what do boxers always do? Remember Mike Tyson used to knock a guy out like in 30 seconds, and then he would always go over and give him a hug, and then he'd get interviewed, and he'd talk about what a great fighter and what a great competitor he was. Or if there was a big rivalry and they knew they could make money, they didn't let it get too far. You see what I mean? Like if I want to fight you, I don't want to kill you, because if I kill you, then there's no rivalry anymore. There's nothing, and then I feel bad because now you got brain damage, and now you really. So boxers don't really want to truly hurt each other. I just want to hurt you enough to let you know that I won, and then after that, I'm gonna keep you on your feet so that we can do this together, right? Boxers get this. Boxers understand this, right? So what I really wish for Kendrick and Drake is, I wish they understood this. I hope that they understand this. Like, you built something here. Like, just, Batman needs the Joker, right? The Joker doesn't want Batman dead. He needs Batman. That's what makes the Joker meaningful. That's what gives him purpose, right? So anyway, that was my weekend. So I hope that doesn't sound weird. But I probably sound like a weirdo half the time. I've given up trying to be normal. All right, so let me share with you all this video that I keep talking about, of this sister who is really distressed because she's trying to figure out where, she's basically saying she just told her two daughters, who are 24 and 26, to move out of the house. and I want to play her
I
video,
gave my daughter.
and then I want to kind of assess this from the perspective of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and give you a framework within which you can sort of think about this thing. So here we go.
Daughters 3 months to move. And oh, baby, it was a big old hassle, let me tell you. Oh, I can't hold, she putting us out. Oh, respectfully, I need such and such and such and such. I'm trying to get a truck. And it was a war in my own home, let me tell you. But you know what? I am so proud of my daughters. I am so proud of them. And they don't even know it, because guess what? They don't even talk to me. They will come in the same house that I live in. They'll speak, but it's sort of kind of dry. And they'll go on about their business. No conversation. You can tell I'm an energy person, so I can tell when the energy is off. But it's okay. Because I'm still happy and I'm still going to love them because I'm their mother. And I want what's best for them. I gave them 3 months to move. They moved in 2.5. Actually, 2. After I had that meeting with my daughters, a month after that, my youngest daughter bought her a truck. 2 months after that, they got an apartment. Okay. Now, my daughter's 26 and 24. We'll be 24. It was time for you guys to leave the nest. It was time for you to actually see what you were capable of. And that's how God is sometimes. You know, we...
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let me know. Give me a yes if y'all were able to hear that. Let me know. Were y'all able to hear that video? Give me a quick yes if it came through okay. All right. So okay, so let's do a quick straw poll. How many of you, give me a yes or no? Yes or no. How many of you feel like children that are, say, over the age of 22 should be out of the house? Give me a yes or no. What do you think? Just a raw yes or no, just generally speaking, in most cases. Yes or no. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. I see some no's. It's a nice mix. Wow, it is a really big mix. It makes me almost want to take a poll to just try to understand it further. I'm not going to say yes or no on that. I'm going to actually give you some things that I observed from an economic awareness standpoint that occurred in this video and give you a framework. And then I'm going to tell you our personal story about how my wife and I kind of dealt with it. We got a 20-year-old who's 6'9", who, you know, we've had to kind of figure out the right balance with him. So first thing was she mentioned how her daughters were very upset because the mother was putting them out. And what I saw with them being upset, you know, like, she putting us out. I can't believe she's doing this. And that stress really comes from financial anxiety, which is very present in the Black community. My wife, who's a therapist, she did a whole workbook on financial anxiety. If you want to understand how to manage it, feel free to, it's at drboycebooks.com. If you look up the word Alicia, you can find all of her books there. And one of the things that really does happen is that when you have an economic relationship between two people or between a person and an entity, if that relationship gets disrupted, that causes stress. Tell me, give me a yes or no. I want you to internalize what I'm saying here. How many of you feel stressed when your money ain't right? Give me a yes if you ever can remember or recall a time where maybe you lost your job, or somebody cut your money, or you thought somebody was going to give you something and they couldn't come through, or they didn't come through. You know, and this is, and actually in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk about that a lot, about how we can be financially traumatized and then sometimes inadvertently financially traumatize each other. You know, and I have, for example, I have very little tolerance for family members who borrow from family and then don't pay them back. What you're doing is you're destroying the trust within the ecosystem, because when there's trauma, there is no trust. When there's trauma, there is no trust. If I'm traumatizing you, scaring the hell out of you, shaking you up, making you nervous, making you constantly off balance with my behavior, well, you're not going to trust me. You're not going to want to do business with me. You're not going to want to marry me. You're not going to want to work for me. You're not going to want to have me come work for you. I know I hire people all the time. I don't hire people that traumatize me. I don't want no surprises, man. It's hard enough to be successful. I don't need you like telling me 2 minutes before you start work that you can't make it. No, we need to have some sort of stability here, right? So stability breeds trust. Instability breeds trauma, which undermines trust. So what happened here, in my view, is that because money is so emotional, is that the daughters weren't really reacting that way because they hate their mother. They're always going to love their mother, but they were feeling financially traumatized. They were like, what am I going to do? Where am I going to stay? How am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to get my truck? Right. And this happens a lot. If you ever run a business, and some of y'all know this experience, I know some of y'all are business owners. If one of the things you have to be very careful about is hiring people, because when you hire someone and then they become dependent on you financially, let's say the business pulls back and you're not making as much money as you were making before. Well, they're going to get mad at you. They're going to, and it's not because they hate you. It's because they're like, what am I going to do now? Like you mean you're laying me off? And you might say, look, I'm really sorry. Our revenue dropped by 40%. I hate to do this, but I got it. It's hard. It's really, really hard. And in fact, I had a friend like that who had he had a great business that was making like millions of dollars a year, like 20 million a year, something like that. And he hired all his friends because he wanted to be as helpful to as many people as possible. So he hired a bunch of his friends. He overpaid them because he was so generous, and because he wasn't sort of prepared for the economic storm. He didn't realize what would happen when his revenue dropped from 20 million a year to 10 million a year. And then he had to go back to these same people, and he didn't fire anybody. He just said, I need you to take a pay cut. And he said the people that were his closest friends that he'd helped the most were the ones who were the maddest at him because he had to cut their pay. He said they call me all kinds of MFers and igga this and igga that, and really I don't think it was that they were trying to be mean to him. It's just that when things start falling apart, people we just kind of get disrupted, and traumatized people just in the middle of their trauma just don't do very well in group situations. So right, so that's what was happening there, right? So the family relationship was kind of disrupted because of this financial trauma. Financial trauma is real. This happens all the time. Second observation in the video that I noticed was she talked about how proud she was of her daughters, and she said, she's out and they're out, they're doing this and they're doing that, but she also mentioned that they're not really speaking to her, they're kind of cold to her, stuff like that, and it reminded me of my mother. My mother was real big. She's still real big on personal responsibility. My mama didn't raise no punks. My daddy wasn't no punk, and so they kind of my mother actually had this weird philosophy that I thought was kind of gangster a little bit, where she said, I don't care if my kids hate me as long as I can make sure that they're successful. Right. Even if you hate me, if I know you're successful, then I'm going to be okay with that. I think that's kind of hard to do. I admit I don't inherit that gene from my mother. I love my mother, by the way. My mother's amazing. But that was kind of, you know, maybe pushing a little bit too far, right? Because being loved by your kids is important, and I do love my mother, right? So I thought about that, and I said maybe there's got to be a better way, like right, like maybe there can be a way to make the kids independent without without necessarily making them hate you, right? So this led me to another thought that I had. I'm gonna lay out my series of thoughts, and then I'm gonna wrap it up with a conclusion. I promise you. But I really want you to kind of see the vision here. Again, this is economic awareness training. This is what we do every morning at 10 a.m. in case you want to join us in the future. If you want to be invited into the private Zoom, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and you'll be invited. All right. So the next thing that I thought about was when she mentioned she was proud of her daughter. She said one of them got a truck and they already got an apartment. Right. So those are the two things she pointed to in terms of signs of their economic progress. And I get that. Right. That's a big deal when you go from being a kid to being an adult. And then next thing you know, you've got your own car, you've got your own place. Congratulations. That's a wonderful thing. Now, here's the challenge, though. Buying a truck, sure, it can kind of be seen as economic progress, but also buying the truck probably means that they took on some debt, which can be the opposite of economic progress, if you know what I mean. Because in a car, truck, all that, those are depreciating assets. That doesn't add to their long-term net worth or their long-term economic stability. It takes away from it to some extent because now they've got a truck payment on top of whatever other payments they have, maybe student loans or whatever. And then the other one, she mentioned she got an apartment. So that means that now she's renting a place, which again, it's progress because you're not homeless, but it's not progress because now you're building wealth for the landlord. Everything that we do when we talk about the Black Wealth Master Plan, when we have the $5 a day investing plan, which is basically just showing you that if you make consistent investments in the S&P 500 on your own behalf, that you'll be very wealthy and probably a millionaire before you're done. And your kids will definitely be millionaires. It's easy to take a poor person and make them a rich person if all their economic energy, money is energy, money is energy, money is energy. So if your economic energy is being applied in a way that's going to benefit you, your future self, or your descendants, then guess what? You're going to be really wealthy because all that energy that you're putting out is coming right back to you. Do you understand? You put so much energy into the world. Every time you get up and go to work, that's energy. Every time you buy a new pair of shoes, that's economic energy. Every time you give your attention or whatever to something else or whatever out here, that's energy. You're giving energy to stuff, right? And we're tired. We're very tired. Well, why are you tired? Well, because you're giving so much energy. So my question that you might want to ask yourself, just in a big picture standpoint, is if you're giving out so much energy, how come there's nothing to really show for it? Where's the energy going? And the energy is going out the window because unfortunately somebody told us that the way to tell if a black person is doing well is by looking at what they're driving and where they're living. So if you have a $3,000 a month apartment and a $1,000 a month car note, then we think you're doing well when really you're not doing well. You're just accumulating debt. And what you're also doing is you're taking a big fat chunk of your economic energy and you're putting it right into the pocket of the landlord. If you pay your rent, if you pay $1,000 a month in rent over a 30-year period and you pay your rent on time, do you understand how many millions of dollars in family wealth that landlord has built from that money by taking that money and investing it and taking your economic energy and applying it to his family wealth and his family legacy? Do you understand that? Because remember, the $5 a day plan is only $150 a month. And I already showed you just by doing that, you're up to $250,000 after 30 years. But if you're paying $1,000 a month in rent, and let's say 1,500, some of y'all paying 1,500, that's 10x. That's 10x. Pay attention now. Let me know you're following this. This is important what I'm saying here. This little piece of information, if you memorize this, will change everything. 10x that. So that means after 30 years, it's not $250,000, it's 2.5 million. 2.5 million. That's a wealthy family. No one in this room will disagree that a family with 2.5 million in wealth is poor, middle class. They're upper class. So you've made your land by paying your rent on time every month. You have made your landlord into a multi-millionaire. By paying that car note every month, you're making the car dealer into a multi-millionaire. If you pay your car notes on time and do that over 20, 30 years, that's what you're doing. So I thought about that too. Now, this does not, again, I want to make it clear, this is not a criticism of this woman at all. I'm supposed to know these things, right? This is what I do. Financial stuff is what I do. So I see this. So I'm trying to share my awareness with you in hopes that you can gain something and extract something from this video. Now, here's where let's get to the part about the kids, okay? And again, I am not here to tell nobody how to raise kids, because anybody in here who got kids, how many of y'all got kids? And how many of y'all know, raise both hands if you know that raising kids is an inexact science. None of us have it figured out. All of us make mistakes. We never get, I just hope I can get like 50% of it right. Right. So I am not a parenting expert. I'm not here to tell you how to raise your kids at all, but I am here to give you a perspective on this. Okay. And this was a perspective that I came to over time. This was not how I was raised. Here's what I think. I'm gonna start with a clear statement on this, and then I'm gonna give it some nuance. Every child should be told to leave the house when they turn 18. Every child in your house should be gone by the age of 18. They should not be under your roof. They should not be in your house anymore. Okay. The only people that should be living in your house after the age of 18 should not be children. They should be adults living in your house. Adults, meaning people who understand what it means to make a contribution to a household, to maintain and to support the stability of that household. When our son turned 18, I said, I want you out of this house and I never want to see you again. I said, when you come back or when someone comes back, I need the man version of you coming back. We're not going to do scenes from the movie Baby Boy up in this house. We're not doing that. because there's nothing about the movie Baby Boy that indicates any form of economic progress or financial stability for that household. A 23-year-old dependent is an absolute waste of economic energy. It is dead weight. That's what that. So if you want to know where I'm coming from, that I don't, if you got that 27-year-old sitting in the house and you're paying all the bills, and that kid is not doing something, or that young person's not doing something to contribute to the economic stability of that household, something significant. I'm not talking about $20 a month in I'm talking maybe 500 a month. 500 a month is easy for him. That's easy. Who else? Where else can he go to get a place for 500 a month? This was the conversation we had with our son. I said, okay, so your rent's going to be 300 a month when you're here. And I again, there's no kids. There's no 20. We don't have 20-year-old kids living in this house. But I can have a 20-year-old man living in this house who understands what a man's supposed to do. So what that means is that your rent is going to be $300 a month. Oh man, that's a lot. That's a whole lot. I said, well, okay, well, how about this? I said, how about this? I'll give you a choice. You have options. You can go and see if you can find an apartment somewhere that'll let you live there for $300 a month. What do you think? Do you want to take your chances on that, or do you want to go with the deal that I just offered you? And I said, because you're here, you're eating food, you're taking up space. Me and your mom, we don't have to have you here. We don't have to have anybody in this house. We've done our job. So you tell me what you're willing to do, and I'll meet you more than halfway. I'll clear a path where you can save as much money as you want to save and keep your bills incredibly low, because it ain't really about the money. It's about me helping you understand that you can't be a 28-year-old child. And that is a big problem. We have a lot of bearded babies out here. We have a lot of men that they look like men. They got big beards and big muscles and stuff, but yeah, they can get girls pregnant, but they don't. But somebody's still treating that man like a child, and so he's not an asset to anybody anywhere he goes. He's not even thinking like an asset. To be an asset, you have to think like an asset. A person who thinks like an asset, who is the person who walks in the kitchen and says, "How can I help?" Or it's a person who comes to the party and says, "What can I bring?" It's the person who says, "Oh, how can I support you?" That person is thinking like an asset. Some people don't think like assets; they think like liabilities. They do. They'll come in the kitchen. There's food, and they'll eat all day and not even think about helping to cook the food or bring any food or clean up the kitchen afterward. And people like that are terrible to deal with. Some of y'all are married to people like that. Some of y'all got kids like that. And I get it. Okay, we got teenagers, and if you know anything about teenagers, you know how terrible they can be. They go from being adorable to being horrible. Add horrible. There we go. That's a new word I just made up. AD horrible, right? They're adorable and horrible. Add horrible. And so yeah, they'll sit around and do nothing and think that that's the way things are supposed to be, but that's not the way you create productive economic ecosystems. You can't have a 32-year-old woman sitting there like she's a liability or like she's a child. And I'm gonna tell you the truth about the Black community, which really stinks, is that because you've had a breakdown of the Black family, you have this problem more so in more families with the boys than you do with the girls. It's not because Black men are inferior or anything like that. It's because Black men don't have the mentorship on a day-to-day basis that the girls do, because the fathers, 76% of Black fathers don't even live in the house. It doesn't mean that they're not involved. It doesn't mean they don't call their son, whatever. But people who know what it's like to have a father that's right there over top of you all the time, all day, every day, understand there's a difference. There's a big difference. My dad was there with me every single day, in my ass every single day. It wouldn't have been the same if he was like calling me twice a week, or if I saw him every other weekend. Like that's just not the same, right? So the girls get a lot more mentorship because the mother's right there saying, pull your skirt down. Here's how you put on a tampon. Don't let no boys call you after this time. Girl, come down here and clean up the kitchen. Right? They're getting that constant mentorship, so they're kind of learning these things. And I think that some of the boys, not all of them, but some of them, it's a little bit tough, right? So I would just say this. I think that generally speaking, I don't think that you have to put people out of the house when they turn a certain age. But I do think the child has to leave and the adult has to replace that person. And what does that mean to be an adult? It depends on you and what your needs are. If you have a family that has enough money where you can already pay the bills without the kid helping out, I get that. But we make him contribute because we need him to grow up. We make him contribute because I said he can't be, we can't put a lazy, weak, unproductive man out into the world. So some other woman, so he'll be a curse to somebody else. He's going to be a curse to some woman because manhood does require leadership and problem solving ability, the ability to make money, the ability to do all these things. And I don't want some woman to have to marry a 30-year-old child. Like that would be terrible for her, right? So ultimately, I think that in this video, what I'm seeing is, I think that the mother wants her daughters to be in the house, and I think that she could have made a deal with them and said, "Okay, you can stay, but everybody who stays has to contribute." Right? So if the mortgage is simple budget, right? The mortgage is 1,500 a month. Each of y'all is going to contribute $500. $500 a month is not a lot of rent. That's not a lot of money to pay in rent. Even a lazy person can get $500 a month. The utilities are 800 total per month. Each of us, or 900 per month, let's say. You put 300 in, you're going to put 300 in. That's the expectation. That's the requirement. And then what that does, so think about this now. You're doing better than the other Gen Zers because you get to live off of, what is that? You literally have all your bills paid for $800 a month. Most Gen Z people that are living on their own cannot live on $800 a month. It's not possible. Do you understand? And even the expense of getting the truck, maybe getting the truck is something you don't have to do now. You don't have to go take on that $400 a month car note because you're living at home and there's one car or two cars and everybody shares the car, right? So that is another expense that gets cut out. And guess what that means? That means that if you do go out and work hard and let's say you get a job or whatever it is that you do to make money and you're making say $3,000, $4,000 a month, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. You're now a wealth builder because you are pouring all that money. You're coming to Dr. Boyce's class every morning like this 19-year-old child. I met a 19-year-old child who lived with her parents, but she was talking about how much money she had invested. She said, I've been watching you since 2000, since I was 17 years old, and I have thousands of dollars saved right now and invested. And I said, I'm so proud of you. And her parents were right there. And what I really visualized was not the parents saying, okay, we're going to take this productive economic asset and just throw her out in the street. I saw a family where I was like, wow, that you're going to have a great family business one day. You've got a productive child and you've got really smart parents. Y'all can do really amazing things together. Remember, a lot of wealth starts with families working together. The Rothschilds started not because the senior Rothschild fathers basically put his sons out in the street and said, go do whatever you got to do. Go work for a white man somewhere. And you go, and then I got my job. You got your job. No, he didn't do that. He said, let's all get together, sons, and let's create a family business that's going to make people respect the Rothschild name. Let's work together, but everybody's going to have to contribute. We don't want dead weight in this family. And so that's what I would say. I'm not telling you how to do it, but I would encourage you to just be creative about it. And I would say that when you have that scenario where everyone can still possibly live under the same roof. I mean, under certain conditions. I mean, there has to be, as Dr. Claude Anderson talks about, there have to be codes of conduct, right? Everybody has to be respectful of each other, and you can't have a bunch of wildness and chaos happening in the house. But assuming your kids are good kids, I think that maybe if you introduce them to some of the things we talk about in this class, maybe you give them $20 to read my book so they can understand where these principles come from. And then maybe they come in with a different mindset. And I can tell you this, just speaking of Dr. Anderson has a son named Brant who lives in the house. Brant is over 40, and Brant is one of the most valuable assets in that house because when you get older, those kids come in handy. I know you want to get rid of them when they're 18 or 19, but when you're 70 years old, 80 years old, and you're trying to get back and forth to the doctor, having the kids around can be beneficial, right? So I'm not I'm not telling you how to do this or how to proceed with this. I'm just telling you that there's more than one way to skin this cat. And what I really see too is that when I take my most valuable assets, my children, and I sell them into slavery, that's what you're doing. You're selling them into the capitalist system. You're saying you go work for the white man over there, and you go work for the white man over there, and then I'll go work for the white man over here, and then we're gonna meet for Sunday dinner in between our many hundreds of appointments with these white people who hate our guts. That's how I see it. I probably sound cynical when I say that, but I'm really thinking about the racism that you deal with on the job. I'm thinking about the fact that you may not even want to be there. I'm thinking about all of the abuse that we deal with. That's what I see. And I'm sorry if I sound cynical when I say this, but that's what I see. And I see a big wasted opportunity because here's what's happening. Because you're spread out, when they split you up, they can conquer you much easier when you're split up. Let me know if you're following this. When you split up, oh, you're easy to conquer. As because what's happened is you're struggling by yourself, so you're desperate. You're gonna do what I say. You're struggling by yourself. Oh, and you're desperate, so you're gonna do what I say. And you're struggling by yourself. So you're desperate, so you're gonna do what I say. So when I tell all y'all little Negroes to show up to work every day, you're gonna do exactly what I say because you're all desperate. Why? Well, why is that? I don't know. Let's think about this. Well, your millennial child has student loan payments, a car note payment, and $1,500 a month in rent, plus all the other expenses that they probably have accumulated because they're young, probably credit cards and other crazy stuff that they. So they're scrambling, they're struggling, they're about to drown financially, and they're barely hanging on. They're going deeper in debt just to maintain. And then your other child's doing the same thing and then maybe you're struggling a little bit, or maybe you're just trying to figure things out. So why is that also a problem? Well, it's also interesting because you're supporting three separate households when you really could actually be supporting one. When companies merge with each other, they have this thing called synergy. And what synergy means is it allows you to say, okay, if we work together, we can actually make the same amount of money, maybe more money, and have lower costs. Because maybe we don't need three separate cars because I don't have to have a car all to myself. I don't even drive that much. Hey, so maybe if we're living in the same house, we share one car, we share two cars, and that's one less car note. That's one less place where we're throwing out consistent amounts of money into somebody else's pocket, into somebody else's family legacy. Do you understand? So I'm not saying that there's one rule to this. I'm not saying there's one way to do it. In fact, sometimes, I'll be honest with you. If your relatives are crazy and trifling, sometimes you got to get them out. Just get away from me. You're ridiculous. Your behavior is not acceptable. I understand that part, but assuming that you have people in your family that are good people that are open to new ideas, that understand how to think like an asset and not a liability, there may be an opportunity for you to bring them in as opposed to seeing them as some sort of a burden. So that's why I say I kick all kids out of my house when they're 18. I don't want no more kids, and I don't want no 22-year-old children in my house because that's a liability. That's expensive. But a 22-year-old adult who works hard, oh shoot, I got a job for you. Shoot, okay, I'm running this business. I need help. It's going to cost me a lot to hire somebody. How about you come and help me with this business? Right? Or I'm older and I'd have to pay a home health care aide to help take care of me and get me to back and forth to the doctor. Well, how about I let you stay here for free if you help me with this and help me with that? And so the reason I think it's important to be creative about this is because we all kind of go by the same standard blueprint. And sometimes that lack of long-term vision can cause us problems. Like, when you're young, you want the kids gone because you're okay living independently. This was a mistake our family kind of made. Is my parents sent us all away and said, "Go do what you want to do, go live your life and everything else." Well, then they got old, and now we're scrambling back and forth to Kentucky to make sure that mom and daddy are okay. And there's a cost to getting people into the house to make sure that they're good because they're not as independent now as they were 20 or 30 years ago. So I would just encourage you to think about these sorts of things and really start to see the family as an entity. Start to see the family as an institution. See it on, or you can even see it almost like a basketball team or something. And when someone says, well, we're going to get rid of all the other players so you can keep the ball and play by yourself, is that really going to help you win more basketball games, or maybe playing better as a team will actually help you win that championship? So that's my 2 cents on that. And that's so it's not to criticize what this young lady said. It's just me saying, like, I think it's important to really understand how the economics and family are connected. And I write about this a lot in my book. It's The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right, so let me make a couple of announcements before we go. We're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single morning, economic awareness training. So if you want to see the money and be the money, this is the place to be. And so if you'd like to be invited, or if you are not on the text list yet to be invited, text the word morning, MORNING, to 879 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, in case you don't know, we have really smart women that are part of the Black Business School, and they're on a platform called Fly Nubian Money, where these women get together, and we have a broad range of professional women from different backgrounds, attorneys and accountants, and my wife is a therapist. She's going to participate today, and they hit interesting topics in the community, but they also bring it back to the economics and stuff. So it's called Fly Nubian Money. If you'd like to be notified when they go live today at 1 o'clock, I hope you will take a moment, text the word Queens to 87948, Queens with an S, Queens to 87948. And they're going to be live today at 1 p.m. Eastern. And my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, will be a part of that group. And they're actually going to talk about Diddy and kind of give, my wife has a therapist perspective on all of that. And then there's some other women, they have some interesting things to say. So, and also, I hope you'll just support them, because I really want to support smart women in our community. So that's why we developed that platform. And then last but not least, tomorrow we're going to do the portfolio power play, and I'll reveal some stocks that I'm actually buying right now. I was taking notes on some companies that I think can allow you to benefit from the energy boom. There's really this whole thing happening with AI, where AI is going to take up a ton of energy. And so there are companies you can invest in now that are going to, according to most experts, benefit as AI starts to grow and emerge. And it is taking off. I mean, this week, NVIDIA is making their earnings announcement, and that's going to be really important to determine if this AI thing is actually as profitable as people think. So we're going to do that tomorrow at noon, and that's going to be right after this class. And so if you want to see the stocks that I pick, stuff like that every week, just go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. All right, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. Have a great day. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Take care. They can make as much as a medical doctor at the age of 22 with no college degree required whatsoever. All they need are parents that love them. They need parents that love them enough to make a plan for them. So you got that newborn baby, that little grandchild, that little kid in your life that you care about. You invest for that child consistently, like that beautiful young lady that I met at the Get Money Fest, and you give that child a capital base. By the time they're 20, they got $100,000. They can literally execute the strategy that I just mentioned, where that kid can literally pull $99,000 out of his portfolio and not even sell his stock, because he's not selling the stock, he's selling the rights to the stock. When you're selling the rights to something, you're not selling the asset, you're selling the rights to it, which means that you're selling something that does not exist. That's what's crazy about it. That's why I love stock options. It is literally my favorite way on earth to make money. It is so great. So anyway, there's so many ways to make money. There's so many ways. So if you want to know what I talked about at the Get Money Fest, I talked about stuff like that. And I really think in general, if your goal is to have wealth and to have money, then gain awareness. You have to be aware. So many of us are financially unaware, like, yeah, I don't know what's going on, but you're aware of so many other things that add no value to your life. You're worried about, you're aware of the drama that's on the internet. You're aware of whether the Dallas Cowboys are going to beat the New York Giants. You're aware of something. Maybe maybe you're a young man and you're aware of where the pretty girls live, so you can go get you some sex when you want to. I'm not blaming you, but that ain't gonna really put a lot of money in your pocket. That's gonna drain you. So you have to have some awareness of things that are going to benefit you. That's what I would say to you. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. All right. So by the way, in case you guys are not on the text list for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. We've almost hit capacity. So the morning sessions, the live sessions, you guys, if you're already on the list, you can continue to come for free. At a certain point when we hit capacity, there will be a fee to join the morning sessions. There is a fee also if you want to get the archive sessions. It's not that much. You can go to drboycedaily.com. But for these morning sessions, I don't want too many people it registered. So we are going to put a cap on that at some point. So text the word morning to 87948 and you can join us. The word morning is 87948. Also, one other thing too. Don't forget that if you want to there's a free training called How to Start a Business When You're Broke, and you can go to b1startup.com, startup.com, and that's free. And if you'd like to start a business, just go to b1startup.com if that's of interest to you. Okay, so let me talk about credit cards real quick. It's so funny. I always start the day and I start off saying, okay, I'm gonna talk about this, and then my ADHD kicks in, and I really get genuinely excited about it. Like, this is when I talk about stock options, I get excited. It's beautiful. It's exciting because professors know so much stuff that has very little real world value. Like, they shove our brains full of all this other stuff that I wouldn't even bore you with, because sometimes it has limited impact in terms of like what actually matters in the world. But and even with stock options, there's like a billion other things I could tell you about the stochastic processes and the the probability theory behind it and all that. But I'm not gonna bore you with that. I'm just gonna say this is a great way to get money. And so this really actually excites me, not just because it's cool, it's applicable, it can change your life, and also it changes my life. I mean, it gives me. Give me 1 second. Hi, I'm not checking out till 12. Thank you. Sorry, I'm in a hotel. I'm still in Philly. I'm about to get on my airplane, so they're knocking at the door. All right. So let's see. Oh, the links to join the Prime program. Okay, yeah, Deborah. It's drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. So I apologize for not sharing the link. I probably should have shared that. So yeah, if you want to join us in stock options training, go to drboyceprime.com. I would really honestly say that like I think this will be the quickest way to be able to generate consistent income, is especially as a family. Like you get together as a family and you pile your money together and you execute the strategy. I've seen it work. It does work. All right. So anyway, so it's drboyceprime.com. Okay. So let's talk about credit cards really quick. And I'm gonna tell you first of all why credit cards are one of the great wealth drainers of our society. Credit cards are one of these things where they, again, another one of those financial vacuum cleaners. The capitalists, the thing about the kings of capital and the queens of capital, the people at the top of the capitalist food chain, is that they have they're like hunters, right? And if you think about it, in the jungle, when you have animals that hunt for other animals, the animal that is the hunter has a lot of awareness, right? He has a lot, he's very conscious, right? So the people that are hunters of money, which are the capitalists at the top of the pile, they're very much aware of the environment. They are economic hunters. So they're watching you, they're watching the environment, they're looking for the opportunities, almost like a lion that's going through, going through the woods, or a tiger or whatever that's hunting. They can smell things, see things, they're watching their prey. So to some extent, in capitalism, you are the prey, right? You are if you're the heavy consumer, especially with Black people, they train us really heavily to be consumers. If you are the consumer, you are the prey. So they're trying to figure out, like, okay, how do I hunt the prey? How do I figure out how to get more money out of the prey? And so credit cards are really a really powerful tool of these financial predators. And so there are some slick ways that they're able to really pull a lot of money out of you. And what makes it really sad about it, what makes me really sad about the process is that credit card companies don't really make their money from responsible credit card users. They don't make their money from the people that pay their bills on time and keep their debt low and don't live above their means. They don't make money from those people. The people they make money from are the people who are undisciplined, the people who are hurting, who are struggling, are people who maybe self-medicate through spending, right? They get these financial addictions, or like if you have some sort of vice like gambling or drugs that will keep you in financial turmoil. That those are the people that they tend to prey on, because what they'll kind of do is they'll say, this is 100% free except for when you pay late. And then if you pay late, we're going to whop you upside the head with a fee that will make your head spin. That's kind of what they do, right? And then what happens is that when you are late or you don't do what the contract says, then they come in and that's when they make all their money, right? So they don't make their money from regular people. They kind of make their money from people that are outside of the lines. And most Americans are not trained to be financially disciplined. So banks are able to really make a lot of money. It's much harder for them to do this in places like Europe because number one, there's more regulation, and then number two, the consumers are more disciplined. When I was doing research at the Center for European Economic Research in Mannheim, Germany, I spent the summer there a long time ago. And I remember noticing data that said that Germans make less money than Americans. They pay more in taxes than Americans do, but they save 5 times more than Americans do. So they have a type of financial discipline that's implemented in their lives when they're very young. If you travel to other countries, one thing you'll find is that they educate people much better. They prepare them so much better financially. They really get them ready to make good, smart decisions because they actually make laws that are to the benefit of the population. In America, you don't have that. And the culprit is money. Money is what drives all this. So politicians get paid to serve corporations by making laws that don't benefit the people. They benefit the people that are paying their bills, the people that are helping them get elected. And so, for example, that's why I would argue that that's why they're sending $100 billion over to, to Ukraine and Israel, even though the American people never asked for this. There's not a single American I know who said, yeah, and all the problems that we have in America, we want you to send $100 billion over to this other country that has rich people already. They got rich people around the world. They can fund these wars, but for some reason we have to fund it too. So let's make sure that we ignore the failing infrastructure in America that requires billions in spending. Let's say we ignore the 35 trillion in debt that we got on our books. Let's say we ignore the fact that we owe African Americans $14.3 trillion for reparations, and we're going to just send the money to another country. That is a corporate interest if I ever saw one, maybe a strategic military interest, but it's certainly not in the interest of the American people, and people know this. So anyway, so here are some when it comes to credit cards and things that we may or may not know that can help us to kind of deal with this one particular thing that is a huge drain on Black wealth. And so let me say hi to Zoe. I see you, Zoe, and Jonathan, Calvin. Let's see here. Athleen, LaShonda, Deborah, Stephen Gordon, Josephine, Rainwater, good to see you. Let's see, Alri, El Hodge, good to see you. Now, I know a few of you were at the Get Money Fest yesterday. There we go. Yeah, good to see you. Raymond, good to see you again, brother. Very nice to meet you yesterday. And so anyway, all right. So I hope everybody's having a good day. And so what else is on my mind today? I think also just generally speaking, I know yesterday I was really thinking a lot about stuff like marketing and stuff like that. So at the festival there were a lot of marketing experts like Micah Smith and Asia. She runs something called the AK brand. She's a branding expert. And one of the things I wanted to mention to you guys as well is that if you start a business or try to build something, make sure you have a marketing budget. Make sure you don't just think that if you create this amazing product, everyone's just going to magically see it. Things don't work that way. Life doesn't work that way. People don't see your great product or your talent just because you have talent or just because you made it. A lot of people believe if I make it, they will come. And that's just not my experience. That's not something I've seen in the real world. Typically, if you make it, it could literally just sit there and no one could know about it. And that requires like a lot of sometimes you got to learn that the hard way, because sometimes like when I do stuff, some people don't understand why I'm always mentioning, always marketing what we're doing. I want everybody to know that the Black Business School is the #1 resource when it comes to Black wealth in the country. We're better than Harvard. We're better than any HBCU because there are so many things that we do that they don't do, and things that we do that are very effective that they don't know, things that are really helping Black families that they maybe don't know or don't even care to know. And so I have to tell you guys that. I tell you that because if I don't tell you, well, who else will? If I don't let you know how great our scholars are and our thinkers are, or Asia Kirkendall, who literally created a whole field called quantum wealth theory, who's joining our faculty. If I don't tell you how great we are, then there's no way you're going to know. If I don't tell you what we have going on, nobody will know. So same thing is true with your business. If you don't tell people what you're doing, then no one's going to know. So in a way, it's a balance between humility and assertion and making sure you get what you deserve. And so I would encourage you to learn little things like these elevator pitches, how to pitch, how to let people know how great you are and how great your product is, and do it quickly, like do it within 45 seconds or so. My name is blank. This is what I do. This is who I help, etc. Right? I help blah, 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 do blah, blah, blah by blah, blah, blah. Right? And then that will stimulate people to want to know more about what you're doing. And if you want to know my position on entrepreneurship and business and all that, I believe every Black person should own a business, not a full business. That doesn't mean every Black person should be an entrepreneur. I'm not saying every person should run a business. I'm saying everybody should own a piece of a business. So remember, being a business owner does not make you an entrepreneur. That does not mean that you're getting up every morning and and opening up the shop and and paying employees and doing all the entrepreneurial stuff. You can be an owner without actually doing any work. And that's, to me, that's one of those things, one of those aspects of economic awareness that a lot of us aren't raised to know. And I as I was just sort of at the Get Money Fest yesterday, reflecting on ways I could help the people that were in attendance. And I was very nice to meet you, shake your hands, hear your dreams. hear your successes. I met some of you that have literally started businesses, have, $1 million in your portfolio now and things like that. And I'm really happy that I could play a part in that. Yeah, I really thought about just how many things that are out here that we never know about, that we're never exposed to, because nobody ever tells us these things, right? And so to some extent, I mean, you really can't blame the rich for not telling you how to be rich. Like, rich people, they're the chiefs. The workers are the Indians, and everybody can't be a chief. Everybody can't be the leader. Everybody can't be the boss. Everybody can't be the owner. Somebody has to go do the work. And so, one of the reasons that economic awareness and financial consciousness is so important is that if you're not economically aware, like if you're just not aware of the many options that are available to you, if you're not aware of what you can choose to do with your life, if you're not aware of how you can climb the ladder and climb it safely and ethically, then somebody who's more economically conscious than you, who's more economically aware, who understands all the different ways to make money, they're going to basically, sorry, I have something in my mouth. I apologize. They're going to basically exploit you. Ignorance gets exploited, and that's something that I wish it wasn't true, but it is. I'd be lying to you if I said that it wasn't. Ignorance gets exploited. There, when people when people know what's going on, and it's almost like a 40-year-old man, a 40-year-old man dating a teenage girl. He's going to be able to take advantage of her lack of experience, her lack of knowledge, stuff like that. So don't put yourself in that position. The knowledge really is truly power. And for some reason, I don't know what happened. I don't know who convinced us that being ignorant was a good thing, and I hate that. I hate it when we know that the knowledge is in a book. We know that the information's out there. We know that there are people who can show us things and explain things and teach us things, and yet we still are just not interested in hearing these things, right? So the best thing we were able to do with the Get Money Fest is that we did offer free tickets to people that wanted to attend. And the people that were there, every one of them will tell you that the value was amazing. We had one guy there who his nickname was Doobie, and he actually had his drink is called Pure Fuel, and it's the official drink of the Philadelphia 76ers. And so this guy was able to tell really amazing stories about how he was able to figure that out, how he was able to make the sports drink and make millions of dollars doing it. And there were, we have Forex traders, we have marketing analysts and marketing experts and people that could show you how to build sales funnels, how to start businesses and how to invest, how to raise money, stuff like that. So it's not as if the information is being hidden from us. We used to always, people always love to talk about like, oh, they're keeping this from us. They're keeping us from us. Nobody's really keeping knowledge from you. Nobody's keeping it from you. What I believe does happen though is that the world is distracting you from it, right? I think that there are so many people that can tell you every single thing there is to know about the beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, but can't tell you how to pay their own rent next month. Or they can tell you everything there is to know about the Cat Williams interview on Club Shay Shay, but they can't tell you how they can find a way to quit their own job. Or they can tell you all the gossip that might be on the gossip platforms, but they don't really know how to pay child support, right? And so to me, this is where economic awareness is really important and why I encourage you. I met a young lady there who was 19 years old who told me that she'd been listening to me for about maybe 2 or 3 years. She was there with her parents, which I really love. I love to see parents and children doing this together because wealth is a family construct. Wealth is a family agenda. Wealth should be a family mission. And so her daddy was there, her mama was there, and the daughter was there. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And she was explaining to me how she started doing the $5 a day plan 2, 3 years ago, and now she has $1,500 in cash. And she was talking about other things she wanted to do, ways she wanted to level up. And so I was like, well, do you come to Money in the Morning? Do you come to our financial consciousness training? And she said yes. So I was really proud of her because here's the thing. I don't really understand why more young people don't embrace economics earlier. I don't know what it takes to explain to them how important money is going to be in your life. I don't know how I'm not, it's not really so much a frustration, it's more so just an awareness thing, just to kind of point that out, what she was doing, what this young lady was doing. She was 19. I don't have her name in front of me, but I was so impressed. I was so proud of her. And it was kind of like, yeah, okay, so you're going to be rich. I can see that already. You're going to be either a millionaire or very, very close. because you're doing the things you need to do. And really, but here's the funny thing, like really, if you really want to do it at the highest level, you start even sooner. Maybe you start it when the kid is 4 or 5 years old. And there are ways to do that. And so I just kind of think it's not a hard problem to solve, right? The black wealth problem is not hard. It's not this unsolvable dilemma that we can't. The black wealth problem is not hard to solve. The black education problem is not hard to solve. Even things like the black marriage problem and the black health problems are not hard to solve. No, I mean none of these things are hard to solve. The what becomes the difficult puzzle is how do you overcome brainwashing? How do you change culture? If everybody's been convinced to do things the wrong way, and people aren't incentivized or motivated to consider modifying behavior on a daily basis, if the pain's not deep enough, if we're just sitting there, it like the frog. Anybody heard the story about the frog where they say that if you drop a frog in hot boiling water, he'll jump right out because it's too hot. But if you put him in cold water and then slowly turn the water up to the point of boiling, the frog would literally sit in the boiling water until he dies. That really makes me think about what happens when we get stuck in bad habits at an early age, and there's a lot of mental health issues that kind of pop up. When I come to Philadelphia, I get very sad because I know people here who have had to deal with just unbelievable tragedy, senseless murder. There's a lady I met who's a friend who told me that her sister got killed earlier this year and her brother had gotten murdered just a few months earlier. And I just said, man, that is so much sadness, so much pain. That is so much trauma. That's unbelievable. And it was all a bunch of silly stuff. It was all over, somebody was dating somebody's girlfriend and, and it's just, these problems are fixable, right? And I think generally speaking, awareness maybe is the first step. And maybe I can also help you in terms of our conversations every morning to get you to the point where you can just sort of see these things and then make a conscious decision about where you want to be financially. I was coaching a woman yesterday on stock options, and she said, I have an aunt who has some money sitting in her 401k. She's about to pull it out because she wants to go buy a luxury car. And she said, I'm trying to convince her to invest instead because I was in your class and I don't have a capital base, but I know that she does because she's going to literally pull out $80,000 and $90,000. And I said, well, tell her that she can still have the luxury car. Like, this is an expensive car, $400,000 car, but she was going to pull out like 95,000, 80, 90,000, something like that for a down payment. And I said, well, she can still have the luxury car. But one thing that you could consider, I don't give invested advice. I don't do that. But I said, well, let me show you how she can have the car. You can quit your job and she can also make money at the same time. So I said, well, so what if you took this money and you bought 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock? And I showed her how much the stock options sell for. I said, so every week you and your aunt would bring in between $3,000 and $4,000 a week. That's $12,000 a month. Her payment on her luxury car might be, let's say it's $2,000, which is a high car payment, but I'm not against high car payments. I'm really not. I'm not a person who's going to say that car payment's too high or that's too. I don't believe that I should ever tell you that you're having too much fun in your life or that you're enjoying luxury too much or that you're too comfortable. I'll never say that. I'll just say, just handle your business and then you can make yourself comfortable. Our middle child loves luxury everything. She loves Coach and Gucci and all that. And when I sat her down and talked to her about it, I did not shame or condemn her for wanting nice things. Do you understand? I hope you guys get this. Let me know if you give me a guess if you get what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing bad about having nice stuff. Just handle your business. Like, don't pour your money down the toilet to get these nice things. Like, just make sure you're generating enough income where it all makes sense, where you can do the right things for your future, but also enjoy your present. It's a balancing act. You can't pour so much into the present that you forget about the future because then your future will be terrible, right? But you can't also sacrifice so much for the future that you can't enjoy your life. You might die next week. So enjoy your life. Go get you something nice. Go have some sex. Whatever it is, eat some good food. Take a trip. Live your life. Enjoy your life. Be happy. I want that for you. I want happiness every day. And I don't want it just long term. Sometimes we get so focused on the long term goal that we can't enjoy the climb. You got to enjoy the climb. You got to enjoy the day to day. All you need is the word is balance. The word is balance. So, anyways, as I explained to this woman, true story, this really happened last night. I said, look, so if you have 12,000 a month, here's what you do. You tell her, like, okay, since you know how to trade stock options, because she's in our prime program, I said, tell her that you can implement the strategies. And if you want to, I can tell you exactly what I buy and what I do. And so you make that 12,000 a month, tell her to maybe give you 30, 40%, whatever agreement you want to make. And then you're making $4,000 or $5,000 extra per month. Then she's got 6,000 per month so she could take 2,000 of those dollars, put it toward that Bentley or Benz or whatever the hell she wants, and then she'll have another 3 or 4,000 per month in income coming in. But if she just pulls out that capital base and just takes that money and plops it down on the car, that money is going to disappear. That money is going to be gone, 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 gone. It's like she's taking a big pile of cash and flushing it down the toilet, and there's no long-term economic value there. There's no capital base. I said, look, if you have a capital base, you can do so many things that are absolutely amazing with your life. A person with a capital base has much more power than a person with a college degree. And I said it. Yes, I said it. And some people don't understand it because they're not a 52-year-old college professor. So they haven't had 25 years to think about this stuff. But yes, a capital base is more valuable than a college degree. Why is that? Well, let's go back to the Coinbase example. If I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, I could literally get on my app right now and I could literally sell those shares. I could literally, let's say I need $50,000 right away. And all I own is this 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock. I can literally sell options on that stock going out to December 18th, 2026. And literally I could sell, let's see, the current price is 207. I could sell a call option with a strike price that's at the money, and I could sell that for $99 each. If I have 1,000 shares, I could literally Monday morning put $99,000 into my bank account that I could then use for whatever I want. And then if I want to pay it back, I could, or wait till the price drops or whatever, I could do that. But literally, when you have a capital base, it doesn't just give you income, it gives you your own little bank. It gives you your own little bank. And I think that should be the goal. I don't think bachelor's degrees and master's degrees and good jobs should be the goal anymore. It's time for us to grow up. AI is here. We live in the future now. We're not living in 1975. We're not living in 1982. The things that meant a lot to the boomers, the things that our parents told us to chase, these affirmative action jobs that they can take away from you at the drop of a hat, that's not the goal anymore. That's not the objective. Universities, I love universities. College campuses are fun. I taught at many schools, Ohio State University, Syracuse, y'all know the background. I love these campuses, but they cost too much. And when I saw a stat that said that 60% of all Black wealth goes to servicing student loans, I said, man, this is a hustle. They're draining money they're literally dipping a big vacuum cleaner into our bank accounts, into our wealth, our limited Black wealth, and literally sucking it out by the billions. I'm not saying that the degrees can't be helpful. I'm not saying that there aren't great jobs out there. I'm not saying that there aren't things that you can get that can benefit you. I'm just saying that's not the best way to make money. It's just not. If I want a kid to make money, I'm going to give them a capital base and show them how to manage it, show them how to protect and preserve their assets. They can make as much as a medical doctor at the age of 22 with no college degree required whatsoever. All they need are parents that love them. They need parents that love them enough to make a plan for them. So you got that newborn baby, that little grandchild, that little kid in your life that you care about. You invest for that child consistently, like that beautiful young lady that I met at the Get Money Fest, and you give that child a capital base. But by the time they're 20, they got $100,000. They can literally execute the strategy that I just mentioned. Well, that kid could literally pull $99,000 out of his portfolio and not even sell his stock because he's not selling the stock. He's selling the rights to the stock. When you're selling the rights to something, you're not selling the asset. You're selling the rights to it, which means that you're selling something that does not exist. That's what's crazy about it. That's why I love stock options. It is literally my favorite way on earth to make money. It is so great. So anyway, there's so many ways to make money. There's so many ways. So if you want to know what I talked about at the Get Money Fest, I talked about stuff like that. And I really think in general, if your goal is to have wealth and to have money, then gain awareness. You have to be aware. So many of us are financially unaware, like, yeah, I don't know what's going on, but you're aware of so many other things that add no value to your life. You're worried about, you're aware of the drama that's on the internet. You're aware of whether the Dallas Cowboys are going to beat the New York Giants. You're aware of something. Maybe you're a young man and you're aware of where the pretty girls live, so you can go get you some sex when you want to. I'm not blaming you, but that ain't going to really put a lot of money in your pocket. That's going to drain you. So you have to have some awareness of things that are going to benefit you. That's what I would say to you. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. All right. So by the way, in case you guys are not on the text list for our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. we've almost hit capacity. So sessions, you guys, if you're already on the list, you can continue to come for free. At a certain point when we hit capacity, there will be a fee to join the morning sessions. There is a fee also if you want to get the archive sessions. It's not that much. You can go to drboycedaily.com. But for these morning sessions, I don't want too many people, it registered. So we are going to put a cap on that at some point. So text the word morning to 87948 and you can join us. The word morning is 87948. Also, one other thing too. Don't forget that if you want to there's a free training called How to Start a Business When You're Broke, and you can go to b1startup.com, the number one startup.com, and that's free. And if you'd like to start a business, just go to b1startup.com if that's of interest to you. Okay, so let me talk about credit cards real quick. It's so funny. I always start the day and I start off saying, okay, I'm gonna talk about this, and then my ADHD kicks in, and I really get genuinely excited about it. Like this is when I talk about stock options, I get excited. It's like it's beautiful. It's exciting because professors know so much stuff that has very little real world value. Like they shove our brains full of all this other stuff that I wouldn't even bore you with because sometimes it has limited impact in terms of like what actually matters in the world. And even with stock options, there's like a billion other things I could tell you about the stochastic processes and the probability theory behind it and all that. But I'm not gonna bore you with that. I'm just gonna say this is a great way to get money. So this really actually excites me, not just because it's cool, it's applicable, it can change your life, and also it changes my life. I mean, it gives me. Give me 1 second. I'm not checking out till 12. Thank you. Sorry, I'm in a hotel. I'm still in Philly. I'm about to get on my airplane, so they're knocking at the door. All right. So let's see. Oh, the links to join the Prime program. Okay, yeah, Deborah. It's drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. So I apologize for not sharing the link. I probably should have shared that. So yeah, if you want to join us in stock options training, go to drboyceprime.com. I would really honestly say that like I think this would be the quickest way to be able to generate consistent income, especially as a family. Like you get together as a family and you pile your money together and you execute the strategy. I've seen it work. It does work. All right. So anyway, so it's drboyceprime.com. Okay. So let's talk about credit cards really quick. And I'm gonna tell you first of all why credit cards are one of the great wealth drainers of our society. Credit cards are one of these things where again, another one of those financial vacuum cleaners. The capitalists, the thing about the kings of capital and the queens of capital, the people at the top of the capitalist food chain, is that they have they're like hunters, right? And if you think about it, in the jungle, when you have animals that hunt for other animals, the animal that is the hunter has a lot of awareness, right? He's very conscious, right? So the people that are hunters of money, which are the capitalists at the top of the pile, they're very much aware of the environment. They are economic hunters. So they're watching you, they're watching the environment, they're looking for the opportunities, almost like a lion that's going through the woods or a tiger or whatever that's hunting. They can smell things, see things, they're watching their prey. So to some extent, in capitalism, you are the prey, right? You are if you're the heavy consumer, especially with Black people, they train us really heavily to be consumers. If you are the consumer, you are the prey. So they're trying to figure out like, okay, how do I hunt the prey? How do I figure out how to get more money out of the prey? And so credit cards are really a really powerful tool of these financial predators, and so there's some slick ways that they're able to really pull a lot of money out of you. And what makes it really sad about it, what makes me really sad about the process is that credit card companies don't really make their money from responsible credit card users. They don't make their money from the people that pay their bills on time and keep their debt low and don't live above their means. They don't make money from those people. The people they make money from are the people who are undisciplined, the people who are hurting, who are struggling, are people who maybe self-medicate through spending, right? They get these financial addictions, or like if you have some sort of vice like gambling or drugs that will keep you in financial turmoil. That those are the people that they tend to prey on, because what they'll kind of do is they'll say, "This is 100% free, except for when you pay late." And then if you pay late, we're going to whop you upside the head with a fee that will make your head spin. That's kind of what they do, right? And then what happens is that when you are late or you don't do what the contract says, then they come in and that's when they make all their money, right? So they don't make their money from regular people. They kind of make their money from people that are outside of the lines. And most Americans are not trained to be financially disciplined, so banks are able to really make a lot of money. It's much harder for them to do this in places like Europe because number one, there's more regulation, and then number two, the consumers are more disciplined. When I was doing research at the Center for European Economic Research in Mannheim, Germany, I spent the summer there in a long time ago. And I remember noticing data that said that Germans make less money than Americans. They pay more in taxes than Americans do, but they save 5 times more than Americans do. So they have a type of financial discipline that's implemented in their lives when they're very young. If you travel to other countries, one thing you'll find is that they educate people much better. They prepare them so much better financially. They really get them ready to make good, smart decisions because they actually make laws that are to the benefit of the population. In America, you don't have that. And the culprit is money. Money is what drives all this. So politicians get paid to serve corporations by making laws that don't benefit the people. They benefit the people that are paying their bills, the people that are helping them get elected. And so, for example, that's why I would argue that that's why they're sending $100 billion over to Ukraine and Israel, even though the American people never asked for this. There's not a single American I know who said, yeah, and all the problems that we have in America, we want you to send $100 billion over to this other country that has rich people already. They got rich people around the world. They can fund these wars, but for some reason we have to fund it too. So let's make sure that we ignore the failing infrastructure in America that requires billions in spending. Let's say we ignore the 35 trillion in debt that we got on our books. Let's say we ignore the fact that we owe African Americans $14.3 trillion for reparations, and we're going to just send the money to another country. That is a corporate interest if I ever saw one, maybe a strategic military interest, but it's certainly not in the interest of the American people, and people know this. So anyway, so here are some things. Let's go back to credit cards. I'm gonna give you 5 ways that credit card companies really take advantage of people. The first is just very simple: interest rates. Credit card companies tend to have very high interest rates. So if you leave a balance and you pull it over month by month, and maybe because you're focused on having a good credit score, so you carry a balance. Well, a lot of people would argue that the benefit of a better credit score is heavily outweighed by the fact that you have so much interest and they're sucking money out of your bank account. So when people say, how much should I invest in the stock market before I pay down my credit cards? I would say actually, and Warren Buffett would say this too, that really you want to pay down your credit cards a lot before you even start investing, because in the stock market, you may make 2% one year, you may make 12%, you may make negative 10%. But if you pay off the credit card and the interest rate is 18%, you're guaranteed to make 18% because you're paying off the 18% that you would have to pay in interest by keeping that balance there. So be really thoughtful about carrying balances on credit cards because the high interest rates will kick your butt. Number two, hidden fees and charges. Credit card companies tend to have a lot of fees like late payment fees, over the limit fees, annual fees, stuff like that. So the fees are pretty much the way they sneak in there and really get you. Now they're trying to pass laws to limit the fees. I'd be curious to see what that looks like. I don't think they're going to be very successful because the banking lobby is very, very strong. And what's ironic is I think I saw where President Biden was working to limit bank fees to a certain price. And I really thought about it. I said, that's so interesting. I wonder how he's going to do that, given that he's one of the architects, actually, of many of these very high fees that exist. He's actually a lot. If you look up the history, you can go read up on this. But in the 1990s or so, Biden was he was from Delaware. He was a senator from Delaware. In Delaware, there are lots of companies that are incorporated there, lots of banks. So the banks were paying him money, basically because they said, look, we don't want to loan out this money on student loans and have people just declare bankruptcy and not pay us back. That's a financial risk to us. So effectively, what they did was he received a lot of support, and so he helped to pass a law that basically said if you don't pay, if you go bankrupt, you cannot discharge your student loans. Now I want you to ask yourself, just logically, what person would what person would want this? What person has asked for what person has asked someone to, or ask the government to make a law that says they can't discharge their student loans? And so, that nobody asked for that, right? That this was asked for by the banks. So my thought was, I said, I wonder how he's gonna fight against the banks when he supported the banks and helped put certain laws and rules in place that are not to the benefit of the American people. Now I see here, Dr. Maryland says, Also, you can visit the Student Loan Doctor to learn about getting your student loans forgiven. There are several programs to help you. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. And I put that in that, and that's okay. But please be careful about soliciting and selling extensively in the chat, or pulling people into MLMs or anything that you might have going on, because I'd rather have people talk. I'd rather have us talk about the content and not get into stuff like that. If you want to work with us to promote something, we can talk about that. We have to be really careful about what gets promoted on the platform, because we had a debacle with the Tulsa Real Estate Fund, where because I had Jay on my platform, people thought that somehow we were endorsing that the fund, and the fund did not do well. So anyway, okay. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. But just let's make sure we draw that line. So keep your comments short, and let's try not to get into anything that appears to possibly look like solicitation, because that's something our team doesn't really, that makes it a little bit harder on the platform. So just, all right. So anyway, let me move back here. So thank you for understanding that. All right. So let's see the next reason or next way credit card companies can drain wealth from people is they have a lot of these teaser rates and introductory offers. So a lot of credit card companies will give low interest rates in the beginning, or they'll say, no interest for a certain amount of time. And what a lot of folks don't look into so much is what happens after that time period is done. And so effectively, what they're good at is they know they're going to get their money at some point. And it doesn't mean that when they make money, it's always unethical. But effectively, if you aren't aware, again, this is financial awareness, right? Financial consciousness. If you're not financially conscious and aware of what that looks like on the back end, then it can come as a big surprise. That's where a lot of these payday lending companies end up just really harming poor people. It's not because payday lending is inherently a terrible thing. There are people that want to pass laws to get rid of payday lenders, and I don't know how I feel about that, because I say, well, if the people know what it is, if they know what they're doing, if they know what the deal is, who's to stop, an adult that says, hey, look, I know I'm going to pay an insane amount of interest, but I just need money right now. I don't think it's necessarily the government's job to tell someone they can't do that. But I do think that it's important for people to understand what they're getting into, right? So it's almost like a type of relationship. Like, should I judge you because you got married, or should I judge you because you had a one night stand? No, I shouldn't judge you at all, because the only thing that matters to me is whether you understand what it is. So if you go into a one night stand and you think you're going to get married, and then you're hurt because marriage does not occur, well, then that's where education would have been more important. So awareness is really the goal here. It's not to tell you yes or no on certain things. So these teaser rates and introductory offers tend to take advantage of a lack of awareness, because they package all the fees and everything into the fine print, and they know people don't read the fine print, and that becomes the issue. Now, let's see. Next one before I move on, someone's asking, how can we sponsor a podcast? We allow very limited sponsorship for certain. Just we don't do a lot of that as much anymore, but there are some limited spots. So if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you. So that's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. In fact, they can help you with really anything. We just so you know, in case you want to know our journey, we just had to kind of really think carefully about certain things. Even at the All Black National Convention, we have far fewer vendor slots, because there were people that were selling things where we're like, I don't know if we should be letting people sell this, because if something goes bad, it's going to end up affecting us. So, long story short, we're having to rethink like our whole strategy. As an entity, you have to raise money, but we can't go raise money. Like I'm not going to go and say this is the All Black National Convention brought to you by McDonald's. I'm not doing that, because what happens is that when people give you their money, they put a restriction on what you're allowed to say and what you're allowed to do. We want to be free. Freedom has a price. Freedom is not free. Also, we're not interested in taking money from the government, because then you've got all these other trappings that come with that, limitations. So we just raise our money and we get it done, and we've been able to do this for a very long time. So thank you all for being a part of what we're doing, because it's helping us to employ people, and and to really get things done and really change the culture. Like, that's what I'm really excited about, is that in the Black Business School, I know where the culture changed. From the time I started doing this type of stuff in 06, 07, I could see where it changed, where the rappers started rapping about wealth and generational wealth and financial literacy, and we were able to get Dr. Claude Anderson on the Breakfast Club. We got Minister Farrakhan on the Breakfast Club, and people that I felt that the masses needed to hear from. And then there's a few other things that happened along the way. So I'm super proud of that because I think that we deserve to be wealthy. I think that we're smart. I think that we deserve to have good families. We deserve to have happiness. We deserve to have everything that white people get. We deserve to have everything that rich people have. And I believe that all that's available. And so my thought is that, as kind of of a wealth guy, a wealth expert, whatever I am, that maybe there are some ways I can help you kind of map your pattern out and just sort of draw that map for you and help your awareness. So you kind of just know that these things are out there for you. But you really have to be able to meditate on what's required to break these generational curses. Deal with the barriers, deal with the trauma, the things that are blocking us from getting things done. A lot of us have family members that we could be doing great things with, but because of some trauma, we're not able to communicate or work together or whatever. And I just encourage you to think about all these things. All right. So anyway, let me go to number 4. Sorry. Then number 4 is what they call the minimum payment trap. The minimum payment trap is where people basically make minimum payments on their credit cards, and you get absolutely murdered in the minimum payments because they just pretty much they're designed to keep this financial relationship going on and on and on forever, where they're just sucking your money out of your pocket, tons of interest, insane amounts of money, and it takes like 200 years to pay off the debt. So don't get caught in the minimum payment trap. You want to pay assertively to try to eliminate as much of the debt as possible. If that's hard to do, maybe sitting with family members and figuring out some sort of side hustle or some other way to create a little family business or some sort of second stream of income can really go a long way. And so just going back to the whole example with stock options, what's cool about that is that if you get together as a family, pull together your little capital base, instead of starting a regular business, which I used to believe, I used to be really into that. Like, okay, let's get together, pull our money together, start a black-owned business. But the problem with that is that, number one, the odds of failure are very, very high. Black businesses fail at a rate of 80%. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying just know the odds. Number two, sometimes you don't know when you're going to make money. It may take you 3 years before you start making a profit. That's for some people, that's hard to do. Number three, the businesses are not liquid. You can't, if I pour $80,000 of my life savings into my candle business or the business where I'm selling shoes or whatever I'm doing, it's very hard for me to sell that business. Even if I go into something like real estate, if I go and I say, well, I'm gonna buy a multifamily property and I'm gonna spend $400,000 and I'm gonna make monthly cash flow of $8,000 and I'm gonna have expenses of $3,000. So we're gonna make $5,000 a month or whatever. That's just math, right? I don't know if it's hard. I don't know how hard it is though to make $8,000 a month on a $400,000 investment. That's kind of tough to do, but whatever. Um, the problem with that though is that it requires so much work. And I think that we're used to working really hard for money, and it requires all this planning, all this stress, all this paperwork, all this stuff you got to do with the bank, and they're going to check everything, and you got to go through this and go through that. And then that's when the real work begins. After that, you got to deal with tenants and fixing things and just taxes and HOAs and just all these other variables that some of us don't want to deal with. So I said, well, what if you just took that 400,000 and just bought some Coinbase stock and then sold the options on it? You're making 10,000, 12,000 a month or whatever, and you're not doing any work, and it's a completely liquid investment. You could sell that in 2 minutes if you want to, right? And get full market value for that asset. And there's no work, there's no stress, there's no bureaucracy, no BS, no complications, no chaos. I think that's a kind of a cool way to make money, right? So ultimately, I think that awareness means I think we got to kind of go to the next level when it comes to making extra money or doing whatever. So if you're looking to make extra money, if you can find some way to develop that little capital base, and then you have the skill set to manage it, or somebody in the group has that, that can maybe make that little incremental difference. Here's the thing. When I quit my job, it wasn't like I suddenly got this big opportunity that gave me a ton of money to quit my job. I just made a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, right? And I found that like having that extra 500 per month or the extra 1,000 a month was huge, because then I had $1,000 a month I could just save or just invest without it disrupting the rest of my budget. So the best way to budget your finances is not to keep cutting everything, because cutting stuff is just not fun. Again, it minimizes your quality of life, because eventually you keep cutting, eventually you're not cutting fat anymore, you're cutting muscle. You're cutting out the things you really enjoy. And I think you have a right to enjoy things. I think you have a right to be happy. You have a right. When I talk about abundance, I'm not even just talking about financial abundance. You deserve abundance in every area of your life that's going to make you fulfilled. Life is short. We're going to die at some point. No, none of us, is going to make it out of here alive. All of us are going to be dead at some point. Some of us sooner than others. There are people that are in this class who started this class a few years ago who are now gone, who are now dead. Right. So that reality, I think, means that optimizing life, awareness of that, consciousness of what it means to have an optimal life, what it means to have a wealthy life, means balancing between long-term optimizing and short-term optimizing. You can't focus too much on one or the other to the point where you're going to make yourself miserable or you're going to ruin your future. You have to have that balance. So anyway, I'm going to keep going here. All right, so sorry about that. That was just a thought. The stream of consciousness. That's what we do. I hope that that's okay. And by the way, the URL for the Prime program is drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. Also, if you just text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. I know you're going to be impressed. I've done this for probably a couple 100,000 people now, and people are always floored because they didn't even. It's weird that people didn't even know about this. They didn't understand it, but I think you should understand this. All right. So anyway, so text the word money to 87948 if you'd like to see that. All right. So a couple more things. Number one, sorry, we mentioned the minimum payment trap. The last way credit card companies kind of get you is there are people that believe that the rewards programs are designed to be deliberately complicated and also deliberately restrictive. So has anybody ever seen that? Let me know if you've seen that, where airlines will give you these rewards and then you want to use them and you want to fly and they say, well, you can't fly that day. Or hotels will be like, oh yeah, you can get all these free points. And you're like, okay, I want to come down on December 4th. Well, we're not available that day. Well, I want to come to this location on this date. Well, that location is not available. And it's like, come on, man, this is a pain in the butt. That's why I don't really get into rewards programs that much. My wife loves points. She is a points fanatic. And so I just kind of say, okay, no problem. That's cool. But that's not my thing. But I give her all my points and stuff because that makes her happy and, happy wife. Well, I'm going to say happy wife, happy life because it should be happy husband too. So, you can better make me happy too. But anyway, the other thing is, so the other thing is this is also the reason why I'm not a big fan of timeshares. I don't like timeshares that are restrictive because you put out all this money. So think about it. You're giving a guaranteed cash flow to someone that's not giving you a guaranteed outcome for your money. I want guarantees. I want to know happy spouse, happy house. Thank you very much, Calvin. That's right. That's right. You make me happy. Men, we deserve to be happy too, ladies. So don't y'all be thinking that our job is just to make you happy. You make us happy too, right? In fact, the people that have an easy time getting married are the people that think about other people's happiness before their own. But then you deserve to be happy too. So you again balance. You got to make sure they're making you just as happy as you're making them. So it's got to be reciprocal. Um, so anyway, so timeshares, I think they're just not a fun investment to me because you put out all this money and you're putting out money on a consistent basis because they're trying to have consistent cash flow, but you're not getting anything consistent. You try to book and they're like, oh, it's not available. Oh, you can't get it on this date. Well, it's like, well, why am I giving you my money on a regular basis? So why can't I just save my money, invest my money, and then I can use travel booking platforms, Orbitz or Expedia, and just find the best price. That's what I do. That's what I do with plane tickets. That's what I do with hotels. I just look for the best price. And actually, speaking of that, what's really interesting, I don't even know if this has anything to do with our awareness class today, but I had a crazy experience with Airbnb. I got an Airbnb. This is the second time this has happened in my last two trips, and I got this Airbnb in Philly, and it was just one of those situations where the place that they gave us was not the place that was advertised. It was so bad. It was so, first of all, they had like so many steps that I almost like, I was sweating halfway up the steps trying to carry that suitcase up, right? And I've been working out. I'm in shape. I got a little muscle mass and everything. Whew, it was a hell of a workout. And then I got there and there were stains on the couches and just ugly furniture. I should I think I'm gonna put some of the pictures up on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boy, Dr. Boyce Watkins one, the number one. And I'll put them up there so you guys can look at them. But anyway, I reached out to Airbnb and first I reached out to the renter or the host, and the host is like, "Oh, this is all in the contract and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "No, you had all this freaking fine print, and I assumed that your place looked like the pictures. You did not show a picture of those 10,000 steps I had to climb to get to the unit. And then also you didn't show pictures of they had this thing they called it the media room where they made it look like it was this nice comfortable room where you can go watch movies. It was disgusting. It was so bad. I was like, okay, I'm not right. So long story short, Airbnb offers me, like, I think on the $1,800 I paid, they offered me $50 as a refund. And I said, great, you can offer me $50. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my 1.3 million followers on YouTube and my 200,000 followers on Twitter. And I only have 120,000 followers on Instagram because I had 600,000 and they took that down. So you're kind of lucky. So I'm going to tell them all about my experience and I'm going to be completely honest. So then they circle back and they offer me $300. And I was like, okay, that's not enough. I said, but really, I don't care as much about the money as much as I care about making sure that I can do a review on this company because they're lying. Like, why would you allow this company to even be on your platform when they're just lying to people like this? And then I realized, and this is maybe something that can help you, is my friend said, well, why don't you just hit the credit card company? I said, oh, that's right. I booked this on American Express. American Express is very consumer friendly. And that's why a lot of merchants don't like to use don't like to accept American Express. So I was like, oh, I'll just call American Express and tell them what happened. I'll send them pictures and get my money back that way. And I also just told them, I said, you have a quality control issue because the last place I stayed in an Airbnb in Tulsa, Oklahoma, they had a mouse in the freaking kitchen. They didn't put that. They didn't advertise that in the description that you might be out looking for a sandwich in the middle of the night and run into Mickey and Minnie on their way to Disneyland. Like they didn't say that in the description. And so and I remember I was sitting there because I was working. I was sitting there literally. I think I was about to do this class. And so first thing that happened was the electricity went out, but it wasn't their fault. That was like a neighborhood thing. But then I literally saw the corner of my eye, a little mouse like scattering across the room. I guess he was going to get a sandwich or something, or maybe he wanted to join our financial consciousness training, right? Nothing wrong with being a financially literate mouse. Rodents gotta, they should be learning about money too. But still though, it was like, what the hell, man? So I left that place. So long story short, I think I'm not going to do Airbnb anymore. They have a quality control problem. And so maybe VRBO, I heard that they're better and stuff like that. But anyway, that's my um experience. So anyway, I'm done talking about that. I had literally there was no point in that story. I just thought I would share it because it just made me mad. Or maybe the lesson is read the fine print because maybe I didn't read everything the way I was supposed to. But still, they did not have a picture of those big old steps. If they had a picture of that, I wouldn't have picked that place. But anyway, guys, so I'm gonna get on out of here. But by the way, someone was asking what's the text number. If you text the word money to 87948, the number's 87. It's always 87948. I'll just give you different text words to go with it. So text the word money to 87948. And another thing that we're trying to do this in the Black Business School, and I hope you'll support this. We're trying to really, I just believe that in our world, in our community, I think that we should just listen to Black women more. I kind of just feel like sometimes there's like this weird energy where I don't like when people disrespect Black men because when we show up properly, we deserve to be respected. And I think that there are plenty of women that respect us, and I know there are lots of men who respect Black women, but I really kind of feel like it's a little harder online for Black women. I think sometimes people can be nasty in their comments and all that. So we just made an effort to we have a YouTube channel called Fly Nubian Queen. And so we created this show called Fly Nubian Money. And Fly Nubian Queen has about 500,000 subscribers. And we just said, okay, let's get some smart Black women, let them do their thing. So my wife is one of them. She's one of the Fly Nubian Money panelists, and Jade Arundel and some really good people, Dr. Lene Javette and a few others. And they do this every single day, every day at 1 o'clock. And so I hope you'll pop in and just say some supportive words to the ladies. Like just make some positive comments, to help them kind of get recognized for their greatness. I mean, I've been recognized, for what I do, and I love y'all for that. And I appreciate that so much. It warms my heart when I see it. But I want other people, like I want all of us to be seen for our greatness, right? So anyway, they do this every single day at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, every day. Just like my classes every day, except I'm 7 days a week. They're doing their thing Monday through Friday, every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern. So if you would like to be notified when they go live, if you could also pull out your phone and text the word Queens with an S to 87948, just like Queens, New York, to 87948. And then when you get that notification, if you could just click on the button, come in and just listen to the ladies. You will learn a lot. They are smart. They have these amazing financial backgrounds, and I think these should be the teachers in our community. And we know that the Black woman is the first teacher, period, that we have. We know how much the Black woman has held things down for us, and that's why I have that loyalty. People make fun of me because I'm so loyal to that, but I am, because it's like, well, what more can you be loyal to than the person that's responsible for your existence, right? So Black women, gave us life, and fathers are great. I think fathers are really important. I think that there's a separate conversation that that should be had about what great things black men are doing. I think we get misrepresented so badly because they'll promote the ignorant rapper before they promote the hardworking, intelligent father and husband that really loves his family and is doing the right things. So there's a conversation to be had about men for sure, and that's one that I love having as well. But just when we're talking about the ladies, and I think it's because Mother's Day just passed, I really just think that I really think it's important to know that love is a verb. And love is not just a word. It's not just a feeling. It's a verb. Like, okay, if I love you, how am I going to show up and show you that I love you? What can I do that's going to really make your life a little bit better? And it might be something as simple as opening the door for you, or saying something positive to you, or if you have a business, buying something from you if I can. And so I hope you'll join me in supporting the ladies on Fly Nubian Queen. So if you text the word Queens to 87948, and come in there and just, and especially if you see some trolls, like let them have it, because we ain't doing that stuff over here. We're going to support our women, and we're going to be glad that they're smart. We're going to be glad that they're successful. There's no jealousy, no competition here. You should not be competing with black women, guys. I just want you to, I'm sure most men understand that, but for those who are not sure, don't let those insecurities mess with you, because I think the dynamics between black men and black women are very different financially. I really do. I just think, you have women that are some of the most capable, most educated women on the planet, and you have to support that. Doesn't mean you always have to match it pound for pound or go toe to toe. Sometimes she may have a little more education or make a little bit more money. And I think she also has some work to do, right, in terms of understanding what that means and not leading to him to feel emasculated because of that. But then also, sometimes we can self-emasculate. Like, I can be embarrassed. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna make a confession. Then I'm gonna be done. I'm doing a stream of consciousness. I hope I don't offend anybody with all this, but if I do, then I apologize. Just chalk it up to my ignorance. But I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. When I was 28 years old, I met a nice lady who was 30 years old. And I was in grad school. I was broke as hell. I was making like $12,000 a year. And I met this lady who really liked me, who was she was professional. Like, she had some good job, making good money. I don't know how much she made or whatever. She had her own house, and she clearly made more money than me, right? And that made me feel a little weird. That made me feel almost kind of inadequate, like almost like I was a kid trying to date an adult, you know. And the thing was, all this was on me. This was me putting this on myself. Right? I think that if I had just, shown up as myself and did my best and whatever, and I think maybe she saw my potential. I mean, I was about to make a lot of money. In 2 years, I was making over six figures myself, but I remember just kind of feeling strange and saying, and I was young, I was a kid, I was 28, and I remember just kind of saying, gosh, I've never dealt with this before. So I think sometimes that can also happen. Like, if you just never dealt with something, like, I've never been with a woman who's 6 feet tall, like that. I don't know what to do with that. That's new, right? So I really encourage you to kind of do that self-reflection so that you don't stand in your own way. And that's it. So, but I'm glad I married my wife. My wife is great, and she makes money too. So it's like, there's lots of educated black women that are doing well. They're out here, and I congratulate all of you for being that. And I also encourage you to look past some of the immaturity that you might see in terms of how people react. But at the same time, I think we all have to do the work ourselves as well. So all that accountability really does start at home. It doesn't start with me pointing at that person or that person. It starts with me pointing at myself. So anyway, I hope this discussion was beneficial to you. We're going to be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So if you're not on the text list yet, make sure you text the word morning to 87948 so that I can send you a notification when we go live. I'll do that maybe about twice a week, something like that. And then on top of that, what else is new? If you want to get a free copy of that training I talked about called How to Start a Business When You're Broke, just go to b1startup.com, be the number one startup.com, and you can feel free to have that. All right. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for puffy, and I would go to sleep and I couldn't breathe, and it was just pure hell. Fortunately, I either grew out of it, or or maybe living in Illinois makes it better. I have no idea. There is actually a stock I was about to buy, and I'm going to share that with you guys. 1 second here. So give me 2 secs to set us up, and I'm literally going to buy it now, and then I'll tell you what I'm buying, and then if you want to take a look, you can. Where is that freaking stock? I was going through so much information today. There's so much happening right now with my team and everything. Plus, it's my anniversary with my wife, so my brain's kind of scrambled because I'm trying to figure out how to be a good husband and make a nice plan for her or something. I don't know exactly what to do. Romance is kind of hard work for me, but I love her, so I want to do my best. All right, so okay. Okay, so here is what's happening right now with this market. It's doing extremely well. It is it is really strong right now. And and so there is a stock that I wanted to take a look at, a company called Structure Therapeutics. And apparently they are considered by JP Morgan to be sort of overlooked in this whole diet drug industry. I think they call them GLP-1 drugs. And apparently stuff like Ozempic and all that's kind of really taken off. And it says, according to JP Morgan, it could one day boast a competitive product and go up against Eli Lilly and other companies and maybe go up as much as 80%. They initiated research coverage on the clinical stage drug developer with an overweight rating of $65 price target, which is a 82% upside. Now, this stock, um, Structured Therapeutics, it looks like the ticker symbol is GPCR. Let me see if I can find it here. I'm hoping it's on Robinhood. Let me see here. GPCR. Yeah, Structured Therapeutics is currently trading for $36. It's gone up. Well, actually, it's gone down just a little bit. It's really, the analysts really love it. So I'm actually literally just to show you all that buying stock should be something that you just do regularly, just, like you're buying a pair of shoes or you're buying fast food. I'm just literally going to hop in here and buy it real quick. And the thing about it is that in my view, if you want to be a good investor, you should be investing so consistently that you don't even remember everything you bought. Like, sometimes some of you will come up and you'll say, I bought 10 shares of Tesla and it went down so far I've made 20 bucks or I've made 80 bucks. And the thing is, I want you to be able to say that you've invested so much that you don't even remember everything that you own, because that's kind of how you want to approach investing. You don't want to approach it as, sort of putting all your hopes and dreams in one stock. In my view, you want to put your money in so many places that you can't remember all the things you've invested in. It should surprise you. Like when Nvidia took off, I literally had to go into my portfolio to see if I owned Nvidia, and I did, and which was great. And so, and my wife and I made a decent ROI. I think we bought $5,000 worth, and it turned into almost $100,000. So sometimes you have those hits. Sometimes the stock will just do something wonderful and make your day. Most of the time, that doesn't happen. Most stocks do not move like Nvidia did. So don't assume that every stock is going to give you the same response, but it does happen. It does happen periodically, and pharmaceutical companies are notoriously jumpy. They can go from 0 to 60 on you real quick. They can plummet on you real quick, right? So, it's a volatile situation. But I do have a nice little portfolio of pharmaceutical companies that I like. And pharmaceutical companies are also good if you are into things like selling stock options and stuff like that, which is what we do in the Prime program. If you're interested, you can take a look at drboyceprime.com. That's where we do the stock option stuff. And if you're a Prime member, at some point this week, I am going to reach out to you guys because I have some stuff I want to share with you. Actually, this week, the magic trick I want to show you is how to loan yourself $10,000 out of your portfolio. Literally, how to take a pile of stocks you own and pull out $10,000 if you need money for whatever. If you want to put a down payment on a car, or you have to make a repair, or you want to add an extension onto your house, I can show you how, if you have a capital base, you can literally go and just like going to a bank and borrow $10,000 from yourself. And if your portfolio is big enough, like some of you that are in the mastermind, I met the first mastermind students this week. Some of you have, over 100,000, 200,000, a million. And a young lady came to me when I was at the Get Money Fest and said she literally just got $1 million in a lawsuit. And so some of you have a lot of money. And if you have a capital base like that, you never have to work for anybody. Even $100,000 capital base, if you're capital efficient, can keep you from the corporate plantation. It can keep you from having to ever work for anybody. But if you have $1 million or $500,000 or something like that, and you know what to do with that, it's about knowing how to just kind of get what you need. It's like knowing how to get. It's like if I have a farm and I have a bunch of stuff growing on my farm, and I need syrup. If I know enough about trees and tree sap and whatever, I can figure out, and berries or whatever, I can figure out how to go get some syrup, right? And so what I mean by that is when you have a stock portfolio, the beginning stages of investing, I think, comes down to sort of having these stocks and just owning them, which is great. That's a great start. And buy and hold. That's the most simple way to invest. That's literally the most critical thing you can do. If you're not buying something and holding something, then you're not really sort of moving along with the economy. I think that's really important to do. But then after you learn how to buy and hold, then you can get into things like stock options and stuff like that, which gives you a lot more range and flexibility to allow you to achieve multiple goals at once. So, for example, sometimes I'll run into a situation where I'll say, gosh, I really want a lot of stock, or sorry, I really want a lot of cash. I need cash for something, and I don't want to sell my stock. Maybe I don't want to go get a bank loan. I don't want to use my credit cards. But I want to get this cash. How do I get that? Well, there's ways to do that. So anyway, so for the Prime members, I'll send you guys some stuff. Those that are interested, you can go to drboyceprime.com, or also if you text the word money to 87948, text money to 87948. I'll send you an example of a training I have called How to Make Money Without Working, and that'll introduce you to this whole universe that'll probably blow your mind. So feel free to text the word money to 87948. And that stock that I was mentioning earlier, the ticker symbol. See, I lost it already. See that? Remember, I was telling you, like literally, you just buy stuff and you just buy it and throw it in the corner and just say, okay, I own this. It's Structure Therapeutics, and the ticker symbol. Um, see, y'all got to help me. I literally saw the stock and was like, oh wow, I like what I'm saying. GPCR. So if somebody comes in and says, well, what was his stock pick? Just tell them it's GPCR. If somebody can help me with that. That way I won't be so scatterbrained. All right. So I'm going to answer a few of your questions here in the Q&A section. You can never go wrong with a spa day for your wife, says Rarick. Thank you for that suggestion, Rarick. I think I am going to take it. And actually, now that I think about it, my wife just ran a half marathon and her legs are really, really sore. I got the wonderful opportunity to rub her down with some CBD oil, but unfortunately, my massage ability is somewhat limited because I'm not a masseuse, but I think a real masseuse might do the trick. So, Rarick, you are the man. I think I'm going to take my wife to get a massage today. Thank you very much for that suggestion. King May, when I go into my stock account, my stocks have made money, but how do I find out which stocks are responsible for the increase? What are the steps for selling the stock? Okay, so a couple things in your app, depending on the app that you're using, there should be some button you can hit that will order your stocks based on different variables. Like, so for example, in E-Trade, they'll order the stocks based on the daily percentage increase. That you can order the stocks based on how much money the stocks made that day. You can look at the overall percentage increase, how much money the stock made over time. A lot of different variables. That might be your pathway to getting that information. I don't know which particular platform you use, but a lot of them are similar. In our stock market class, we use let me see. We use E-Trade. We started to dig into Charles Schwab. We use Robinhood a lot for options, for selling options. I like the margin program for Robinhood. From consulting with students on Charles Schwab, I noticed that it seems like they have a different margin plan from Robinhood. They give you less margin, at least for this student, they gave him less margin than some of my other students who use Robinhood. They also charged a higher interest rate, which I thought was really interesting. So what he did was I told him, I said, we were doing kind of a one-on-one, and I said, go talk to Charles Schwab and tell them what Robinhood is charging and see if they'll lower your interest rate. And they did. I was very surprised. I didn't know a lot of brokers just did that. And then I was like, if you want more margin, maybe you could ask them for more margin. But then your ability to access margin and the amount that you get a lot of times will depend on how much capital you have, how much investing experience you have, things like that. So I would encourage you, be really, really careful. Just know when we talk about investing, this is not investing advice. This is just me sort of telling you what I see and what I'm doing and what options might be out there. One thing I thought about today that's really interesting is I know a guy who started doing some of the stuff we do in the options class, where he started to sell stock options, and he bought some shares in some of the companies that I mentioned that I liked. And again, I said this isn't investing advice, but this is what I own. And he was selling the options. He was making all this extra income. He's really excited about it, which a lot of us are. And it was back in 2022. And what I remember about that was he got really squeamish because those stocks started to really drop. And while there are ways to protect your stock against those drops, I don't know how much he had in place, but I know that losing money or seeing the paper losses really rattled him. So he sold everything and just got out. He just got out because he just said, I can't stand losing his money. Well, the reason I feel bad for him is because he walked away after right in the middle of a major loss without considering that the market oscillates. It goes up and down. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down. And so 2023 was a great year 2024 has been a really strong year. The market's at record highs now. Bitcoin just hit a record high. There are so many different pathways to money right now. It's ridiculous. And I feel bad that he walked away when times got hard. And it's kind of it really goes back to that New Edition song, Can You Stand the Rain? If you want to be an investor, I encourage you to not allow yourself to be talked out of being in the game. You have to stay in the game to be able to enjoy the good times and the bad times. You have to stay in the game to be able to see the gold at the end of the rainbow. If you walk away because it gets a little weird or you have a paper loss, then what's happened to you psychologically is you've been hit by something in academic research that we refer to as the wealth effect. The wealth effect is basically where you just feel poorer or you feel richer, and you really have no reason to feel richer or to feel poorer. You just do. Well, what drives a lot of the wealth effect? Paper losses and paper gains. Like, tell me, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no if you can identify with this. I'll put a yes in the chat if you, because I want to make sure you're with me. How many of you open up your app and you see lots of green on a good day and you see everything going up and you just feel like a little bit high? You feel a little dizzy, excited, you're smiling, you feel almost like you just had sex with the sexiest person on the planet, and your life is good and you're going to heaven and Jesus loves you, and the grass is greener and the birds are chirping and life is just great. Give me a yes or no if you know that feeling. I want you to imagine that feeling right now, how you felt probably this week, especially those of you that are members of Prime. You saw some of these. I mean, some of these stocks that we kind of dabble with in Prime are killing it. They were absolutely just kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Right? Just, I mean, it was an amazing week. Right? Okay. Now I want you to imagine and tell me yes if you can identify with this. Maybe feeling like crap on the days where everything's red. You open up the app and everything, this drop, this drop, this drop, this drop, this drop, and you're like, oh my God, this is terrible. I'm so poor right now. Oh my God, I lost, $500. I lost $1,000. I lost $3,000. Let me know if you know that feeling too, right? I want you to imagine that feeling. Well, what that really is basically when you're building wealth, when you're investing. I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. My wife is a therapist, and we talked about that a little bit recently this morning. When you're investing, you're kind of taking a drug. You really are. So you think about Coke being the upper, and heroin, that's they call it in the street, heroin being the downer. I hate drugs. I don't mess with drugs, but this is a good analogy. Well, when you're making money, you've been dabbling in the pink cocaine that Diddy used when he beat Cassie up that day, right? I'm kidding. I don't know if he did or not. I'm joking. But seriously though, you're dabbling in the upper. You're really literally, this is not figurative, that you're literally getting a high from seeing your paper wealth go up. And then when you're having the bad day, you're kind of getting a downer. It's that fentanyl or that, heroin, right? That is pulling you down. It's making you like, oh my God, I'm so depressed, I'm so scared. And then financial anxiety can kick in and all these other things can kick in. But I'm gonna tell you the honest to God truth. And this is a perspective. This is not fact. This is a point of view. It can't be fact because it's a perspective. In one point of view, nothing changed, actually. Nothing changed. And let me explain why. I own a few hundred shares of a company called Coinbase. And Coinbase is um it's a stock that behaves like a crackhead. It has it's like, or bipolar. It's a bipolar stock. Some days Coinbase will make you the richest man in the world. Some days Coinbase will make you feel like you want to go jump off a building. So, with my shares of Coinbase, let me see. My current position in Coinbase is about $105,000 that I own in Coinbase. This is what I really own. That 105 in the number of shares, it's 470 shares. And well, it's actually now it's worth 106. I literally, just in the amount of time I've been talking to you, I've made $1,000 in Coinbase in the time that it took me to complete that sentence. And I hear you, Joy. I'm not making light of domestic violence at all. I had a friend, Robin Simpson, who was actually one of the students in the school who was just killed by her husband in Houston. And so I agree with you 100%. Domestic violence is not funny at all. And if I gave you that impression, no, that's not funny at all. So anyway, let me continue. So and now it's, okay, it's down, it looks like it's dropping below 105 again. So what happens is that, here's the thing, the price is going up and down, up and down, up and down. And what's moving the price? Well, market conditions. the economy, the trading environment, like just all these different variables are moving the market price up and down, up and down, up and down. But nothing's really changed if you really look at it from a certain point of view. Give me a yes or no. Did the number when I went made that $1,000 during that sentence, like literally in that 60 seconds that I made earlier, do I own more shares than I did before I started that sentence? Um, when I made that $1,000, did the company change? Like, did Coinbase go into a different industry? Did they get a new CEO? Like, did something material change about my investment? Nothing, absolutely nothing changed. Nothing changed. It was the exact same company, exact same ownership, exact same everything. So these numbers that are changing, it's easy to argue that paper losses and paper gains, to some extent, not completely, but to some extent, are kind of a figment of your imagination, or at the very least, they are things that matter when they matter, but they don't matter when they don't. They matter when they matter, but they don't matter when they don't. If someone tells me that it's raining in China, I am not going to get wet. I don't care that it's raining in China. Well, unless I'm in China. So I was in China in 2019, and if you told me that it's raining in Beijing, then that would have mattered because I was out running in Beijing with my wife. It's a stinky city, by the way. You don't. Shanghai was better. Beijing, but still though. So it mattered when it mattered, but it didn't matter when it didn't. So paper losses and paper gains only matter when they matter. They don't matter when they don't. So the reason that the paper gain and the paper loss, when I told you all I made $1,000 during that one sentence because this something happened in the price change. Basically, it's like it only matters if I'm trying to sell my stock. I'm not selling my Coinbase stock, and I don't plan to sell it anytime soon. My Coinbase stock, my little stake in my Coinbase stock, I tend to sell options on it, and every week I make, I don't know, I'm guessing like $2,000 a week or something, which is that's $100,000 a year from one investment, by the way. So I make my 1,500, 2,000 a week selling my options, and it's like just like owning a donut shop, or I don't know, a shoe store or something, right? And I like it. It's a nice little business. Do you understand? But my ownership hasn't changed. When you have a paper loss or a paper gain, nothing is really changing. So my reaction to this, the euphoria I might experience from seeing the price go up and down to some extent, is a mostly psychological phenomenon, just like somebody telling me that it's raining in China. You're right. I could get sad about it. I could say, gosh, it's been raining so hard and those poor people, they're getting wet. And I just feel it. But it really doesn't affect me in a material way. But if I'm in China, then it does matter. So if you tell me that my stock is worth less, it usually doesn't. I try my best to look away. I say, look, does my asset still do what it does? Does it do what it do? So is it doing what I need it to do? If the answer is yes, I do not care. Because no matter what the price of Coinbase is, every single week I can sell my options, make my money, and I am good with that. And so, in just as an FYI, in the amount of time I've been explaining that to you, the stock went down again to 105,000 or something, right? So I literally lost a few $100s in the amount of time I was talking to you. But did I really lose anything? No, I own the same company, same ownership shares, same everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is important to understand from in investing because Warren Buffett actually makes this point to some extent, where he talks about the difference between investing in a speculative asset versus investing in a productive asset. He says that some investments, like he says, if I buy a share of Coca-Cola, I own a piece of Coca-Cola's revenue. And that revenue, that value of that share is connected to how many bottles of Coke that they're selling all throughout the world. It's connected to the value of their intellectual property. It's connected to the value of the factories and machinery that they own and all the other things that are connected to the company. That value remains and that value is true and it exists even if there is no market for Coca-Cola stock. Even if Coca-Cola was no longer publicly traded, it would still it would still have value because I'm owning a piece of a productive asset. However, and this is why Warren Buffett had an issue with things like Bitcoin, is that Bitcoin is not a productive asset. Bitcoin is not a corporation that's generating revenue that releases financial statements and net income and free cash flow, which lends itself to traditional valuation models that help us know what a stock is worth. Bitcoin can't do that. Bitcoin doesn't have an earnings report and everything else like Coca-Cola does to tell you how many bottles of Coke they sold. the only reason you buy Bitcoin, and I'm not saying you shouldn't buy it, I'm just saying the only reason you buy Bitcoin, tell me if you agree with this. The only reason you buy Bitcoin is because you're hoping that the price goes up and somebody will eventually buy it from you for more than what you paid. Am I right or am I right? Tell me what do you think? Right, that's what you're buying it at 71,000 maybe because which I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy it. And you're buying it because you're hoping that the price will go up. And if the price goes up, then I bought it at 70, I sold it at 120. Look at how much money I made. Good for you. Right. But that makes it into a speculative asset, which lends itself to a lot more volatility and booms and busts and just this possibility. And then what they call the bigger fool theory. They call that the bigger fool theory. The bigger fool theory says that I'm gonna be the fool who buys it at 70 because I believe there's a bigger fool who will buy it at 90. Right. And again, I don't want it to sound like I'm against Bitcoin though. Warren Buffett is very much against Bitcoin. His buddy Charlie Munger talked crazy about it. He hated cryptocurrency. He thought it was a bunch of garbage. People like Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan Chase, they call it a scam, but it's weird because I think Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan, I think they own Bitcoin or something. But I don't know what that's all about. But whether you believe it's real or not, one thing about investing in wealth that they don't process is that the even that term reality is very subjective. If everyone believes something's real, I believe that it becomes real. Like even if you take something that's not real, and if everybody's reacting to something that's fake, well, that fake thing becomes very real because there are very real consequences and real implications of what people feel about that thing, right? So, I don't know, to use a funny example, not funny. This is not funny, but let's say that video of Diddy was a fake video. Let's say it was all made up. It was AI or something. It was a deep fake, and none of this stuff ever happened, and it wasn't real. It doesn't matter because the perception is reality. People have a perception of Diddy, so that has real consequences. He lost 18 brand deals. People don't really want to mess with him like that. I think the mayor of New York City, I think he did, or he's thinking about taking back his key to the city and things like that. Why? Well, because they all saw this video. But what if it wasn't real? What if it was fake? It doesn't matter at this point, right? Or it should matter, but it doesn't. And I do think it's real. And I don't think domestic violence is funny, Jan. So don't think I'm saying that at all. But the long story short is that with stock market investing, that's what makes it hard for the so-called experts like me to for us to come in with our calculations and valuation models and value stock because what happens is that we don't always know the math guys don't know what to do when you see AMC and GameStop tripling in price in one day. We don't. But there's something there to study. There's something there to invest in. There's something there to make money from for sure, right? Because what you're seeing this tidal wave of people that are all buying this stock and the price is going up. And you know that if you can position yourself properly and time it properly, there is money to be made. So really, when I invest in an AMC or GameStop or even Donald Trump's raggedy company that's worth almost nothing, I'm not investing in a productive asset. I'm not investing in something that really makes sense from a traditional standpoint. I'm really investing in people's commitment to their own irrational thinking. Right? That's what I'm investing in this idea that maybe all the Trump supporters will love Donald Trump enough that they will prop up this crappy little stock that he owns, and that the price will go up because of that. So it's a different kind of speculation. And if you want to know about Trump's company, the company is I think it's called Trump Media. There we go. Trump Media and Technology Group. Let's see. The price is $43 per share. The stock's worth about $1. It's gone up 147% this year, which is crazy. 230% in the last year. So yeah. So in Donald Trump. So let's see. The total market cap of that company is 5.98 billion. It actually dropped by $100 million. The market cap literally dropped by $100 million just now. And let me see. The company earns almost nothing. I mean, it's absolutely terrible. What do the analysts say about this company? Let me see. It's like laughable because the company is just really bad. They're losing money. They're losing lots of money, and I don't think the company is a good investment. It's called True Social, I guess. True Social sees wider loss in the first quarter. Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to be much of anything. So, but again, though, I wouldn't call you crazy to invest in it because what you're just investing in is you're investing in this idea that maybe the price is going to come back up and people are going to want to own a piece of this company. So it's kind of a sticky thing. Okay, so anyway, let me jump back in. Let's see here. How do you decide when to roll up, considering rolling up clean spark? Okay, so that's an options question. So if you do log in at drboyceprime.com, leave that question in Dr. Boyce Prime, and then I'll answer that. I'm going to do a Q&A today and send you all the video where I answer all your questions. So that way we can not confuse those who haven't been introduced to options. I want to focus more on stocks in this conversation because options are a little bit over some of our heads. So I don't want to scare anybody. All right. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section and I will answer it. And let me just let you all know a couple things that are happening right now that you should pay attention to. NVIDIA has a big earnings announcement today, Wednesday, that is going to determine whether or not this AI thing is actually working. The stock's gone up a little bit. There are people that are concerned that NVIDIA's big rise in price is not going to be sustained. NVIDIA has, I assume you know, that stock has gone crazy in the last year or so because of this whole AI craze, because they're kind of in the driver's seat of this massive industry. That's good for them. But what's happened now is that the expectations are very high. So what could happen is that this stock could very easily crash after after the earnings announcement. And now what does a crash mean? A crash does not mean Nvidia is going to hell. It does not mean the company's going bankrupt. It does not mean that they're not making money hand over fist. What it means is that the amount of money they thought they were going to make hasn't been matched by the amount of money they did make. So the market will say, well, we thought you were going to make $8 billion, but you actually only made $7.7 billion, which means we've got to adjust your stock price. And when you roll that into the valuation model, it leads to a big drop in the price. This is the pressure of public markets. That's why a lot of companies don't want to go public, is because they feel like there's this pressure to be as capitalist as you can possibly be and put money at the forefront of everything. And sometimes there are investments that you want to make that are bigger than just how much money you can make next quarter, or maybe they're long-term investments. Like Mark Zuckerberg took a lot of heat because he's a big believer in the metaverse. Well, why shouldn't he be? First of all, I love the metaverse. I play golf in the metaverse. I'm telling you, it's so much fun. Like you got to try it. It's with the MetaQuest, it's so real, but there's frictions, right? People don't want to go through and put the clunky headset on and figure it out and all that. But I'm telling you, like if you take that time to just try it, you are going to absolutely love it. So I go in there and I meet my buddy and we play golf and it feels better than actually going to the golf course. I don't because I don't have to spend all the money and all the time to do it. You can hear the birds chirping and the water hitting against the rocks at Pebble Beach and just all kinds of cool stuff. I love it. I absolutely love it. But not everybody does. The metaverse is not mainstream. So Zuckerberg has been pouring billions of dollars into the metaverse on what is seen as a gamble because he's hoping that at some point there'll be a critical mass of entrance into the metaverse that will help him turn a profit. So far, it's been a massive loss. I think it's called Reality Labs. That's but I think what's going to happen is the thing with Facebook that's interesting is that you've got the metaverse stuff and then you got AI. And then eventually, the next big player on the horizon, in my opinion, is going to be something linked to quantum computing. Once quantum computing becomes a thing, like in the mainstream consciousness, it's going to change everything. It could change the world almost as much as AI does. They literally say that the first country that can master quantum computing will control the world. That's how crazy quantum computing is in terms of what it does. Like it makes our other computers look just like Stone Age, objects. So I think at some point that, when you're sort of mixing what's going on with AI and then eventually metaverse frictions start to reduce, where instead of maybe putting on this big I wish I could show y'all my MetaQuest headset. It's like this big old thing, and it's kind of it does look a little bit nerdy. But eventually, I think now, in fact, they have these little sunglasses, these cool Ray-Ban sunglasses you can put on that'll let you do things, and that's a little bit better, right? So they look almost like the glasses I have, except actually cooler, and you can still do a lot of metaverse stuff on those glasses. I think eventually, when that happens, you're gonna start seeing a lot of people in the metaverse, and I believe that if you try it, I think you're gonna like it. So just give it a thought. So anyway, what else? Okay, where can you buy stock? So let me just say this. Some of you were asking, how do you get started? What do you do? Okay, so let me give you something that can help you get started. If you go to B1investing.com. So somebody please type that in, B1investing.com. That will introduce you to an ebook I have called the $5 a day investing plan. So that's B1investing.com. That is something that we have in the Black Business School that's very effective to kind of get you started so that you don't overthink the process. And then also beyond that, I want to remind everybody of what I call the Black Wealth Master Plan. I developed the Black Wealth Master Plan as part of our economic awareness training. You can get an EAT because I want everybody to eat. But if you want to eat, you got to be able to see the food. You can't eat if you can't see where the food is located. So I want everybody to eat. So we do EAT, economic awareness training, every morning. I used to call it financial consciousness training. Sometimes I'll call it that, but you know what it is, right? So anyway, the Black Wealth Master Plan is really simple. And what this was something that I wanted to come together with that would give us a very simple process that we can all follow that would make a massive difference in wealth. This will allow us to not just close the racial wealth gap for our family. I can't speak for everybody's family. There's too much ignorance, too much chaos, too many people that don't want to listen. That's fine. I'll let them do what they want to do. But for your family, there will be no racial wealth gap. For your family, there will be the only gap you're going to have is the fact that you're going to have jealous white people in your neighborhood who are going to say, how did those Negroes get all the money? That's what they're going to say. So just so you know, there's going to be jealousy. It always happens. If you become successful, lazy people will get mad at you. So anyway, here's what the Black Wealth Master Plan is. Very simple. And then Tara, I will answer your question about quantum computing. So give me 1 second here. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So the Black Wealth Master Plan says this. This is one generation out, really 2 generations before it really kicks in at a level that I know it'll kick in. But the Black Wealth Master Plan is that every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Because we don't want our kids running around depending on jobs from white people. That no disrespect to white people. I don't hate white people. I just don't want us economically dependent on those people. And the reason that you have to get a job in the first place is because nobody took the time to build you a capital base. If somebody had built you a capital base, if somebody had given you some resources, some stock, some real estate, some cash, something to go out in this world, you would not have to get up and go to work every day. So really, learning how to start a business is another plan B that would allow you an escape plan. Because here's the thing, money's everywhere. The economy is so abundant. There's so much money everywhere. But for some of us, it feels like there's money nowhere. It feels like money's hard to get and that money's very, very dry. Well, the reason is because it's where they position you. It's like if I'm in a body and all the water, it retains water. Let's say one half of the body is retaining all the water and the other half is dehydrated. And I live on the dehydrated side of the body. I'm a little amoeba or something. I live on the dehydrated side and I'm like, there's no water here. I'm just on the wrong side of the body. I need to go to the other side. If I go to the other side, there's plenty of water. There's too much. There's so much there. I might drown if I'm not careful. So really, the same thing is true with money. If you look at the economy like a body, like a human body, what you'll find is that it's like a big body that retains water. See, rich people live like, let's say rich people live up in the shoulder, right? And what they do is they retain water in the shoulder, and water does not get to the rest of the body. So effectively, what happens is that you have this really distorted economic reality. Let me know if you're following this. I hope you're getting this. I like analogies. I hope this makes sense. So with this distorted economy, you've got people that have so much money, they have money to burn. They're like, oh, who can't make $50,000 in a day? There are people that think like that. And then you've got people who have a hard time getting $50 in a day because the economy is not a fair economy. When they talk about wealth distribution, it is like a body distributing water all throughout the body. Wealth distribution is not a thing in the United States. In fact, if you talk about wealth distribution, that what do? They start calling you a communist or you're a Marxist, you're a socialist and all that. And they use these terms to stigmatize the idea of sharing the wealth. I don't think there's anything wrong with wealth distribution. I also think, I like to accumulate a capital base by working together that can match the capital base of the business owners and the shareholders because they always work together. And people that have capital bases, they tend to move America. Right now at major universities, you have a lot of people who support Israel, who have massive capital bases because they spend their time teaching their children to build wealth. They think about this all the time because they see their money as their freedom, their security. They see it as a weapon. It's a shield. It's a sword. It's a knife. It's a gun. It's whatever they need it to be. So they spend all their time sitting around figuring out how to make money and how to keep it in the family. And now what's happened is that they've gone to war. They've gone to economic war to back up the actual war that's happened in the Middle East. They're going to war economically. They're going to the universities now and they're saying, oh, we've got the capital base And we know that you need money because you're just a bunch of nerdy professors who sit around and write these research papers that nobody ever reads, and you don't know how to make money. Well, we do. And if you don't do what we say, we're going to take your money away. We're not donating to this. Right. So again, while I honestly, I'm going to tell you, I don't agree. I tend to be on the side of saying, I don't understand why we gotta, blow up these hospitals in the Gaza Strip. I don't understand that, right? But at the same time, I see exactly what's happening, and I just, it's life. So capital bases are really important to protect yourself. You have to have a capital base. If you throw your child into the world without a capital base, you are basically throwing them into slavery. You are throwing them into exploitation. You are making them vulnerable. You're putting them in the middle of a gunfight without a weapon, without a shield, without training, without nothing. And then we wonder why they fail. We wonder why they're suffering. So anyway, let me keep going. And nobody else, I know nobody else talks to you like this, and they get mad at me because they think, oh, you're being mean. Well, guess what? As mean as I might be when I say this, the world is a whole lot meaner when you are 28 years old and you can't afford to pay the bills. So I'm sorry if it hurts people's feelings, but I have to say this. So here is all right. So here's the other thing in the Black Wealth Master Plan. The second part of it comes down to stock ownership. I think every black child should own stock at the age of 5, but buying them one share of stock is not enough, or buying them stock one time is not enough. You have to buy it the same way you buy them food. No good parent in the history of this world has ever fed their child one time and said, "Okay, my job is done." Nobody does that. You don't feed your child once and then assume they're going to live the next 20 years. You don't do that. You feed them every day. You feed them regularly. Now with stock, you don't have to feed them every day, but I'd say once a week, once a month, something like that. And that's where that $5 a day plan comes into play. The URLs for that is well, actually just go to b1investing.com. I think it's there. So B1 Investing, be the number one investing.com, and it is free. You can have it for free for sure. So basically, when you're feeding the child economically consistently, then what's happening is you're building that capital base for them that we talked about. So, and really, you should start doing this when they're born, before they're born. In fact, if I was 25 years old and I knew I was going to have a child in the next 7 years, I would start investing right now for my child. Because remember that the wealth you build isn't just their wealth; it's the family's wealth. It's the family's wealth. So don't think you're just doing this for other people or you're just doing this for the future. You're doing this for the here and now. Even when you talk about saving and investing for retirement when you're young, I used to think that that was silly because when I was 20, I could not visualize being 65. I was like, there's no motivation for me to save and invest right now if I'm not going to benefit until I'm so old that I feel like I'm about to die. I mean, that's how you feel when you're 20. You're like, why would I do that? I got so many other pressing issues to address. Why would I start sacrificing for when I'm 65? Well, here's the reason why you do that. Well, remember, when you're investing when you're young, and you're accelerating your wealth growth and all that, and building that capital base, you have a capital base that you can still utilize even before you retire. You have financial security so that if worse came to worse, push came to shove, you've got some money in that 401k or that IRA that can make sure that you're not homeless in case you get mad at your boss and decide to quit your job. If you want to go and get some sort of productive asset, you've got an asset that gives you collateral. Collateral, you can borrow against that. And again, for those that are in the Prime program, I'll send you all the video where I borrow money from myself all the time. Why? Well, because I got a capital base, so I can go and pull money out. I can go and sell options. I can sell time. Options are beautiful because you can actually sell time. So I can sell an option that expires 2 years from now, get thousands of dollars, and have that money and use that money to go take my wife on a trip if I want to. Right. So you want to have someone investing for that child consistently, just like you're feeding them. You got to do it consistently, every week, every month, whatever. Maybe half the amount you might put into your car note. If you love your child as much as you love your car, then this should be a no-brainer for you. It doesn't mean don't get the car. It just means make sure you feed the child as you're also feeding the car dealer. The car dealer is not more important than your children. I hope we agree on that. The third part of the Black Wealth Master Plan is that every child should be in a position to put a down payment on property by the time they're about 21 years old. And really that's flexible. It could be 25, but early to mid 20s, they should be in a position to put down payment on a property, because when you own property, you're able to participate in inflation in a good way. Inflation no longer becomes bad when you have assets, because what happens is that there's another type of inflation that's even stronger than regular inflation called asset inflation. Asset inflation means that when the price of everything goes up, guess what? The price of real estate goes up. So if you owned a house that was worth $200,000 before the pandemic, that house could easily be worth 400,000 after the pandemic, right? So while the price of groceries are going up, the price of gas is going up, the price of car insurance is going up, guess what? The value of your house went up. So you made money. You were surfing on the wave of inflation and making money from it. Workers can't really do that. People who don't own assets, unfortunately, are getting crushed by inflation. It is so unfair. It is patently terrible. I heard a professor from NYU who was talking about how the Gen Zers are really getting screwed because they don't own anything, and this inflation has made it super expensive for them to even get onto the ramp of ownership, right? So what you have to do as their parent or whatever, getting them ready for the world, is try to position them to be on the ramp of ownership without them having to climb up themselves, because if they do it themselves, what they're going to do is what we did, which is they're going to struggle for about 15 years. They're going to be buried under student loan debt. They're going to be paying rent to a landlord. They're going to be paying money to the car dealer, whatever, and struggling with some crappy job that they hate. So they have to go see a therapist because they're depressed and anxious and sad because they have to go do something they hate every day, which is like living in hell. And then when they get about 35, they're going to have an awakening. Maybe they'll watch a Boyce Watkins video and say, "Ah, this is it. I'm tired of it. I'm done. I'm tired of it." And then they'll be open to changing their thinking because they'll realize the world doesn't love them the way they were taught in elementary school. And then they're going to start this process of trying to relearn how the world works, but they're going to be like 40. So why waste 20 years in the darkness when you can put them in the light when they're 5, 6, 7 years old? Why do that? Why wait? Why react to how painful life can be when you're not prepared instead of proact and make sure you avoid the pain in the first place? Why we got to go through hell before we understand that heaven is accessible if you understand what's out here? You just have to have an awareness of the right way to go through this economy. Because let me tell you about this economy. Then I'm gonna start answering your questions in the Q&A section. Okay. Here's the thing with the economy. Student loan debt is at an all-time high. That's the biggest drainer of black wealth is student loans. It's crazy because we're trying to get intelligent and we're trying to make progress. We're thinking, oh, I got to go to the school and give them all my money. And well, that's actually the biggest drainer of black wealth that there is. So you're getting education, you're getting jobs, but you're not getting any wealth. So I don't know what that means. I don't know how that makes you feel. I don't know. To me, if I'm working hard, I would want to be achieving a goal, a meaningful goal. I would not want to just be working hard just to say that I did it. I want to work hard to know that I'm achieving the goals that matter to me. So if wealth is your goal, unfortunately, which sucks, is that student loans and college degrees and corporate jobs are not the pathway to wealth for most people. Number two, car debt, automobile debt is at an all-time high. Why? Well, because the prices of the cars go up, interest rates are higher. Everything's expensive, right? So people are going into debt because and everybody wants to look fly because they want to, especially if you went to college and stuff, you want to look like you went to college, you want to look fancy. So you drive this nice car so your friends will ooh and ah and whatever, right? So it can fulfill your self-esteem. And the problem with that though is that is a depreciating asset that does nothing for your net worth. That's the sad part about owning a car. So when I go buy a car, my wife and I we buy nice cars. My wife drives a nice car, I drive a nice car, but we always get a car that's about 3 years old. The reason we pick a car that's about 3 years old is because it sucked out a lot of the fat a lot of the financial fat in the price. So let me give an example. I wanted to get an Xfinity, right? Which again, so I'm not saying you shouldn't get a nice car. I have a nice car. It's an Xfinity. So we went to get an Xfinity and we looked at first we looked at Escalades, and I went to look at an Escalade and a Lincoln Navigator because I like the big SUVs. And I said, I really can't justify spending 100,000 on a car because in my head I'm thinking about all the other things I could do with that money. So then after we went to the Navigator place, we then went to the Cadillac place. Cadillac was nice, but I was like, I ain't got nobody to impress anyway. I'm not an impressive guy. So and if I am impressive, it's not because of the car that I drive. So I was like, I don't care. I don't want this car. And that was probably 90,000, 80,000, something like that. So then we went to the Xfinity place. Now the Xfinities were like $80,000. And I was like, wow, I want this nice new Xfinity. And I was like, I still don't want to spend $80,000 on a car. Affordability is not the issue at all. I have people on my team that I pay enough money where I could buy a Bugatti with the amount of money that I pay them. It was more like there are better things to use this money for. Like one rule of investing is what they call it the efficient use of capital. What one rule of investing pretty much says is that when you get capital, you should put it to its best use, right? You should not waste it on stupid stuff. So basically, we were going to get the Infinity. I was like, nah, I don't think I want to do it. So my wife and I were going to go to lunch, and then I said, well, wait a minute, let's go look at these other Infinities that are 3 years old. And 3 years to me is a sweet spot because you still get that new car feel, that new car smell. You know, you drive and you feel like you're rolling in something nice. But what I found was that it took $30,000 off the price of the car. So I was able to get a car that made me just as happy but for a price that was $30,000 less. And I drive this car and I get compliments on it. People that in my family, they see it, they're like, "Ooh, this is nice," right? Whatever, right? All that stuff. I get all that, that what they call utility, which is happiness. That's the economic term for happiness, which is utility. I get the same utility for a much lower cost. So really, money and investing is very, very emotional. Right. A lot of times I like, why do you want that nice car? Well, because you like the feeling of driving the nice car. And I'm no different. I wanted that feeling of drive. I did not want to drive a hoopty. I did not want to drive a raggedy car. Right. And my wife is bougie as hell. She likes to be comfortable. So there's nothing wrong with that. But the question is, how do I get comfortable without destroying my wealth in the process? And that was where that 3 year sweet spot came into play, because if I'd gotten a brand new Infinity instead of one that was 3 years old, I don't think I would have felt that much better, but it would have cost me $30,000 more. So instead, with that extra money, I was able to invest that. We paid the car off pretty quickly, and we were able to then get back to the real use of capital, which is investing, right? So I encourage you to like can sort of think about that process. And it's okay to connect your feelings to your investing, because I really think that there is a lot you can learn there in terms of knowing how you can make moves that are going to help you maximize your happiness in the short term and in the long term. And it's a complex process, but I want you to think about that. All right, so let me answer some questions in the Q&A section. One thing I want to mention is that we do money in the morning, our economic awareness, our financial consciousness training. If you haven't gotten an invitation, all you have to do is text the word morning to 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can be invited. Also, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, as well as my wife's books on financial anxiety, things like that, can be found at drboycebooks.com. We have financial flashcards and workbooks for kids as well. In fact, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, we designed flashcards to go with the book. So if you want to explain these concepts to your kids, which are really important Black wealth concepts, I wrote the book specifically focused on Black wealth. And a lot of the concepts and the layouts and the theories in that book are not things you're going to see in the textbook anywhere, because we specialize in Black wealth. I don't care about what other people are doing unless it matters to the extent that we can learn enough from it to solve the Black wealth problem. So if you want your kids introduced to these concepts, maybe this summer is a good time for you to kind of get them on the good foot and give them something that will change their life. I guarantee if you pay your child $20 to go through and learn the concepts on the flashcards, it'll be the best investment you ever made. It will change their economic trajectory for life. And there's nothing that they would learn at Harvard or an HBCU that would match the way we teach wealth in the Black Business School, because we're the best at Black wealth on the planet. So anyway, let me answer some of your questions. So Albert says, why do you think SoFi is having trouble moving up after great earnings? I don't know. I haven't kept up with SoFi. Let me see. Sometimes, let me just speak in generalities though. A lot of times what happens is when a company releases their earnings, they don't just give their earnings, they give guidance. So the earnings, there's what they call expectations. So when a company releases their earnings, the first thing the market does is they say, well, how does their actual earnings compare to what we thought they were going to do? And if they don't meet expectations, that's going to usually be a hit on their stock price. But then what happens is they give something called guidance. Guidance is where they tell you what's on the horizon, right? Because remember, these are insiders. They know what's going on inside the company. So they're looking out and they have a better view than you do. You're an investor. You don't know what their big projects are. You don't know what their opportunities are. So you're watching their reactions. So they're looking out on the horizon. They say, okay, down on the horizon, we see great opportunities and lots of money. Well, the price will go up because of what they call great guidance, where people are they're setting higher expectations because they're hearing the CEO say, "Hey, we got these great things coming." Now, sometimes though they can give weak guidance, like Microsoft, even companies that big can say, "Hey, we're noticing a softening of consumer demand," or Walmart might say, "We've noticed that the consumers have been pushing back against higher prices," or whatever, and that can actually pull the stock price down a little bit, and they can actually negate the effect of a positive earnings announcement because the guidance is so weak, right? So it's almost like the company saying, "Look, we had a great first quarter, but we think the second, third, and fourth quarters are going to be bad." I personally think that could be an opportunity. If you believe that the company is a good company and they're just having a bad year and their stock price moves because they're expected to have a bad year, if you think that they're going to eventually have good years again, then maybe that's an opportunity to buy. It all kind of depends. Let's see. What do you think about AI energy? Veronica, I don't have that stock right in front of me now, but I can look it up real quick and kind of give you my quick eyeball on what I think about the stock really quick. Okay, and so I'll do this maybe we can do this maybe for about five stocks, and then let me see. Okay, AI energy. Okay, I don't see this company in Robinhood anyway. So I can't give an assessment. If it's not in Robinhood, it makes me wonder if it's like a pink sheet or something like that, or like one of those stocks that cost like $1 or something like that. I know that they're tempting, but I don't mess with stocks like that typically. A lot of the stocks that cost just a few cents. The industry. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, AI and energy. Girl, please. AI and energy? Yes. Yes, Veronica. My view is I'm invested heavily in energy. Heavily, heavily, heavily. Particularly in things like let me see, URA. URA is a uranium ETF. And I bought a bunch of shares that I buy that consistently because I believe that uranium is going to be in higher demand because they're going to need a lot of uh of these power plants to run all the AI factories or facilities or whatever they call it. Um, and basically nuclear energy is the most efficient type of energy out there. Microsoft's even talking about building a nuclear power plant, and I have a few more. Actually, when I'm going to put up a list of stocks for those of you that are in the Black Stock Market program. There's a section what Dr. Boyce is buying, and I'm going to find five stocks, and I'm heavily focused today on energy, so I'll put those in your materials. If you go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com, you can sign up if you want to and give it a try. Shauna, if you have five children, are you buying five stocks for the $5 a day plan for $35 a week, or one stock for 175? That's a great question, Shauna. Um, the general rule is I would not overthink it, right? I would not think of it like you're cooking food for a bunch of people. Like you got five kids, you're cooking food for all five kids. It's not like you cook one meal for one child and then one meal for the other child and one meal for the other child. You just make a big pot of food and then you just split it up and everybody gets some on their plate. And then you eat too. So I would think of investing like cooking, where you just invest a certain amount every week for everyone and let it grow naturally, and then you split it up based on how you want to distribute the funds. And also that's your money too. And I think it should be in your name until you decide that you want to let your child have some portion of it. You have to be really careful about giving money to kids because kids are stupid. Kids just do dumb things. I'm sorry, I was dumb when I was a kid too, and so I'm not a fan of giving your hard work away to a 19-year-old who might throw it all away, who doesn't have a respect for how hard you had to work to get that money. You'd be looking like that poor lady in A Raisin in the Sun when Willie, remember when the daddy had worked his whole life and they got the insurance check and then he gave it to Willie so he could invest in the liquor store and then the money was gone. Well, that was a problem. That was a big investing mistake because that showed a lack of diversification, number one. That money should not be in Willie's liquor store. And the mama understood that. The mama and the son both made mistakes. The son made a mistake in the Raisin. Does anybody know? Y'all know Raisin the Sun, right? Y'all know Willie in the liquor store. And did everybody go through that? In case you don't know, the daddy had worked his whole life. The daddy was dead in the whole play. So the daddy had worked his whole life. He basically had this insurance policy, and it was a poor family. And when the daddy died, they were going to get a big check for $10,000. So they were trying to figure out what to do with this $10,000 check. So Raising the Sun was a financial play. It was all about money, pretty much, and how money affects people's emotions, how it affects family dynamics, how it affects relationships. It was a financial. It could be a financial lesson. So basically, with this money, the son's all doing, again, because money's a drug. He's doing what a drug addict does. because he's fiending, he's nagging his mama. Hey, mama, what did the check get here yet? Did the check get here yet, mama? Right? It's causing stress, right? Like Diddy used to say, more money, more problems. So there's family stress around the money and everything else. And then finally, the mother gets the check. She gives it to the son. He goes and he puts it into his friend Willie's liquor store or something like that. And then his friend runs off with the money and the money's gone. So the mistake that I saw in that situation is, number one, the son did not diversify. You don't put all your money in one little business. You don't start some business with your cousin and put your whole life savings in it. That's very risky. That's extremely risky. You spread your money out. The mutual funds give excellent diversification. Again, at b1investing.com, one of the first things I talk about in the $5 a day plan is diversification, putting your money into things like mutual funds so you get natural spread on your money. Your money's kind of out there. So the odds of you going broke are non-existent. It's pretty much non-existent, because that would mean that Microsoft goes bankrupt at the same time as Tesla, at the same time as Nvidia, at the same time as Apple, at the same time as Walmart, at the same time as Amazon, right? What's the odds of that happening? It's not going to happen, right? So diversification is critical. The mistake the mother made, in my view, was she was probably too conservative, in my opinion. But but she was smarter than the son, obviously, because she wouldn't have lost all the money. And what she wanted to do was put all the money into the house. She wanted to buy a house. And that's a little bit of a problem because, again, there's not diversification. You're putting all your money into this real estate deal, basically, and you're not thinking about all the other places you could put that money that would allow that money to grow. But I think her option was clearly better than his. But the other mistake that she made was one that a lot of wealthy families make, which is that she gave the money to her son, period. And that was not a good move, for the same reason that a lot of wealthy families lose their money that way. Did you know that 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation? And 90% of all wealthy families lose everything within two generations, because they give the money to the wrong people, and then those people take the money and they just do stupid stuff with it because they don't know what it takes. They don't have the same character, the same values that were required to build that wealth and accumulate that wealth in the first place. So her just giving the money to her son was a mistake. Not diversifying enough was a mistake. Buying real estate was a good move. That would have been a generational wealth building move, because that little house they buy in the south side of Chicago for $10,000, in 40 years, that house is worth $500,000, right? Or whatever. And I've seen this play out in real life. My wife has a great grandfather who bought a building in the south side of Chicago in like 1930 for like maybe $10,000. That building now is worth well over 1.5 million. And not only is that multi-million dollar asset still in the family, but his great granddaughter lives in the house right now and has never, ever, ever, not once paid rent in her whole entire life. And she lives off the income that comes from the tenants in the building. Do you understand what I'm saying? So these generational wealth moves are critical and important. And here's the thing about reparations that I think you should consider, is that our grandparents and great grandparents, many of them did do these things. They did think this way. They did buy this land for you. They bought these assets for you. They did build these businesses for you. They weren't all a bunch of suckers. They weren't all ignorant. We know these things, right? And that stuff was stolen. And that's one of the things I think that we have a right to be politically upset about. That's something I think we should not just sort of let them sweep off the table. There's no rule book saying that I'm supposed to be poor and the white man's supposed to be rich. There's no rule saying that my family's supposed to struggle and his family's doing good. There's no rule to say that the stuff that his granddaddy stole from my granddaddy is supposed to stay in his family. No, that stuff belongs to me. And I think that that's something worth fighting for. So anyway, let me keep going. All right. So do you have a link for a one-on-one consultation for options portfolios? I think Amani's in here. Is Amani, are you in the chat, Amani? Where can you help our friend out? So Amani, if you could share your information or a link. If Amani, I don't see the her response just yet. So I assume she's around. Um, do this. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And they can take care of you. And, I do a limited number of one-on-ones, but we can't do that. Also, I do have a mastermind in investing that we started. It's more so for qualified investors. If you have a capital base of somewhere around, say, 40 to 50,000, it's better that way, because we're actually looking at some higher level investing. For example, private deals, things like that people are doing that, we're connected to. But for the most part, if that's of interest to you, you can also ask about that when you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. But there's like I have to have a requirement. So there's a test you have to take, and you have to sort of apply for that. But that's something that you don't have to do that. There's other stuff you can do as well. All right. So Derek says, are you going to make the Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power into a T-shirt or a long sleeve shirt? That's a great idea, Derek. I mean, I hadn't thought about it, but sure, why not? Um, I don't know what to put on the shirt though, right? We have Black Business School shirts with our Panther on it, but I don't know what I'd put the Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power on the shirt. That'd be kind of a lot, right, for a shirt. All right, so let's see here. Patricia, buying fractions to start, how to buy and how to take profits off the top to buy more and purchase stock, how to gauge. Okay, well, a lot of that is in your curriculum. If you log in at theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there, or you can also go to the drboycemethod.com. The drboycemethod.com, I lay out the whole Black Stock Market weekend where literally there's a ton of stuff in there on an 11-step process that we literally call the Dr. Boyce method. It's really trademarked. That basically explains how to go about picking stocks for your portfolio. So feel free to take a look at that. It doesn't cost that much. It's pretty inexpensive, and it's yours. You can share it with your family, whatever the case may be. And I know you're gonna like it because every single student that does our events likes our events. And so anyway, and if you ever have an issue, we always hunt you down to find out what we can do to make it better. So we care deeply about making sure that you're extremely happy and that we solve your problems in ways that you want them solved. All right, so let's see. Johnny says, what are your thoughts on TSM? Okay, let me look at TSM. And then after that, I'm going to bounce on out of here. I think I have another meeting I got to run to, but I will come back. And don't forget that tomorrow morning we are doing economic awareness training, EAT. So I want everybody to eat. So feel free to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So text morning to 87948. All right, so let me tell you, TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor, the short answer is heck yeah. Taiwan Semiconductor is a great company. Now it's moved up a lot. It's gone up 20% this month. Year to date, it's gone up 50%. The last year, it's gone up 66%. So there is a risk that it could be, priced on the high side. But despite that, I like Taiwan Semiconductor. It's a great company, great business, great long-term investment, in my opinion. And if the price does drop, here's the thing. I think that the market is due for a pullback. I think that sometime toward the end, whenever you start seeing all this fluff and greed and people getting excited and FOMO, what's going to happen, I believe, is that it's going to keep pushing stuff up. I think Bitcoin and the stock market, it just hit 40,000. I think it's going to keep going for a little bit. But what's going to happen, in my opinion, is there's going to be some catalyst, some black swan event. I believe it's going to happen this year. And that black swan event is going to then change the headlines to, this is the worst day for the Dow in 3 years, or Bitcoin drops 20%, stuff like that. I think that's going to happen. So if you want to be protected against that, that's where things like put options, stop loss orders, things like that come into play, or taking a little bit off the top. That's really a personal decision. You can prepare also by having cash available. Having cash available means you've got guns in the holster that you can pull out in case there's an opportunity. Remember, every crash is an opportunity to buy really great companies for a really good price. So you shouldn't get sad when there's a crash. You get happy. That's a great time to get in. And then also, the thing about it is I don't know when it's going to occur, and I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know how deep it's going to be. But the market is so strong that I'm concerned because we know what goes up comes down, and I think things might have gone a little bit further than need to go. Also, this week, one potential catalyst in the AI space could be NVIDIA, if because we still don't know how profitable AI is going to be. If AI does not turn out to be as profitable as we think, that too could be a catalyst, because if NVIDIA falls, a lot of companies in that industry are going to fall. So I'm curious to see what happens on Wednesday. And I would encourage you, if you are an investor in, say, NVIDIA, and you want to protect your gains, you might want to, think about some ways to deal with that. I did do a training on that called Stormproof Investing. If you want to take a look at that, just go to stormproofinvesting.com. We get these URLs to make it easy for you to find stuff. So stormproofinvesting.com. I did a whole day-long training on it, and I think you'll find it quite beneficial. All right, so let's see. Regina says, how should I invest 75K cash sitting in an IRA? I would say very carefully. This is not investing advice, but maybe starting with mutual funds, things like that might be a good way to go. But it also depends on what you're seeking to do, right? So if you're seeking to generate income, maybe that's where selling options and things like that could help you. But I don't use a big chunk of my portfolio to sell stock options. I just use enough, just a small part of it, so I can generate income to do what I want to do. But the rest is for long-term growth, so that I can, buy real estate or whatever it is I choose to do with that money. So I would talk to your investment advisor about it. If you did want to sit with me and talk about it, I do small group sessions with like 3 or 4 people where I can really look at your situation specifically. If you're interested in participating the next time we have one, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And I thought Amani was in the chat. She was here earlier, but I guess she had to go. She's on our support team. So she is also a person that can help you directly. All right. So last question. What do I think about XLU? Okay, so Jackie, you get the honors. This is the last question for today. All right, so XLU. Let's look up XLU. Let's learn about XLU. What do they do? What company is this? Okay, XLU. Utility Select Sector Spider Fund. Okay, so this tracks market cap weighted index of U.S. utility stocks. I like it. I like it. I like it because the research I've done, and I don't even know where I heard this. I just take in financial information all day long. I'm just constantly listening to podcasts, reading stuff. I'm members of stuff. I'm a member of a lot of things. Um, yeah, they own a lot of energy companies, right? Remember I was telling you earlier that energy is just a productive asset. In fact, I like XLU so much that it actually reminds me. I think I meant to buy some of that actually. So after we get done, I'm literally going to go buy me some XLU with whatever little cash is in my portfolio. And this is how I want you to consider investing. Just do it. Just, you're in line at McDonald's and you want to impress your kids, buy some shares of McDonald's stock and let them watch you do it. And then explain to them what that means. Like our family now owns a piece of McDonald's. That's really cool. That's really cool. I explained one of my daughter's friends works for us, and she helps me ship out books and everything. And so she was asking me about investing. So I just showed her. I was like, "Oh yeah, buying stock is easy. Let me show you how quick you can do it." And we did it. And I think it was Chipotle. I said, "Pick a company." And she picked Chipotle. And I said, "Now you see, this is the price. This is how you do it." Da 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 da. And within 5 minutes, we did it. And she had this emotional reaction. She said, "Oh my God, that is so cool." Right. And now me, I'm not cool. So being the cool dad is kind of cool, right? So anyway, though, it was awesome because in my head I was thinking this is cool to me because I know that what I just told this young lady at the age of 17 is going to have a massive impact on her life. It's also something that she's learning at 17 that a lot of kids don't understand until they're like 35 or 40. A lot of you have seen this. A lot of you, and I'm not saying it's a bad. I mean, I'm glad you learned it whenever you learned it, but think about this. There are lots of you in here that might have learned this for the first time when you were 58 years old. Right. So for her to learn this at 17, and then the next step is I want to get her to apply it. Right. So we actually had a conversation about options a little bit later. And I said, let me just show you my portfolio. Let me show you how easy it is for me to get money, right? I can earn it, pull as much money out as a doctor makes in a year by doing this, this, and this. And I showed her, I said, look, right now, if I hit this button, I'm going to have $80,000 or $100,000 in my account, right? And now, of course, I'm not a poor man, right? So it's a little bit more money. I've been investing a long time, but it's really nice to be able to show them real ways to make real money that goes beyond whatever crap we were taught when we were little kids. That whole slave thing, that whole like go get a job and hope somebody hires you and make sure you're well behaved and you'll barely get by. That's only one type of existence. There's a lot of different things you can do to put yourself where you want to get to. And I want you to be exposed to that, but I really want your kids and grandkids to see it. And the earlier you can help them see it, the greater chance they'll have to be it. If they can see it, then they will be it. Because I guarantee you this, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say to you guys, and I hope that this makes sense for you, and I hope that this helps you. When you expose a person to freedom and slavery, it becomes a very easy choice. A person does not have to be smart or educated to know that it's better to be free than it is to be stuck. An animal understands that. An animal that's in a cage, if you give him one little taste of freedom, he's never coming back. So show them freedom. Show them all the different ways to make money instead of whatever your parents might have showed you or your grandparents showed you. I know that there's more out there than that. So, but it's up to us to do that. We are the teachers. We are the leaders. Black leadership does start with you. In fact, that's the theme of this year's All Black National Convention, is that Black leadership starts with you. It's not Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and whoever else they put in front of us. It's you. It's you. We are the Black leaders in our community. So let's go lead. Let's give these babies a chance to be successful. Let's make them competitive. Let's make them into winners. And that's what our legacy is going to be. All right. So I gotta go, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Again, drboycebooks.com if you want to take a look at the flashcards and workbooks for kids, if you want to take a look at that. Also, if you want to join us for the economic awareness financial consciousness training tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We do this every day. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I will put you on the list. Text morning to 87948. And last but not least, if you want to take a look at, so the drboycemethod.com is also a space where you can take a look at the stock selection process. So I broke down in a formal training that's yours. You can have it for life. Exactly the process for picking out stocks and questions you can ask yourself to decide which stock is for you. Picking stock is not an exact science. It's not something that is a one size fits all. It's like me telling you how to put on your clothes or what clothes to wear. I can't tell you what to wear. What I can tell you is what different fabrics feel like. I can tell you which clothes might work in a business setting versus when you're going to the beach. I can tell you, I can show you a red suit and a blue suit. And then at that point, once you see everything that's out there, you can say, I think I want to wear a blue suit that's going to help me go to the office, right? Because this is what I want. And then tomorrow I'm going to wear a red swimming suit because I want to go to the beach. Do you see what I mean? So that's kind of how investing works. There's no one way to do anything. It's a matter of seeing all the different ways so you can pick the method that works best for you. And they basically call that your preference, right? You have your risk tolerance, your risk preference. You also have your own preference in terms of what you're trying to accomplish with your portfolio. So learn all these things. That'll really benefit you. Okay, I gotta go. Have a good day, everybody. And if you want to come to class, like bring your kids. Like, why not? I think I teach this pretty good, right? Bring your kids or people, those of you that are bringing your kids and grandkids, don't be shy. Be aggressive, right? If we want our community to succeed, we want our families to win, we got to take ownership of this damn thing. So I'm aggressive with you because I want you to be aggressive with the people around you. And because I don't think that we're ever supposed to be these little weak little oppressed people, these broken people, these messed up families. No, we're winners. That's what we're winners up in here. So let's go win. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you.